Lower-seeded players. Wang Wei could see both Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji glancing in Feng Heng's direction. Although brief, they could not escape his eyes. And immediately, he knew he would get dragged into the fight between Taoism and Buddhism. And since he had the future Buddha scroll, he had already chosen sides. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he pondered how to deal with the situation appropriately. If he did not play his card correctly, he might be used as a pawn before being discarded. Now, for the introduction of the lower-seeded player, Lord Spirit said. First is Chu Luo, the emperor child that wields the outlaw Tao of creation. He is a man who has tempered his will and Tao heart through reincarnation itself. Xiao Qiandi kept his eyes closed, a listless aura emanating from his body. The others, however, looked at Chu Luo. They did not care for his emperor child status. In the upper dimension, blessed children are too common. Although it is a statistical anomaly for immortal creatures to reproduce, there are so many of them, and they have lived for so long that it has become somewhat common. What they cared about was the fact of his outlaw Tao and the implications of tempering his mind through reincarnation. The second player is the heir of the Tao opening sect, young master Wang Wei. He is a Tao overlord, creator of his own heavenly physique, and a person of unquantifiable willpower. The man's accomplishment could write a legendary tale. However, his most important quality is his intelligence and ingenuity. I can say without a doubt that he is more intelligent and cunning than all of you here combined. And I mean all of you. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he sensed the eyes full of killing intent on him. He sighed before taking out a cup of freshly brewed tea and casually drinking it, ignoring everyone else. The upper-seeded players looked at him with squinted eyes. They knew what it took to be a Tao overlord. In the Eternal Ascension world, outlaws would summon a special area to go through their trial. Cultivators must do so before comprehending and using the outlaw laws. Otherwise, they won't even be able to enter any cultivation stage that requires understanding and using laws. In the summoned area, Heavenly Tao will place them under a perfect illusion that recreates their lives. Then, it will use the person's life to scheme against them, and they must find ways to pass the test. If a cultivator failed, the person would not be able to control an outlaw Tao. The main reason for this method was due to how complicated a karmic trial could become. In a world full of emperors, empyreans, and paragons, if Heavenly Tao started to scheme against these people, firstly, no one would pass, and these powerful individuals would never allow such a thing. The trial is of some similar difficulty in both dimensions, so there are a few people who hold the title of Overlord. However, many people wielded outlaws' Tao similar to Chu Luo. They usually had to pay the price to control their Taos and have some limits. When it comes to the Overlord title, even a paragon could not help someone else acquire it. As for creating a heavenly physique, some people have succeeded in doing the same in the upper dimension. But their rarity also makes it a great accomplishment. Interesting, thought Shi Ruolin. Everyone knew Tao overlords were extremely powerful, cunning, and tactically minded. But to say this person was more intelligent than all of them combined, she did not believe it. Of course, she also knew that Lord Spirit was just saying these words to rile them up and ensure they fought to their full capability for this trial. What's the point of being intelligent? Strength is all that matters, thought Ao Tianyi. Despite his thoughts, he decided to keep a watch on Wang Wei. He did not want to be schemed against. Shi Shangyan only glanced at him but did not have any reaction. Zhang Yuqing also only politely looked at him with a neutral face. Monk Wuji gave him a smiling nod, and Wang Wei pretended he did not see anything. Meanwhile, the lower-seeded players had different reactions. Most of them did not know what a Tao overlord was. However, the intelligent comment got to them, igniting their fighting spirit and desire to prove otherwise. A few intelligent individuals suddenly began to piece some things together. Recently, news of the essential destruction of the demon race from the demon supremacy world has spread throughout other world communities. By calculating the time frame of the incident, they realized it was soon after Yi Tuizi had a conflict with the player from the Myriad Emperor world. And by considering Lord Spirit's insinuation, a few people concluded Wang Wei might have something to do with the downfall of the demon supremacy world. Chu Luo and Tong Ruobing gave Wang Wei an odd look after coming to this conclusion. Ji Lanfeng had a powerful intuition as a swordsman, so he felt Wang Wei was definitely involved in what happened in the demon supremacy world. However, Wang Wei ignored them and continued drinking his tea as if he were the only person present. He did not know what these people thought. Even if he knew, he would never admit it. The third seat goes to Ji Lanfeng, a pure swordsman with a flawless Tao heart who has entered the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. These so-called geniuses might not be as bad as I believe, thought Ao Tianyi. All pure swordsmen pursue the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. It is the state where a swordsman can overwhelm all laws or concepts with their swords. Many people believe that someone could be referred to as a swordsman by entering this realm before proving the Tao. Otherwise, they are sword users, not swordsmen. Zhang Yuqing looked at Ji Langfang with a slight fighting spirit in his eyes. He also practiced the Tao of the sword, so he would love to battle a fellow swordsman. Fourth place goes to Tong Ruobing, a master of talisman making. She has created an acquired version of the 27th heavenly physique, the Source Rune physique. The upper-seeded players finally began to pay attention as they realized their competitors might not be as simple as they previously believed. The Source Rune physique is considered the best talent for professions like alchemy, talisman, pill refining, and arrays. Any genius with that physique is expected to become a peak powerhouse in these professions, and they could even become masters in all fours. Even if Tong Ruobing has an acquired version of this physique that only worked for talisman, she was a person with a bright future ahead of her, not to mention a worthy opponent. Don't look at me. I did not create the method for this physique. He did, she said, pointing at Wang Wei. I'm only using his idea. You're stealing, not using, replied Wang Wei. Wu Ming offered it to me as a gift, she added. I'm sure that was voluntary. Is something wrong with a lady using her charms to get what she wants? In this patriarchal society, we, weak women, have to do anything necessary to get ahead, said Tong Ruobing with a gentle smile. Wang Wei rolled his eyes as he learned something new about her. Shameless. Meanwhile, these seated players once again looked at Wang Wei with raised eyebrows. All they could think was he might become a problem. Moving on, said Lord Spirit. In fifth place, we have Xueqi, an immortal child from the light race. Everyone waited for Lord Spirit to continue, but she did not say anything else. She only shrugged her shoulder as there was nothing she could do. In the grand scheme of things, there was nothing remarkable about Xueqi. Her status as an immortal child was worthless in the eyes of these upper dimensions heaven-chosens. Her status as the light race is valuable since they have a natural affinity for karma, an outlaw das. However, this affinity or control of karma had its limits. Lord Spirit believed some other people would be better in that spot. Su Shi or even Liang Shixian, for example. However, he could not arbitrarily change the ranking as he saw fit. Our final seeded player is Miss Jingwu Hua, an emperor offspring and three-legged golden crow that has once suffered a defeat in a previous heaven-will battle at the hands of an eternal emperor. However, she sealed herself for countless generations, tempering her willpower in the process to try again. On top of it all, her father left a special reward to ensure she succeeded on the second try. Jingwu Hua looked at Lord Spirit angrily. She did not expect him to bring out her pain and display it to the public. Moreover, she wanted to know how he knew so much. The upper-seeded players paid some attention to Jingwu Hua. They understood how scary some immortals could be once they decided to leave trump cards to their descendants. In the Eternal Ascension world, it's normal for some mortal who has not started cultivating to suddenly take out a talisman capable of wounding an Empyrean or Tao monarch. It all depends on how pampered their influential parents are. She lost to an eternal emperor? Could it have been the Heaven Devour Emperor? That would make much sense timing-wise, thought Wang Wei. At the same time, he also thought Lord Spirit seemed to know too much, which could be an issue. Lord Spirit, I have some questions, Wang Wei suddenly said, making Lord Spirit's heart jump. She felt things were about to get complicated. Unionized. Young Master Wang Wei, what is your question? Lord Spirit said. What is your purpose in bringing these geniuses from the upper dimension? Lord Spirit frowned. Of course, to test all the participants and choose the best person to inherit the master's mantle. That's what I thought. So, what are you doing to deal with the political ramification of these upper dimension geniuses' existence, and ensure we can do our best for this trial? I'm not following. All right, let me direct. These people's backgrounds are a problem. How do we know they would not retaliate against us after we defeat them? How are we supposed to fight to the fullest of our abilities if we have to worry about the possible revenge from the upper dimension? The participants looked Lord Spirit, their eyes saying that this was a valid concern. Suddenly, Ao Tianyi snorted coldly. You people think too highly of yourself. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at Lord Spirit. See. If it were not for his background, I would have long used his scale for armor, his muscle for bows, consumed his blood for its vitality, and his flesh for the taste. But now what can I do? Wang Wei felt an intense killing intent locking him. He ignored him before feigning a shocked look on his face. Oh my God, how stupid of me. I've already offended him. What am I going to do? You should indeed be scared. Do you think the Dao opening sect is what it used to be? Our dragon race can easily slaughter it. You and I both know as long as the name of our two boundless paragon exists, nothing will happen to the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei replied casually, making Ao Tianyi red in embarrassment. He did not think the latter knew so much about the upper dimension. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. He noticed 4 of the upper-seated player react once he mentioned the boundless paragon of the Dao opening sect. However, Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji seemed not to care, as if these titles held no weight against them, no, against their factions. So, he took note of this reaction. Wang Wei then looked directly at Lord Spirit. See? All I had to is use a little spiritual hint to make him angry, and he began to threaten me with his background. So, how am I supposed to fight them fairly, knowing they might retaliate? Although the deceiving heaven longevity art is an insurgent technique, and most definitely a longevity scripture, it is not worth risking my life and the possible destruction of my faction. The lower-seeded players and other participants quickly analyzed much information. It made sense that this scripture was a longevity resource, hence why even the upper dimension geniuses were interested. Subsequently, the possibility of retaliation was a genuine problem. Logically, it made no sense to risk their life for this trial. You don't have to worry about retaliation, said Shi Shangyan. We have our own pride, and so do the factions behind us. But how do I know of this? Replied Wang Wei. I've only met you today. Young Master Wang Wei, you can be reassured regarding this, said Monk Wuji. You have my words, and the words of Buddhism, that no one will retaliate against you and the others. Monk Wuji, I'm sure Buddhism's reputation is enough to guarantee our protection. But this is the lower dimension. Buddhism has no reputation as a basis for us to judge. And we cannot just go by your words. Monk Wuji frowned, along with the others next to him. Xiao Tiandi still had his eyes closed, while Ao Tianyi was trying extremely hard to control his anger. At the same time, he tried to detect how he was so easily spiritually influenced without noticing. So what exactly do you want? Said Lord Spirit with slight anger. Dao oath. I want them to swear an oath not to heavenly Dao but to Grand Dao itself that their faction will not retaliate against us, directly and indirectly. I don't want any loopholes. Nonsense, roared Ao Tianyi. Grand Dao oath was the most restrictive oath. It was one not even paragons could break. Who are you to demand such a thing of us? Said Zhang Yuqing with a sneer. Young Master Wei, it appears your request was too much. Wang Wei sipped his tea calmly. By your response, it seems all of you already plan to get this inheritance by any means. Even Fowl's one. This has nothing to do with retaliation, said Shi Ruolin. No cultivator likes to be restricted. And taking an oath for such a trivial matter, it's even worse. Sound like excuses to me. And what will happen if they don't swear? Asked Lord Spirit, staring straight at Wang Wei. Nothing will happen. I won't participate in this trial, but am only one inconsequential individual. Lord Spirit had veins appear on his forehead as he already knew what the latter was planning. And as expected. I will also forfeit, said Chu Luo. Count me in, added Ji Lanfeng, who was drinking from his gourd after seeing Wang Wei casually drinking his tea. I will support my fellow countrymen, said Tong Ruobing. Shi Qian hesitated as she did not want to bring trouble to her parents by offending these upper dimensions big shots. However, she agreed reluctantly, thinking how she would become enemies with her fellow lower dimension peers if she did not pick their side. Of course, Jing Wuhua also agreed, followed by the other participants like Su Shi, Feng Hang, Liang Shixian, Hua Fenghuang, etc. See, Lord Spirit. With all of us forfeiting, you can choose one of them as an inheritor. Well, they are a better fit if you consider their talents and birthplace. Lord Spirit became quiet. My divination was correct, thought Wang Wei. Gu Xian does not want to give his inheritance to people of the upper dimension for some reason. A few minutes of silence then ensued. Then Lord Spirit said, You can all dismiss. I will contact you after negotiating the logistic of the current problem. Everyone quietly packed their things before flying to their mansions. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, Wang Wuqing appeared before him. What you did there was dangerous. And you also revealed yourself to these factions' eyes. It's not as bad as you think. They already noticed me because of the Tao Overlord title. All I did was revealed my intelligence as an overlord. What about your soul? You've revealed yourself with that spiritual hint. I don't believe for a moment that Lord Spirit or Gu Xian could hide the result of these trials from these people. And even the lower dimension participants who were on my side would gladly sell my information. On top of everything, Wang Wei did not think these people would come along. So, they must send people or have other methods to investigate his information back in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, they will know his soul is unique. Did you observe anything from them? Zhang Yuqing has displayed some hostility towards me, even though he tried very well to hide it. He and Monk Wuji are definitely here because of Feng Hang, and I will probably get dragged into their confrontation. As for the others, they appear to also be here for another mission besides getting the inheritance. And that mission seemed to involve observing us. Now that you mention it, they seem not to be happy once all you forfeit. Yes. They reacted as if they wanted us to display our strengths and abilities. It appears they want to assess us, but the real question is why? I can't think of anything, but I'm sure you will figure it out, said Wang Wuqing. By the way, what did you mean by what you said about our founding fathers? Didn't I tell you about their disappearance and possible death? No. I think I would have remembered if you had said such an important thing. Wang Wei then remembered he told Wang Wuqing about his encounter with Empyrean Black Heart during his outlaw trial. But, he was not detailed in his encounter, so he did not mention he learned of the founder's disappearance. Well, now you know. Don't take something so important so lightly, replied Wang Wuqing with a serious face. It's as I said. Our founders have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. And 2 of them can revive themselves as long as their names remain in the annals of history. So, it is only a matter of time before they revive themselves. Even so, I think this the kind of information that the others should know. After saying that, Wang Wuqing left to see Origin 1. Wang Wei shook his head as he also headed back to the sect. He wanted to learn more about Gu Xian as he felt the latter was not simple. He hoped he could gather more information about him and know better how to deal with the upcoming storm. The night of this event, 2 shadows secretly entered different mansions habited by the upper-seated players. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi activated a formation in a secret room inside his mansion. Worldwide changes. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Taoist for the gift. Tian'er, how are things going? Said a deep voice from the formation. Immediately, Ao Tianyi's arrogant demeanor changed into a more respectful one. Father, this is what happened. Ao Tianyi told everything that had occurred since he arrived. The participants' reactions, what everybody said, what he said, and even some basic analysis of the situation. I guess this should be expected of a Tao overlord. Sai the Wang clan is truly blessed, replied Ao Jing. He could not help but reminisce about what he read of the Wang clan's achievement in the Eternal Ascension world. And if the clan did not break up and even fought in the upper dimension, their accomplishment might have been even higher. Father, what do you think I should do? You might not have a choice but to swear. What? Why? You must accomplish both your Mission Euro, especially bringing back the deceiving heaven longevity art. Isn't it just a lowly insurgent technique? Ao Tani then remembered something. Even if it was a longevity technique, is there a need to go through all this trouble a Euro, especially since it's probably of the lowest level? Couldn't our dragon race take it from Gu Xian's hand? Ao Jing paused for a moment before sighing. His son was the future leader of the primordial dragon race, so he should start learning the world's secrets and how to deal with them. So he said, you are correct that this scripture is of the lowest level. However, it has tremendous potential. So, the patriarch wants it. Ao Tanayi squinted his eyes. The dragon race's patriarch was one of the 7 ruling paragons of the Eternal Ascension. So, he knew it was a big deal for the latter to want something. So, why didn't the patriarch take it from Gu Xian? Isn't he just a Tao monarch? Gu Xian has disappeared from the face of the world. He is most likely hiding inside the lawless zone, and he's been using a proxy to communicate with us for this trial. On top of everything, He appears not to want anyone in the upper dimension to get their hands on the scripture. So, you must get it no matter what. Tianyi frowned even deeper. Father, why does it seem this mission is not as simple as it seems? Why do I have to observe these heaven chosens? He did not understand why he had to gather information on the lower dimensions heaven chosens, focusing on the myriad emperor world. I guess there is no point hiding things from you since you are now involved. Great changes are about to take place in the eternal ascension world. There are rumors of the end of the 2 suns 7 moons era is approaching, and the return of the old era. These rumors have existed ever since the era began. Why would that matter now? Yes, normally, these would just be rumors of a bunch of unsatisfied individuals. However, some changes have taken place recently that have alerted the rulers. What changes? Heavenly Tao has begun to move. It has seal access to the lower dimension. Currently, Empyreans cannot even send in a projection. And with each day, the sealing is becoming more powerful. According to calculation, it's only a matter of time before the 7 rulers can not only interfere in the lower dimension, they might not even be able to see anything from there. Jing did not tell his son that even the 2 supreme rulers might become blind to the ongoings of the lower dimension. Is this why the Patriarch sent me on this mission? Yes. The Patriarch calculated that the rise of the myriad emperor world might be the cause of Heavenly Tao's actions. So, he wants you to gather information on the heaven chosens to detect the people responsible for leading this new era. As for the deceiving heaven longevity art, the Patriarch deduced the changes of the myriad emperor world might be the prelude to something else. So, he wanted another longevity scripture as insurance for the future. I see. So, if Gu Xian wants you to swear the oath, do so. I will, replied Tianyi with slightly gritted teeth. What about Zhang Yuchen and Monk Wuji? Don't get involved in their conflict. They probably have no desire for the inheritance. So, as long as you stay out of their way, there should be no problem. As you wish, father. All right, do your best. Tianyi closed the communication array before heading to rest. But before he reached his destination, he sensed someone outside his mansion. He used his divine sense to determine who it was. Interesting. Then, he went to open the door. Zhang Yuqing's mansion. Master, this all that happened, he said to an array. This Wang Wei will be a problem as I expected, said a cold and indifferent voice. You know your mission? Yes, eliminate Feng Heng and prevent him from spreading Buddhism. Act fast, as you do not have much time. Is something wrong? Heavenly Tao has begun to revolt against my suppression. And it will not let you stay long in the lower dimension, replied Taoist Supreme Unity. Master, are you all right? Don't worry about me. Just finish your mission, Taoist Supreme Unity replied in his eternal indifferent voice. Then, he disconnected the communication. Zhang Yuqing did not mind since he knew his master was always this direct and cold. He was used to it by now. Nevertheless, he was determined to succeed in his mission. He knew his master was in a deadlock with Maitreya Mother Buddha. But if Feng Heng successfully spread Buddhism in the lower dimension, the luck and incense gathered by the Maitreya Buddha might be enough for her to surpass his master. Feng Heng must die. And if that Wang Wei gets in my way, I will also annihilate him. After making a resolution, Zhang Yuqing went to rest. Monk Wuzi's mansion. You know what to do, said a melodious voice. Yes, great Buddha. Remember to use a friendly approach. Don't rush or force things. And if things don't work out, it's okay to let it go. I will, replied Monk Wuji. I know I can count on you. After the communication ended, Monk Wuji bowed to the formation before going to cultivate. Shi Ruolin's mansion. She opened the door for someone outside. I did not expect to be receiving guests today. I am sorry for the late intrusion. No problem. Come in, Miss Su Shi, right? That's right. Shi Ruolin led her to the dining room and had her maid serve tea. So, to what do I owe this visit? I wanted to know something and figured I had the highest chance of succeeding by asking you. Oh, and why would I help you? Shi Ruolin asked with a smile. You can ask me whatever you want. Anything. Yes. It seems that desperation has clouded your judgment, commented Shi Ruolin. Very well. Let's see what you want to know first. I want to know how to revive someone that had their existence injured. Did that person die as a mortal? Does that matter? Of course. Yes. Xueqi thought for a moment. Existence wounds are severe even for emperors. However, most eternal emperors can heal their existence injuries by themselves. A few talented ones can heal others, and some extremely talented individuals can even use existence reconstruction. That's when they recreate a person's existence and revive them even after being completely erased from reality. However, such a talent has not appeared in a. Xueqi suddenly remembered that peerless empress that incurred fear in the 7 rulers. She might be capable of this. Whoever you want to revive might require only healing their existence. However, since they are mortals and will probably be dead for a long period by the time you prove the Tao, you might need the ability of existence reconstruction. I see, replied Xueqi deep in thought. She knew she had no choice but to prove the Tao in this generation because the longer she took, the less chance she had to revive her husband. Furthermore, she must be an eternal emperor. Now for my payment, said Xueqi with a mesmerizing smile. Eternal Ascension World, Dragon Nest. A long dragon with beautiful and noble purple scales suddenly opened his eyes. Should I report things now to the Patriarch? Ao Jing did not want to, but he knew he had no choice. The current era was simply terrible. No Tier 12 powerhouses of any path were allowed to exist, forcing him to stay in the Empyrean realm for too long. On top of it all, he was not happy with the situation of the Dragon Clan. In ancient times, there were many tribes of dragons. Azure dragons, primordial dragons, fiend dragons, and so many more. The Dragon Clan was united yet independent, with each tribe having its own autonomy. But now, all dragons had to obey the Patriarch, a blood dragon. If anyone disobeyed him, they would be annihilated. And this is not the only reason Ao Jing did not like the current era. He was born near the very end of the Golden Age and remembered how prosperous the Eternal Ascension world used to be. But now, with the 7 rulers promoting Heavenwell emperors instead of Tao emperors, the Eternal Ascension world was weak both regarding its high-end power and low-end ones. If he were not for the 2 supreme rulers, the world would have long been invaded by foreign forces. After thinking about these things, Ao Jing shook his head before heading to report to the Patriarch. He also removed his idea of downplaying some of the information he received. He did not dare to lie to a paragon. Heavenwell Emperor. Shi Shangaian's mansion. She also stood before an array and reported the events that occurred in today's events. This is all that happened, Patriarch. Then, for a few seconds, there was no response from the other end. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I will do my best to get the scripture for the ruler. I won't disappoint the effort of the clan. Shi Shangyan knew the importance of this mission simply by the selection process. One of the rulers held a large-scale competition with all the factions underneath her. And Shi Shangyan was the final winner, an act that brought great honor to the Celestial clan as they had the opportunity to display their loyalties to the ruler. You don't need to care about the mission, said the Celestial Patriarch after half a minute of silence. What do you mean? Our clan has decided to revolt against the ruler. We will hide inside the Source Chi space and use some of our foundations to prevent her from finding us. What? Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Everyone knows a new era is coming, and it's time for people to pick a side. And the Celestial clan has chosen the opposite of the rulers. Shi Shangyan did not know what to do as this news was too great for her. She thought she came here to make her clan proud and increase their status in the upper dimension. But now, things seem to be getting out of control. What about me? She hurriedly asked, thinking about something horrible. You don't need to worry. The clan did not abandon you. Shi Shangyan sighed in relief. So, why am I in the lower dimension? A tremendous amount of destiny and luck is about to gather in the lower dimension with the upcoming new era of the Myriad Emperor world. Many believe the person who started this era will lead the changing age of the upper dimension, or, at the very least, play an essential role. Your mission is to use that destiny to your advantage. You can try to steal the destiny from that destined person, become that destined individual, become their underling, cooperate with them, or whatever you desire. Use your judgment to determine the best course of action. What matter is for the Celestial clan to have their hands on the new era. The luck gathered from his event would ensure our prosperity. Shi Shangyan caressed her temples as she tried to process all the information she had received. She suddenly remembered the gray hair player from the Myriad Emperor world. Somehow, she felt he would play a vital role in this upcoming chaos. I know this is a lot to process so suddenly, but we could not tell you anything before you arrived in the lower dimension. I won't blame you, Patriarch. I know you're doing this for the clan's revival. I'm glad you understand. I don't have much time, as such. I will be quick. You must prove the Tao in the lower dimension, which means you must restart cultivating. Your space ring includes many resources to help you, including a time Choas treasure to ensure you have enough time to catch up. You can choose whether to prove the Tao in the Myriad Emperor world. The 7 rulers have sent people to infiltrate there to prove the Tao in this generation, and delay the arrival of the new generation. Delay. They cannot stop the arrival of the new era. But, they can infinitely delay it to prolong their reign or better prepare for a high position in the new upcoming era. I see. I know this is a lot, so I won't say much more. One last thing. Do not become a Heaven Will Emperor. Although it should be impossible to do so in the lower dimension, anything is possible in the upcoming changes. Shi Shangyan nodded her head. Even if the Patriarch did not say anything, she would not do so. Since she was young, the clan elders have always warned her about becoming a Heaven Will Emperor because it is an unorthodox method that is nothing but shortcuts. Heaven Will Emperors created something called Tao trees, allowing them to absorb more than one Heaven Will. The Tao tree allowed them to rapidly reach higher realms of cultivation, and serve as a way to control the Grand Tao source. However, the downside is that a Heaven Will Emperor will fall in cultivation realms once someone destroys the Tao tree. Meanwhile, Tao Emperors have to comprehend the Grand Tao source slowly. Shi Shangyan would never become a Heaven Will Emperor for many reasons. For example, Heaven Will Emperors cannot become everlasting Empyreans or boundless Paragons. Heaven Will Empyreans do not have the natural ability of Tao Empyreans to create life. Heaven Will Paragons do not need Paragon souls to reach that realm, making them drastically weaker. The only advantage of Heaven Will Emperors is the rapid cultivation and the ability to sacrifice their Heaven Wills for a drastic increase in battle prowess. And even then, they only use this technique to be on par with Tao Emperors. All right, I've got to go, said the Celestial Patriarch. It will take a little time for the information of our betrayal to be sent to the lower dimension because of the recent changes. Recent changes? There is no time for that. Just know that access to the lower dimension has become even harder. Always watch your back no matter which Heaven Will world you decide to prove the Tao. The rulers definitely send some spies to cause chaos in the lower dimension. After saying that, the Patriarch ended the conversation. Shi Shangyan suddenly felt very lonely. It was the first time she did not have her clan as backing. Nevertheless, she quickly reined in her emotions to decide her next step. The best course of action would be to run away if the other upper-seeded players decided to eliminate her, the traitor. However, the Patriarch told her the information wouldn't reach the trial for some time. Time she could use to get her hands on the deceiving Heaven Longevity art and give her some advantage in the upcoming chaos. Let's wait and see, she muttered before resting. Shao Tiandis Mansion, you have to do your best, said a beautiful female voice. Yes, master, replied Xiao Tiandi with his usual listlessness. This is not the time to have your usual uncaring attitude. The rulers might give you a chance if you can bring back the scripture and the necessary information. Would they really? Or would they dispose of me after I'm no longer useful? Don't be so pessimistic. If they wanted to deal with you, they would have done so long ago. Xiao Tiandi sneered but did not rebuke. This might be the only chance you have. You and I both know this is not true. Maybe previously, but things are changing. The rulers are in desperate need of allies. Yes, allies that are not a threat to them. Enough, roared the female voice. Your mindset is the reason you're in the current state. An opportunity is given to you, but you don't even want to try. Do the mission. Bring back the scripture. Otherwise, I will disown and kick you out of the sect. This is your last chance. The female voice then ended the communication. Xiao Tiandi shrugged his shoulder. This was not the first time his master threatened to disown him. And this was not the first time he had disappointed her. Ultimately, she loved and doted on him too much to do it. So, he yawned before going to bed. He told his servant not to wake up until the day the competition began as he prepared to sleep for a few days straight. Outside of Shi Rulan's mansion, Su Shi walked out with slight puzzlement. She did not expect the latter's repayment to be her memories and information of all the heaven-chosens of the Myriad Emperor world and favor she had to repay later. Su Shi was prepared for the conditions to be even worse. Well, A favor is usually the hardest thing to repay, she thought. Although it appeared sure Ruolin did not ask for much, that was only on the surface. It does not matter. I've got the information I wanted. As long as I become an eternal emperor, I should be able to revive Fener. All I have to do now is find a way to preserve his imprint. Xueqi then became momentarily lost as she remembered her husband. Memories of their happy times flashed across her mind. Fener, I will see you again. Xueqi returned to her mansion, and as soon as she entered, someone appeared next to him. Taoist ever-changing. Why did you go see her? Xueqi frowned before explaining the situation, making Taoist ever-changing sigh out loud. Have you not noticed you are becoming too obsessed with reviving Lin Fan? He's my husband, the love of my life. Yes, but you should not let any obsession take over your mind. What's wrong with obsession? It's a weakness that your enemy can exploit. Xueqi quieted down as she knew this was true. I won't let it become my weakness. Taoist ever-changing sighed again before disappearing. His blatant display of disappointment made Xueqi unhappy for the entire night. Ao Tianyi's mansion, Hua Feng Huang from the Myriad Emperor world, right? He asked over a tea table. That's me. So, what brings you to see me? The ancestors. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Taoist for the gift. I came to make a deal with you, Hua Feng Huang said. Oh, I'm listening. I want your source blood. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Ao Tianyi's body. All dragons' race are highly particular about their source blood because of how precious any dragon bloodline is. However, he quickly calmed down. Instinctive reaction, Ao Tianyi explained casually. You do know how precious true dragon bloodline is. So, what do you want to exchange? You can name your price. You can be my woman, said Ao Tianyi with a lascivious smile. If you don't want to exchange, I can live. What's with the reaction? It would be your honor to become my woman. Honor? Replied Hua Feng Huang with a sneer. I've read about how arrogant you innate life forms are, but I did not think it was even worse than the scriptures described. Innate life forms? You dare compare my noble bloodline with these lowly things? Is there a difference? In the end, the world is ruled by acquired lives. No matter how prideful you are or how much benefit your bloodline gives you, it does not change the fact that acquired lives rule this world. I can guarantee many of my ancestors have hunted your kind in the upper dimension. Ao Tianyi's eyes turned red as he knew she was correct. This truth has been the bane of all races bred by heaven and earth. It did not matter they were the first creatures in existence, and it did not matter they were born noble and more powerful. They were no longer the ruler of the world. Ao Tianyi wanted nothing but to pounce on the person before him. But he remembered where he was and his father's mission. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Meanwhile, Hua Feng Huang secretly sighed in relief. She needed to be assertive in order for the negotiation to be relatively fair. She remembered the argument Wang Wei used in the evening and theorized their ancient clan still had some backing in the upper dimension in the form of the heaven-opening emperor, the Wang clan's ancestor. And by Ao Tianyi's restraint, her theory was correct. She had made the correct tactic for this negotiation. I hope you take this transaction seriously. Tell me if you don't want to trade so I don't waste my time. Fine, responded Ao Tianyi, calming down to ponder whether he would make the deal. A few minutes later he said, I agree, but here are my terms. First, I want all the information you have on the trial's participants and the heaven-chosens of the Myriad Emperor world. I want the tiniest detail. Even something as little as their favorite food. Hua Feng Huang frowned slightly, but she eventually nodded. The second thing I want is a promise. What promise? I won't agree to anything if you don't specify, she added. Ao Tianyi did not immediately answer but took out a mirror, instantly alerting Hua Feng Huang and making her on guard. No need to be worried. I just don't want anyone or anything to listen to our conversation. Then, he activated the mirror to block the room and prevent outside forces from spying. Hua Feng Huang remained on guard during the entire process, ready to call upon her Tao protector at any moment. If you can prove the Tao, I want you to be an inactive emperor, Ao Tianyi said casually. What do you mean? In simple terms, I want you to not accomplish anything as an emperor. You can preach the Tao to repay karma, but there is no need to do anything more for the world. You can stay in the lower dimension for as long as possible before ascending. And during this time, all you have to do is ensure nothing happens in the Myriad Emperor world. I can't do that, she replied immediately. Why? I think it's a fair deal. I'm carrying the hope of my clan to revive them to the glorious time. Your conditions go against my goal for cultivation. Then there is no deal. Fine by me, replied Huang. Do you think you can easily leave after coming to my home? Ao Tianyi stood up, fully ready for a confrontation. And if you think I came here without being prepared, you're a bigger fool than you appeared during today's introduction. Ao Tianyi clenched his hand as he stared at her. But, after seeing her confidence and thinking about his father's words, he decided to be cautious about the success of this mission. So he let her leave. After exiting the mansion, Huang looked back. It seems these geniuses want to interfere in the Myriad Emperor world's development. After looking for a few seconds, she flew home. She knew things were not over. She wanted that primordial dragon's blood and was willing to offend him to get it. She did not care about the consequences since this might be the only chance she had at proving the Tao. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei was reading about Gu Xian's life. He lived during the Middle Emperor era. The records described him as a cunning and insidious person who feared death and wanted to become immortal. After failing his heaven will battle, he created the deceiving heaven longevity art. According to records, Gu Xian lived over 100 million years before exchanging the scripture with an emperor for a Tao seed. After that, he disappeared, most likely ascending to the upper dimension. While Wang Wei analyzed the information he had, he suddenly received a communication talisman from Wang Wucheng. Then, he used his sect master token to teleport to a secret realm where Wang Wucheng waited for him. As soon as he appeared, Wang Wucheng gave him another token. This will take you to a special place in the sect. Go immediately. What's going on? You were supposed to take a trial once you reached Quasi-Emperor realm before you could go that place. But now the situation has changed. Wang Wei frowned. Remember, be respectful. Wang Wucheng then disappeared. Wang Wei looked at the token in his hand for a moment before activating it. He then found himself in a large place with a pool. In front of the pool were 9 phantoms. 3 in the middle and 6 behind them. The first phantom looked like him, young, handsome, with long dark hair and bright eyes. He had a gentle and reassuring smile. The one to his right was a beautiful woman with a mole on her chin, a serious face, and eyes sharper than a sword. Wang Wei recognized the one on the right as he saw him in the battle tower. He still remembered that sundering battle intent. Then, he glanced at the people at the back. There was a middle-aged man to the far left. Wang Wei could see his muscle despite being a translucent phantom. Next to the muscular man was another middle-aged man wearing a turtle shell. Wang Wei refused to comment on this person's fashion sense. The person after that was an older man with long white hair and a beard, dressed in red. Somehow, Wang Wei could smell the scent of medicine from him. The fourth person was a young man with golden hair. Righteousness and cruelness perfectly describe his face and demeanor. The fifth person on the back was an ordinary-looking young man. The only way to describe that person was ordinary. He had the kind of face that most people would not notice in a crowd. A very forgettable face. Finally, the sixth person at the back was a lively, beautiful young woman with rainbow-colored eyes. Wang Wei recognized these people since he had to worship them during ancestral worshipping ceremonies he had attended during his childhood. So, he immediately bowed and said, "Sect Master Wang Wei has seen the ancestors." "There is no need for formalities," said Qiyuan as he floated next to Wang Wei and helped him. He took a deep look at him. "A 9 Extremity Foundation? A 4 root as that? Worthy of my descendant." "It would have been better if it was a perfect 5 root foundation," commented Sword Empress. "Give the kid some slack." "Achieving such a result in the unorthodox path and in such a short time is proof of his talent," added the battle maniac. "According to my calculation, there is a 99% chance he has found a way to push it to perfection," said Miscellaneous. "What is with the missing 1%? Asked the Rainbow Emperor. "He is a fateless. Even as a mortal, I have to consider possible deviation." "That makes sense. I've heard many great things about you," said Qiyuan Emperor to change the subject. "I'm glad you inherited my drive for innovation and progress." His eyes twinkled. "I saw how well developed the mortals in our territories are. Your use of construct, your views on education and knowledge, and the notion of advanced mortal civilization are fascinating. I cannot wait for you to spread your ideas throughout the world. Thank you, Ancestor, for your praise. I have a few questions I wanted to ask. Brother Qishan, we cannot waste time, suddenly said Battle Maniac. That's right. Our presence could make the situation worse, added the Sword Empress. Let's do what we came for and leave. All right, Qiyuan replied with some sadness. He then looked at Wang Wei seriously. We will all preach the Tao to you, teaching about the Tao and a detailed explanation of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. With this process, not only will his understanding of law and Tao reach another level, he won't have to worry about finding methods to break through to the Empyrean and Paragon realm in the future. Thank you for your guidance. Let's begin, said Qiyuan with a smile. 9 Paragons preaching. I will be the first, said Qiyuan Emperor. Then, he waved his hand to manifest 2 cushions, one for him and the other for Wang Wei. The others waited as Qiyuan sat and Wang Wei sat, with the latter closing his eyes. All lives are fundamentally divided into qi, essence, and spirit. The cultivation process can begin by developing any of these aspects. It is a journey of self-discovery and transcendence, breaking the limit of the body, mind, and spirit. Wang Wei did not hesitate to deploy his spirit particles and future Buddha self to improve his comprehension. At the same time, he had all his incarnations comprehend the sermon. Since the incarnations had different lives and experiences, they might understand something he could not. Furthermore, having 10 of them comprehending the same sermon was better than just him. As Wang Wei listened to his ancestors preaching about the Tao, he saw the essence of cultivation rapidly laid out in simple terms before him. Then, the Qiyuan Emperor explained the origin system to him from the body-tempering realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei had to admit there was something unique about seeing the system's creator explain things to him. Even though he had entered the Duyi realm and pushed the origin system beyond its limit, there were many things he did not know or think about regarding it. But now, with its creator explaining it to him, he finally understood. After explaining the origin system to the quasi-emperor realm, the Qiyuan Emperor then explained his origin, Tao and his comprehension after proving the Tao. Once he finished, he explained in detail to Wang Wei how to enter the Empyrean and Paragon realm. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of awe and respect. His slight pride after achieving his Tao ancestor strength was gone as he understood how far he was compared to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He decided to be more humbled as his journey had just begun, and he had a long way to go. Then, he checked on the law tree inside his sea of consciousness. He could see it was slowly turning silver. With a smile, he said, "Thank you, Ancestor." Qiyuan smiled back before condensing a talisman. "This is my gift to you. These were all my thoughts when I created the origin system, including some previous drafts that I eliminated. Maybe it can be beneficial to you." Wang Wei gladly accepted. Qiyuan stood up from his seat to allow the Sword Empress to take the seat. "Kid, are you interested in becoming a swordsman? It would be a shame to waste your talent." "I'm sorry, but I think the swordsman's path is too extreme." Wang Wei was a little embarrassed to be so direct, but that's how he felt. However, he could see the desolate emperor giving him thumbs up in the back. "I figure as much," she replied before condensing a talisman. "This is for your father. It contained my sword Tao. Maybe it can help him." Wang Wei respectfully accepted the gift. "Although I cannot teach you about my sword Tao, I can teach you about the concept of attack since swordsmen are the ultimate attackers." Sword Empress then preached her sword Tao, whose primary focus was on slashing heaven and earth. Her entire Tao involved how to properly destroy heavenly Tao, who is the embodiment of myriad Taos. However, her sermon also focused on the best way for a person's attack to reach its maximum potential and go beyond the limit. Wang Wei felt this sermon would benefit him throughout his cultivation journey. Wang Wei opened his eyes, this time full of the sharpness of a swordsman. His ever-changing Tao heart helped him a lot to better comprehend her sermon. Sword Empress nodded her head before giving her spot to Battle Maniac. "Your dream combat technique is ingenious. So, I will use it to help you." Then, Wang Wei found himself in a vivid dream. And in that dream, he spent eons doing only one thing: fighting. He fought countless races and unique individuals. He learned numerous fighting styles, battle applications, spells, environment analysis, and many other things that could help him increase his odds of winning in battle. Once he opened his eyes, A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. He felt like a new man as his battle IQ and experience drastically improved. "What a little monster," commented Battle Maniac with a smile. Then he also condensed a talisman. "This is for Li Jun. He's a fine descendant." Wang Wei quickly accepted. Then, Ancient Desolate came before him. "I'm glad I found a true successor for my scripture. Plus you've pushed beyond its limit." He was very happy with the concept of black holes in the acupoints. This idea perfectly suited his scripture and elevated it to another level. "I will preach to you about my Tao and the true power Tao." Wang Wei closed his eyes before controlling his excitement. He listened attentively, and his law tree rapidly turned silver in the process. He controlled himself to not break through in realms and ensure a solid foundation. Once the sermon finished, Wang Wei were visibly shocked as he learned there was another gate after the Gate of Power called the Gate of Flesh, and Ancient Desolate had opened both of them. However, his lips twitched after he realized the requirement to open and how difficult it would be to do so in the lower dimension. However, thinking about the reward, he became motivated. He knew he could succeed since this sermon contained so many tricks or methods to temper the flesh, all from the Ancient Desolate's experience. "This is my gift to you," said the Ancient Desolate Emperor before handing Wang Wei a ring. "This contains enough primordial star essence to condense the black holes for all your incarnations." Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he carefully placed the ring away. "It's my turn," said Turtleshell. "What I'm going to teach you is the pinnacle of defense. If you can learn 1/10 of my ability, a few things in the universe will be able to kill you." Wang Wei was speechless as he realized another quirk of this ancestor besides his fashion sense: bragging. Then, he closed his eyes to listen to the sermon and was truly speechless. Turtleshell was truly the master of defense. His Tao involved pursuing defense to the extreme, similar to swordsmen. Moreover, the latter also knows how to use arrays, talismans, pills, and weapons for defense. This guy is the very definition of an unkillable cockroach because of his defense, thought Wang Wei after opening his eyes. "You just thought of something insulting, didn't you?" "Of course not, ancestor. This disciple would never do such a thing," Wang Wei replied with a righteous face. "I have too much respect to do such a thing." Maybe I'm a little too sensitive. Here is my gift to you." Wang Wei received a book that contained a technique to use his acupoints as a defensive array. This was the idea he had after seeing Tong Ruobing. He did not ask how Turtleshell knew what he wanted to do. He now understood the power of these people was unfathomable. He was just happy he did not have to waste time creating the method himself. "I will teach you about the 5 elements, professions Tao, divination, and yin-yang calculations," said Miscellaneous Emperor. He did not waste time before preaching, and Wang Wei listened attentively. Wang Wei felt his understanding of all the professions deepened. Then, he learned a lot about divination, which was his specialty. Yin-yang calculation was the same as divination but used another system similar to mathematics. Through a diagram made of symbols, a person can calculate all the secrets or knowledge between heaven and earth. Of course, the limitation is based on the user's skills and strengths. The Miscellaneous Emperor taught him how to use both divination and yin-yang calculation to get the information he wanted. "Thank you, ancestor," said Wang Wei with a bow. "No problem. This is my gift to you." Wang Wei received another talisman which contained a unique formation that could convert innate qi into immortal qi. It was unfortunate he could only use the formation inside his divine sea. Otherwise, it would greatly benefit his future plans. "This is another gift for that girl Yen Liling," he added before giving him another talisman. The Hell Judgment took the seat afterward and preached without saying much. In the midst of comprehension, Wang Wei frowned slightly before continuing. He could sense that the Hell Judgment Tao was a unique one that combined good and evil, the soul, and even yin and yang and other things. After preaching, Hell Judgment asked, "Did you notice?" "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. He realized a flaw on his cultivation path. His soul. Since he had such a powerful soul and never had to worry about cultivating it, he also barely used it in most of his battles. As such, his soul was not used to its full potential. The Hell Judgment pointed out this flaw to him and showed him a path on how to better use his soul. Wang Wei looked at his law tree that had turned silver. He could also sense the soul law added in addition to the 5 elements. Afterward, it was the Shadow Ruler. "My Tao is not really suited for you. But, hopefully you can learn something from it." The latter preached about Shadow Dao. And when Wang Wei opened his eyes, he had some confusion on his face but did not immediately ask. This is for you. You are an anomaly, so after proving the Dao, Wang Ju would only inherit 50% of your power. However, she could inherit between 50 to 70% with this method. Wang Wei took the talisman with respect. It's finally my turn, said Rainbow with excitement. I pursue the pinnacle of speed. I can tell you that although I cannot defeat any of my seniors, none of them can catch me if I want to run away. The others' lips twitched slightly as they felt slight shame. She was correct. Wang Wei listened to the sermon with fascination. She taught him to use different methods to increase speed. Whether it was through controlling light, thunder, gravity, bending space-time, or even the concept of the speed of the mind. She used all of them to increase her speed. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei could not help but ask, "Are you also a paragon?" "Of course." "How?" Time-wise, it did not make sense. He could feel that both Rainbow and Shadow Ruler's Dao were on the same level as the others. But these two proved the Dao after the Devil Era. He did not understand how they had enough time to become paragon. Rainbow did not answer but looked at Qiyuan. Something happened that we needed more powerful individuals. So we paid the price to call future emperors of the sect to summon them from the future, explained Qiyuan. These two came and became paragons in the past. Did I come? Asked Wang Wei. No, replied Qiyuan with a smile. We could not summon anyone past the 9th emperor. That's a shame. Not really. It's good you don't have to bear the karma of our failure, replied Qiyuan with a sigh. A few more things before you leave. Do not kill all the participants before the Heaven Will battle. I know you have the strength, but don't do it. Even secretly. Oh, why? Wang Wei never planned to do so since there would be too many complications. But there seems to be something else. The lower dimension has changed, preventing forces in the upper dimension from intervening, including paragons. The Myriad Emperor world will become the center of an upcoming change. So before that, a son of an era will be chosen. You mean me? Yes. Heavenly Dao will definitely choose you. However, if you kill the other participants, your actions will be seen as an act of weakening the world, thus forfeiting and decreasing your chance of being chosen. Now, I understand you might not care about the title of Son of an Era, but the destiny it provides will benefit you until you become an Empyrean. Don't waste such an opportunity because of how you feel about Heavenly Dao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. Although he did not like Heavenly Dao, he knew the trial was nothing personal. Furthermore, he could control his emotions and do things he did not like for the sake of benefit. Thank you for your guidance, said Wang Wei before giving these 9 a deep bow. Their help today will benefit him throughout his entire life. Then, Wang Wei left the secret realm. While alone, the Hell Judgment Emperor said, Are you sure he's the one we are waiting for? This kid has too many secrets. He's right, added Miscellaneous Emperor. Forget all the taboo aura on him. I can sense the aura from the prehistoric world from him. And there is a 90% chance he is the reincarnation of the Myriad Devourer. Inextinguishable. Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punched Haddock 5 for the gift. Tuan frowned as he remembered some things long ago. The prehistoric world was a unique, normal chaos world floating in primordial chaos. The special aspect of it was no individual could enter, no matter who it was. People could leave the world but not enter. Furthermore, an intense aura of taboo emanated from the prehistoric world. Many people knew one of the 13 taboos was inside, but no one knew what it was and why it was a taboo. As for Myriad Devour, it was also related to the prehistoric word. The entire primordial chaos was in turmoil during the Second Origin Battle. Then, a significant world collision occurred. Many source and normal chaos worlds clashed with the prehistoric world. This event was an anomaly that many people believed was artificially created. However, no one cared whether that was the truth because of the benefit of this event. The clash released a large quantity of world essence, a rare resource for people who wanted to cultivate a paragon soul or tier 12 soul. Many paragons and other powerful entities fought for the world's essence. Because of this event, many people reached the peak of the paragon realm because of the world essence, including Shadow Ruler and Rainbow. But not long afterward, a creature that was a massive accumulation of paragon soul quantity and quality appeared in primordial chaos. The creature had immense willpower and only used it as a form of battle. It did not have laws, Dao, bloodline, or any spells. Just pure willpower and spiritual power. The creature would devour anything weaker than it, including some tier 10 and 11 fiend gods and even many normal chaos worlds. Regarding strength, the creature was only on par with some of the weakest paragons, and barely at that. However, its willpower granted unimaginable protection. Moreover, a mysterious and mighty power protected the myriad Devour whenever someone more powerful tried to harm him. Many people feared the myriad Devour was an experiment from the prehistoric world to create the 14th taboo. Luckily, the creature disappeared one day, never showing up again. His past does not matter, said Xueqi. What matters is he might be the one to show us the path forward. I agree, said Sword Empress. You're only saying that because of his relationship with Wu Hong, commented Battle Maniac. So, Xueqi Emperor looked at Miscellaneous. Go hide all information about him. We don't want these parasites to notice his anomaly and become extreme in their attempt to get rid of him. Miscellaneous frowned before sighing. He looked at Wang Wei, that was flying toward his mansion. With a wave of his mind, he placed an invisible formation on him to hide his taboo auras. His connection to the prehistoric and even elevated the formation Wu Hong placed on his soul from an Empyrean level to the peak of the Paragon realm. He also left a way for Wang Wei to detect and control the formation once he became a great emperor. Once he was done, Miscellaneous Phantom became even more transparent. Are you all right? Asked Xueqi. I'll survive. Xueqi then looked at Sword Empress. How is your situation? I've stabilized my injury. But my strength has dropped to the Emperor realm, and it's the weakest 3rd class. Why do you sound so salty? Commented Battle Maniac. At least you're alive. Look at us. She ignored him. I bet she's salty. Wu Hong survived with Empyrean strength, said Ancient Desolate with laughter, forcing Sword Empress to stare at him with killing intent. Don't look at me. She must likely survive because she was both an inextinguishable paragon and a boundless one. If you had listened to me, tempered your body, and opened both Gate of Power and Flesh, you might have been in a better situation. Ancient Desolate never understood why these swordsmen refused to temper their bodies. The sword they loved so much was a metal weapon, a solid and hard object. So, wouldn't it make sense for them to temper their bodies to be like a sword, the very thing they admired and pursued with so much passion? Don't act up, said Xueqi, preventing his little sister from throwing a temper tantrum. Wang Chong is correct. If there is something we've learned in the previous failure, if we want to take that step, we have to ensure our soul, body, and Tao reaches the pinnacle. The others nodded in agreement with him. Does that mean we have to open both gates? Asked Turtleshell. I don't think we have to go to this extreme. As long as we opened the Gate of Power and tempered our body to withstand Paragon strength, we should be all right, added Miscellaneous Emperor. That makes sense. How are things going? Xueqi continued. I've gathered some resources for your revival, but things are going slow. What's the issue? Time Eater is hunting me down, she said with clenched teeth. He even cornered me once. The room quieted down before Ancient Desolate started laughing uncontrollably. That brat you almost killed after he confessed to you is hunting you down? How embarrassing. Ha! Time Eater was a paragon of their era, fascinated by the Sword Empress. However, she despised and almost killed him with her sword after he tried to pester her after a rejection. Unfortunately, he did not participate in the ultimate taboo and became one of the 7 parasites weakening the world today. Do you want to die? Said the Sword Empress, but Ancient Desolate did not care nor stop laughing. I'll kill him after I return to peak strength, she thought. Of course, she knew that would not be so easy, not because of a lack of trying. Ancient Desolate was an inextinguishable paragon, meaning he had all the life savings of a boundless paragon, and even methods the latter did not have. You wait. I've already taken your advice and started tempering my body. When you revive, I'll take my revenge for all the time you made fun of my weak fleshly body. Ancient Desolate shrugged his shoulder. He always thought she had wasted her potential by now tempering her body. He thought she would have learned her lesson after losing to Wu Hong by one move because of her fleshly body. But no. Instead, she doubled down on cultivating her sword Tao. Luckily, the recent failures made her realize the truth, and his years of advising her to do made the Sword Empress realize the truth. As for getting beaten once they revived, he did not care since he could take it. Anything else to report? Asked Xueqi, who was used to these two bickerings. Supreme Unity found me, but Mithraea stopped him. Mithraea? I thought she had joined with the 7 parasites? Asked Battle Maniac. She's not like that, Sword Empress said. I don't know why she kept the power balance for so many years, but she must have her reason. I think she's also waiting for someone. Or power changed her, added Hell Judgment with a sneer. Look what happened to Supreme Unity. Don't say such a stupid thing. I'm afraid it's only because of her that all of us in Limbo have not been hunted down by Supreme Unity. No one commented regarding this. We already knew the method Supreme Unity got was flawed, so it's not surprising that he changed, added Shadow Ruler. But what about Mithraea? Before leaving, she told me there might be something wrong with her method, but she was willing to take the chance, said Sword Empress with a frown. Do you think we should have settled for a flawed method? Said Rainbow with a slightly lowered voice. After all, we got nothing in the end, and now, our peers have surpassed us. The room quieted down for a moment before Chiyuan said, We made a choice and should live with it. You don't have any regret? Asked Turtleshell. No, because I see hope. You mean the kid? Do you really think he could show us the way forward? Chiyuan was quiet as he looked at Wang Wei in the distance. In the Chaos Universe, we know 2 people have succeeded. And he can be the 3rd. And as long as he succeeds, we can learn from him and succeed as well. If he fails, we will start the 3rd battle of origin and try again. After that, the 9 disappeared as if they had never existed. It was rare for them to appear in the lower dimension without being detected by Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, they also could not stay for long. Battle Tower. Wang Wei had just finished fighting a 6-leaf immortal venerable. He lost, but he did not mind. After the sermon, his main body reached peak 4-leaf strength. With his battle experience, he can survive for dozens of years in a battle with 5-leaf, and a few days with 6-leaf. After checking his strength, he left the tower. 90,000 years passed inside that secret room, but only a few hours passed outside. Wang Wei guessed it had something to do with the pool behind his ancestors. Then, he sent the gifts to Li Jun and Yan Liling before continuing to look for information on Gu Xian. Regrettably, not long afterward, he received the notice someone had come to see him from the trial. Discussion. Wang Wei teleported to his mansion, where he saw a maid waiting for him. She immediately bowed to him before notifying him of the visitor's identity. Wang Wei then frowned before entering the guest room. He saw a shave-headed monk sitting in the cross-legged position with a pot of tea and vegetable meal before him. Wang Wei walked to the table and waved his hand to make it disappear along with the drink and food. Young Master Wei, I'm sorry for the late-night inconvenience, said Monk Wuji, not minding the latter's rudeness. Monk, I don't care for your flowery words. State your purpose. Benefactor, what is the hostility? Have I done anything to harm you? If so, tell me, and I will gladly apologize, said Monk Wuji with the utmost sincerity. If you were about to be dragged into something you did not want to, you would also feel as I did, replied Wang Wei. Benefactor, you should not see it as dragging. Everyone is bound by their actions and decisions, so everyone must pay their karma. You're right. But there is a difference between willingly paying it and being forced to do so. You have free will, Benefactor. So, no one can force you to do anything. Do you genuinely believe that? Asked Wang Wei, staring deep into the monk's eyes. Does your word have weight, or are you just spewing nonsense to get what you want? Monk Wizzy began to sweat secretly after hearing this question. He could see an invisible comic balance dangling above his head. The balance prevented would determine his fate based on his reaction. If he lies, he will receive a backlash for lying and allowing his words to have no weight or significance. And if he told the truth, he would enter into a binding agreement where Wang Wei could decide not to intervene in the upcoming conflict and choose when to pay his karma. As such, Monk Wuji felt like a few seconds was like an eternity. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he recited some scriptures in his mind to calm down. I mean every word I said. As soon as he said these words, he sensed the balance disappearing, and the weight of the world vanished from his shoulder. Monk Wuji also learned a valuable lesson from this encounter. Always minding his words before a karma master. Otherwise, they will be used against you. Is that so? In that case, I'm sorry for my rude behavior. It seems I misjudged your character, said Wang Wei, before returning the previously disappearing table, this time with even more food. This is one of the specialty dishes I've prepared specially for you. I'd like to think you've never eaten this before, but I could be wrong. So, enjoy. Monk Wuji wanted to reject the offer. After all, as someone from the upper dimension, what great and unique food he had not tested. Especially for a man of his status. However, after smelling the unique fragrance of the meal, he decided not to be rude as a guest. So he took a bite, and the taste was heavenly. That's the only way he could describe it. Although the ingredients were not nearly as good as the ones he was used to, the combination, the spices, and the techniques used for the preparation were sublime. Furthermore, he had never tested this recipe before. Monk Wuji then enjoyed himself. The only downgrade to the meal was the tea, as he considered it subpar. However, after taking out his tea, everything was perfect. Wang Wei had to admit his tea was nothing compared to the upper dimension. So, after exchanging the meal's recipe for some more tea, the two got along as they talked over the dinner. And when they finished a few hours later, they finally got to business. Little Wuji, what brings you to see me today? The monk was now used to the latter's shamelessness. He did not even care when his seniority was reduced to a younger brother despite being older than the latter by a few 100,000 years. I need your help keeping Feng Heng safe. I guess it would be related to him, Wang Wei replied casually. Does that mean Zhang Yuqing wants to eradicate him? Yes, and I cannot allow that to happen. I cannot directly help you, said Wang Wei. If you are worried about picking a side, I don't think you have much choice. I'm fully aware of this. But there is a difference between active and passive participants. So you can help me but not directly, reiterated Monk Wuji. So, how do you plan to help? I can promise to help spread Buddhism in the lower dimension. And if something happens to Feng Heng, I will officially take his place after proving the Tao. You can give me an honorary Buddha title or something to help me better lead the faction. Monk Wuji pondered for a moment. He did not mind giving the latter an honorary title to lead the lower dimension Buddhism sect. He also did not mind the latter being the leader and controlling Buddhism in the lower dimension. Ultimately, he still had to ascend. And no matter what he did, the genuine leader of Buddhism will always be his master, Maitreya Mother Buddha. He only had one problem. Feng Heng cannot die. Oh, why is that? He is the key to breaking the absolute beginning magic. Once he dies, everything will go wrong. That's not an issue. After I have proven the Tao, I will break the absolute beginning magic. It does not matter. Feng Heng cannot die. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as countless thoughts rushed through his mind. He remembered some of the history lessons from Earth. After Buddhism arrived on the mainland from India, Taoism reinvented itself and included many concepts of Buddhism into its philosophies. And Buddhism was also reorganized to be more suited to the time and the ancient culture. Now, something similar was occurring in this world. Feng Heng's Neo-Buddhism was deeply ingrained with Taoist ideologies. Furthermore, he connected their Qi luck, making his new sect extremely precious. Once it spreads throughout the lower and upper dimensions, it will bring a fatal blow to Taoism. And as the linchpin of this new faction, Feng Heng's value was incalculable. I would not be surprised if the upper dimension prepared an alternative method for him to prove the Tao and become emperor. This idea was not too far-fetched if he could devise alternate methods to make someone a great emperor. After thinking for a moment, he asked, How powerful are you and Zhang Yanqing? Monk Wuji did not answer. I know this is a sensitive topic, but I need to gauge your level of strength to determine if I'm getting over my head. After pondering for a moment, the monk decided to be honest. I have 7-leaf immortal venerable strength, and Zhang Yuqing has peaked 7-leaf to 8-leaf. 7-leaf? The only way to achieve such strength is through the 9-extremity foundation. Did you too fail your foundation establishment process? Monk Wuji smiled wryly. There were some complications. Wang Wei could guess what the complications were. These two's masters intervened in their process of setting up the 9-extremity foundation, leading to their failures. I have another question, asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. How do you know I have a 9-extremity foundation? What do you mean? The knowledge about 9-extremity is scarce in the lower dimension. Yet, you were not surprised when I mentioned the name. Monk Wuji became quiet. Wang Wei did not think the latter thought he was simply knowledgeable. Did your master tell you about me? That's correct. Does that mean Zhang Yuqing also knows? My master has done her best to hide your information. However, there is a high chance he knows or guessed something. But, I'm not sure. Wang Wei frowned. His ancestors told him about the upper dimension's 7 rulers and 2 supreme rulers. They also hinted that these 2 might have transcended the Paragon realm. The Sword Empress even hinted that he should not be too reliant on Wu Hong since she cannot protect herself from these 2. Let alone protect him. It seems like I owe Maitreya Buddha more karma than I thought Wang Wei, relieved for the protection and annoyed at being entangled so soon with all these almighty entities. What about Xiao Tiandi? How powerful is he? Did he succeed in the 9 Extremity Foundation? Him? From what I know, he did not even try it. Why? I do not know, replied the monk. He only knew it was a great sensation when the innate Tao Source physique owner did not try to establish the best foundation for cultivation. So, you 2 are stronger than him? Well, not necessarily, replied the monk with slight embarrassment. Xiao Tiandi only has 6-leaf strength. However, he has mastered many secrets techniques that could elevate his power to 9-leaf and beyond. I'm sure you 2 have similar methods. It's not the same, replied the monk. He has mastered so many of them that it's unnatural. Furthermore, those secret techniques usually have a price to pay. But also mastered other secret techniques that negated the price. The monk smiled wryly, lost in thought. There is also a high chance he knows a secret technique that can nullify his opponent's secret technique. And if he does not, he can analyze and create one during battle. Anyway, we have never beaten him in battle. Agreement. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Daoist _brother_91, and Gorev _Harihara at 7759 for the gift. Why do I feel this innate Tao Source physique is even better than my Paragon soul? Thought Wang Wei as he felt like Xiao Tiandi was one of these protagonists that could cheat life. They use reckless techniques that should kill them, but miraculously, they have another miraculous technique to negate the negative effect. Doesn't matter. Let's see if I can get some secret techniques from him, he thought. What about Xu Ruolin? How powerful she is? All I can say is her Emperor Bone has a disgusting ability, replied Monk Wuji, with determination in his eyes not to say anything else. Wang Wei instantly could tell the monk was not happy with him leading the entire conversation. This was his way of wresting power. So, Wang Wei did not ask for any more information. He theorized that besides Xiao Tiandi and Xu Ruolin, the other upper-seeded players were not on par with Zhang Yuqing and the monk. They were only classified in that spot because of some political intrigue that Gu Xian was playing. And since they were only for their mission, they did not care about their rankings. Benefactor, are you going to help me or not? Do you really need my help? What do you mean? From what I know, Feng Hang no, Shi Fuyu is an expert at hiding. Wang Wei once read Feng Hang's fate line and knew some information about him and his past as the monk, Shi Fuyu. And from the Sleeper's information, he knew of a monk that lived during the incense era. The Sleepers noticed him since he was the last survivor of Buddhism in the myriad emperor world. Of course, it did not help that the monk was sloppy in his early days when he tried to convert some talented individuals to Buddhism. Although the Sleepers lost track of him after a certain period, it was still recorded that this monk was an expert at hiding. It even evaded the search of a few pseudo-eternal emperors from the Tai Profound Gate. Do you think he can escape from our master's eyes? Asked Monk Wuji in response. And Wang Wei had to agree with the latter. These two's masters were one of the reasons he did not want to be so noticeable in their competition. What if their masters will descended and used their bodies during their confrontation? He will be directly under these people's eyes, which makes him uncomfortable. One last question. What will happen to Feng Heng's status in the Tai Profound Gate? Monk Wuji pondered for a moment before saying, in the best-case scenario, he will remain where he is from. If not, it will not affect the overall plan. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he could analyze much information from those 2 sentences. Feng Hang had very likely already converted many upper echelons of the Tai Profound Gate into his Neo-Buddhism sect, including some immortal-level powerhouses. Secondly, Zhang Yuqing's master has not had access to the myriad emperor world for quite some time now. Otherwise, he would have long alerted the Tai Profound Gate and not let the situation reach such a late stage. Wang Wei took out a talisman he had made that contained his full strength. After seeing and sensing the power inside, Monk Wuji's eyes lit up. He knew he could defeat Zhang Yuqing with that power. I will help you, but I have one condition. What is it? I want to study your 9 Nirvana heart. Impossible. Don't overreact, monk. Plus, it's not like it's going to hurt you. I refuse. Fine. But you're on your own. Once Feng Heng dies, I will take on his cause to pay my karma. You, said the monk before calming down. Then he looked at Wang Wei with a sneer. You don't seem to have a grasp of the situation. Any heavenly chosen from the myriad emperor world is on a watch list to determine whether to immediately execute them after they ascend. The entire eternal ascension world has been blocked, preventing anything or anyone from entering and leaving. As for you, you are an anomaly. All the things you have achieved make you a glowing light in a dimly lit room. And your light has not been extinguished in advance because of my master. If one day she decides to no longer protect you, Empress Wu will barely be able to save you from the other paragons in her current state. And if my master does not stop supreme unity, your only fate is destruction. You will leave your life only in despair. Is that supposed to scare me? Wang Wei calmly asked back. What you consider despair, for me, is at best an inconvenience and worse, a problem I have to think a little longer to solve. As he said these words, his body instinctively released a terrifying pressure that made Monk Wuzi's heart shake. Maybe it's because you've lived under your master's protection for so long, idolizing her power. But you seem to forget that some cultivators, some people, would rather die than compromise their beliefs and ideologies. But let me remind you. I would rather die than become a pawn in whatever game your master is playing. Believe me when I say I have this level of conviction. Amit Ba, muttered the monk as a golden light shone on his body, seeming to calm him down. Then, he recited his sutra for half a minute. It seems my state of mind is not as calm and peaceful as I thought. I've built hidden arrogance deep inside my heart due to my status and background. This is a learning experience for me to become better enlightened. Monk Wuji closed his eyes as a peaceful aura emanated from his body. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, full of wisdom. His previously agitated mood was gone, and he appeared more like a wise and enlightened monk. His state of mind was sublimated. Upon opening his eyes, the monk was now calmer. Benefactor, I'm sorry for the outburst. No, I'm the one who should apologize. You're a guest, and I should treat you as such. Mon Wuji shook his head and did not continue on the issue. Benefactor, why do you want to study my physique? You have to understand a person's physique is special to them. If someone else knew it too well, they could cause great harm. I'm aware of this, and I know my request was disrespectful. As you can guess, I wanted to create a longevity technique based on your physique to acquire 9 lives after proving the Tao. And I promised to share this technique with you, granting you an additional 9 lives. Wang Wei had this idea the moment he learned about longevity resources. He wanted to use his 9 incarnations to each grant him an additional life after proving the Tao. And if he could study Monk Wuzi's physique, he would have a higher chance of success. That's not a bad idea, thought Monk Wuji. Before today, he had never thought about that since he knew he would have 9 lives the moment he proved the Tao. And these 9 lives would accompany him to the Paragon realm. And if he had an additional 9, even if they were only available in the Emperor realm, it would help him tremendously. I agree with your condition, said the monk after thinking for a moment. But, I have a condition of my own. Please. I want the Tao opening sect to help in the protection plan. What do you mean? I fear Zhang Yuqing will gather immortal tier powerhouses to kill Feng Heng. Regrettably, our Buddhist sect does not have as much of an influence in the lower dimension. So, it is more difficult to gather immortals on our side. That's fine. But we can only prevent these immortals from intervening in your battle with Zhang Yuqing. We won't go out of our way to deal with your enemy for you. That's fine by me. Wang Wei nodded before signing the necessary binding contract. Then, he led the monk to a particular room in his mansion with a formation. You should have some powerful time treasure, right? The monk's lips trembled before taking out an hourglass-looking magic artifact. Wang Wei then sent him inside with the formation, gathering information for 500 years, while an instant passed outside. In a few seconds, the monk disappeared next to him before reappearing, and the aura on his body seemed stronger than before. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a talisman in his hand with a bunch of information from scanning the monk's body and soul. Since our transaction is finished, there is nothing left to talk about. It was a pleasure to meet you, Monk Wuji, said Wang Wei before bowing slightly. The monk looked at him with a deep gaze. He was not stupid and he could guess some things. His state of mind was sublimated, and in the short 500 years of retreat inside that formation, he discovered he understood deeper about the essence of Buddhism and even had a few bold and new ideas. All of these changes resulted in his strength increase to the peak of 7 leaf, close to 8 leaf, the same as Zhang Yuqing. The pleasure was all mine, replied the monk with a bow before leaving the mansion. You've taken too great of a risk, said Wang Wuqing, who suddenly appeared. Calculated risks. If the ancestor did not tell me some information about the upper dimension situation, I would have used a less aggressive method. It's good you have thought things through properly. But, how about getting the sect involved in this battle? There is a high chance that Maitreya is why Supreme Unity has not hunted down our ancestors in limbo. So, we have already picked a side. Wang Wuqing sighed out loud. These things were beginning to be above his weight class. So, he left to gather other people to enter this mess. All right, let's see if there were some actions in the middle of the night, muttered Wang Wei before activating the quantum arrays to spy on people. Heart of Hope. Monk Wuji used a talisman to become invisible before heading straight into Feng Heng's mansion. With excitement, Feng Heng opened the house's formation to receive the guest. He immediately bowed. Xueqi, elder of the Zen Heart Monastery, has seen Monk Wuji. I know the Zen Heart Monastery. They have cultivated many great Buddhas, replied Monk Wuji before returning the bow. In the eternal ascension world, the title of Buddha is not given to anyone, nor is it given to someone based on their strength and cultivation. At least those two are not the main criteria. A monk must deeply understand scriptures, contribute significantly to Buddhism, and have many merits. Finally, they have to have their own doctrine and debate it before a group of Buddhas before the title is granted to them. Otherwise, a person can only have the honorary Buddha title and not the real thing. Does the Zen Heart Monastery still exist in the upper dimension? Hurriedly asked Feng Heng. Yes. And not just it, but all the factions destroyed by that devil absolute beginning. Good. I thought I was alone. I thought our inheritance was gone, muttered Xueqi with tears in the corner of his eyes. Monk Wuji sighed before patting his shoulder. I know you've been through a lot. But things will be all right from now on. My master has given her words she will do everything possible to atone for her mistake back then. I would never dare blame the Maitreya mother. A mistake is a mistake, said Monk Wuji sternly. As such, even my master cannot ignore this fact. Xueqi exhaled softly, feeling some weight lifting from his shoulder. He felt the burden he had carried for millions of years was worth it after hearing these reassuring words. At least his pain and suffering were acknowledged. I'm sorry for my rudeness, said Xueqi as he realized he was still at the entrance, which was very rude. Come in, ill-served tea. No need. I'm in a hurry. In that case, Reverend Wuji, what brings you to see me? Asked Xueqi. My master sent a few things for you, replied Monk Wuji before giving him a space ring. These are some of the lost inheritance from back then, along with a few more from the upper dimension. There are also better methods to purify incense and prevent the same problem from occurring again. Xueqi's eyes lit up as these were the things he needed. He feared Buddhism to repeat its mistake, resulting in another annihilation. My master said you have little to no chance at winning this generation's heaven will battle. Xueqi frowned. Is it because of Wang Wei? If nothing unexpected occurs, it will be between him and Di Tian. Tao Buddhism's Qi luck is connected to the myriad emperor world. So, it would be ideal to prove the Tao there. If I prove the Tao in otherworld communities, I might not be able to eradicate the absolute beginning magic completely. My master is aware of this, replied the monk, taking out a scroll and handing it over. You can participate in the final battle if you want. But, if all fails, this is your way out. Xueqi looked at the scroll's title. Merit Proving Tao Method. He quickly skimmed through it, his eyes becoming brighter with each page he read. Thank you. No need for formality. All you need is inside the space ring, added Monk Wuji. My master said Wang Wei will be a great ally, so try not to become enemies with him. Xueqi raised his brow. I know you want Buddhism to rule the upcoming era. But that's not possible. We already had our turn, so we must wait a while again to maintain the universe's balance. But, haven't we paid enough? Yes, nodded Monk Wuji. Our destruction was a mistake in the first place. An anomaly. So, Heavenly Tao owes us and will aid in our revival. But, it cannot allow us to rule another era so soon. Xueqi sighed in frustration. He had suspicions once he saw the glorious age of the myriad emperor world. Acquiring the yin-yang eyes required too many things to go right. And given how easy it was for him to create a flaw in the absolute beginning magic, he had suspicions that something was helping him. Of course, Xueqi did underestimate his efforts and contributions. Last thing, said Monk Wuji. Zhang Yuqing will definitely try to kill you. So, during this time, stay in your mansion behind the formations. The monk sighed aloud. The best course of action was to hide inside the western pure bliss land. However, I doubt Zhang Yuqing will give you a chance. Reverend, I can help you. You are not his opponent. So, there is no need to risk your life. That may be so, but I still have the heart of hope. Xueqi could live for long because the Buddhist sect blessed them with the hopes of the entire sect. This was the heart of hope. This blessing granted him many abilities, including pseudo-immortality, increased comprehension, and expert hiding methods. However, he also sacrificed it for battle strength. Don't waste such a precious thing, hurriedly said Monk Wuji. While proving the Tao, if you fail short of becoming an eternal emperor, you can use it to ask Heavenly Tao for help to give you a final push. Heavenly Tao owes the lower dimension of Buddhism a great karma since it was destroyed because of a miscalculation. As such, Xueqi can use the heart of hope to ask Heavenly Tao for help to become an eternal emperor. I understand, replied Xueqi. Monk Wuji nodded. Once everything is over, your main job is to quietly spread Buddhism as far as possible in the endless void. Xueqi escorted the monk out with a smile, and once he was alone, a sharp look appeared in his eyes. He looked at the scroll again before looking at a large number of purple spheres inside the space ring. If I can prove the Tao and use this merit method, I will be one of the most powerful Buddhas the lower dimension has ever seen. Only with such strength can I properly lead Buddhism. Although he admired the Maitreya, Feng Heng had his ambitions and goals. As such, he was unwilling to give up on the heaven will battle so easily. As for the lack of strength, sometimes, absolute strength does not determine the final victor. So, he went to rest, planning for the future. He decided to be cautious and stay in his mansion until the people from the upper dimension left. Wang Wei's mansion. Through the quantum array, he saw Monk Wuji sneaking into Feng Heng's mansion. He also saw the recording of Su Shi and Hua Fenghuang's visit. It was easy to guess Su Shi's motive because she was obsessed with her husband's revival. Regarding Hua Fenghuang, her motive could be many. So Wang Wei closed his eyes, connected to the karma thread he had on her, and divined some information. Bloodline? She wanted his bloodline? He thought. It seems the negotiation did not go as planned. Regrettably, this was all the information he could gather since Ao Tianyi seemed to have some weird power protecting him. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the information he got. He felt it would be a few days before the situation with the oath was resolved. So, he decided to use this time to increase his strength. He went to his space-time incarnation to enter a quick retreat. Using the primordial star essence from his ancestor and the human mushroom, he finally opened all 269 million acupoints, and his true power Tao realm strength reached 33 primordial dragon force. Wang Wei clenched his hand as he sensed the surge of power flowing through his veins. According to his calculations, he had 6-leaf immortal venerable strength if he used all his might, including domain and soul. And with the previous flaw in his Tao heart removed, he was in peak shape, ready for any challenge. After exiting his retreat, he received information that the trial would resume in 2 days. So, he checked on his other incarnations. Nothing much changed in such a short time. However, the Fate incarnation finally created the method for establishing the spiritual foundation/Fate Palace. And the other incarnations have already begun to create their Fate Palaces. They also began exchanging the materials that tempered their bodies with Chaos ones. According to his calculations, Wang Wei believed after the final fusion with his fleshly body, he would have the strength of 5 root Tao ancestors with 4.99% grand Tao source, the very pinnacle of Tao ancestors. Then, he will use science and technology to reach the 10th extremity. As for how to achieve that, he had some ideas. He would use the Emperor's blood and a unique spirit race. In the heavenly abode world, he found a stone bathed in Emperor's blood during his battle with D. Tian. Over the years, the stone gave birth to a spirit race born from Emperor's blood. Wang Wei has been nurturing the spirit race since he believed it could be helpful later. And after hearing his ancestors preach, he believed it could be used for him to reach the 10th extremity. 2 days later, Wang Wei flew to the trial's gathering place. Midway to his fly, he suddenly stopped before teleporting somewhere. Boom! He punched with all his strength, not holding back in the slightest. Bloodline battle. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at the crater he had created. He felt he had hit something, but at the same time, it was as if he had hit nothing but air. Moreover, he did not find a single drop of blood. This hooded figure is interesting, he thought as he tried to divine and calculate some information based on the interaction. However, the end result was disappointing. He then spread his divine sense in all directions, trying to find the hooded figure or any clues for that matter. Many people looked at him strangely. They saw him attack someone, but no one could remember who he attacked. And no one thought it was an anomaly that cultivators as powerful as them could not remember someone. A few seconds later, some people even believed Wang Wei was taking out his anger for unknown reasons. Gone, thought Wang Wei, shaking his head and flying to his position. Lord Spirit showed up not long after with the usual smile on her face. It was as if the previous thing had never occurred. "We have taken your concerns into account and have solved the problem," Lord Spirit said directly before looking at the upper-seated players. Then, Xiao Tiandi stood up begrudgingly and said, "Grand Dao above, I, Xiao Tiandi, swore to compete fairly in the competition. And if something happened to me, my sect and anyone related to me would not seek revenge, directly or indirectly. If I fail to keep my word, I will die a horrible death." As soon as he said these words, a purple lotus appeared from the sky, turning into a scroll with words written on them. Then, it entered Xiao Tiandi's sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he had already seen the flaw in this oath. If the faction of these geniuses decided to abandon them, they would be the ones paying the price. Their faction won't pay any consequences. However, he decided not to say anything since he knew of the change currently taking place in the lower dimension. As long as these factions could not readily interfere with him, everything else did not matter. Wang Wei then looked at Tong Ruobing, who was looking at him. He knew she also detected the loophole and wondered if I would do anything about it. So, he only smiled mysteriously, knowing she would probably overthink his action. After Xiao Tenai swore their oath, others did the same, including Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing. And none of them were happy about the situation. A few even gave Wang Wei dirty looks, but he did not care. Now that everyone has been dealt with, we can proceed with the combat aspect of the trial. Who will be the first challenger? No one said anything for a moment before someone took the first step. "Oh, Lady Hua. Excellent. Who do you want to challenge?" Lord Spirit said. "Ao Tiani," she replied succinctly. "Excellent choice. Young Master Aoi, if you don't mind?" Instead of replying, Ao Tiani frowned. "Why can she challenge me? She's not even a seeded player." "Those are the rules of the trial. So, please accept the challenge." Ao Tiani smacked his lips before flying in the air, and Hua Fenghuang followed him, staring at him from a distance of a dozen meters. She wanted his bloodline and would do anything to acquire it, even using force. Of course, Hua Fenghuang had her confidence. Although she performed mediocre during the entire trial, she had a valid reason. All 5 of her sacred beast bloodlines were not perfectly fused yet. And each time she perfected a fusion, she would receive some form of nourishment and drastically increase her strength. Now, she perfected all 5 bloodlines, bringing her power to another level. However, she could feel that the dragon bloodline was not on par with the others, affecting the balance. So, she wanted to fix the issue as soon as possible. "Let's test things first," Hua Fenghuang thought before rushing toward her opponent and punching him. Ao Tiani sneered as he returned the attack. When would he ever fear clashing head-on with people as a primordial dragon, born with a mighty fleshly body? Boom! The air shook due to the sheer force of these two's fists clashing. The clouds scattered, and if it were not for the powerful formation of the trial's space, everything would have shaken, and even the space would have been destroyed. After the first few punches, the two seem equal in power. This fact seemed to wound Ao Tiani's pride. So, he increased his strength and punched harder. Bang! Hua Fenghuang exploded into a pool of blood with one attack, making Ao Tianyi sneer even deeper. All primordial dragons with above-average talent can reach the strength of one primordial dragon force in the third layer of the true power Dao realm, without much effort. With his talent, he never had to temper his body, and he reached one primordial dragon force simply by maturing after a few million years. Then, after his father encouraged him to cultivate the clan's body refining method, he now had 10 primordial dragon force. A brilliant flame appeared on the position where Hua Fenghuang died, and her perfectly intact body reappeared. This dragon's body is more powerful than I anticipated, she thought. She thought she would have the advantage with her 22,000 dragon elephant force power. Unfortunately, her opponent had the power of the third realm. Nevertheless, she accomplished her objective by gazing at the opponent's fleshly body and defensive capabilities. She waved her hand to manifest a pure white saber, her bloodline artifact. The fifth stage of the primordial system is called the Bloodline Awakened Realm. And in this stage, the ancient cultivators can condense bloodline artifacts similar to proving Dao artifacts. Hua Fenghuang looked at her white tiger saber, and intense killing intent emanated from her body. The law of killing emanated from her body before slashing. An enormous red moon-shaped slash rushed toward Ao Tianyi at a speed faster than light. Immediately, the proud dragon felt a sense of danger, but his pride would not allow him to evade. So, lightning appeared all over his body to form armor. Slash! Ao Tianyi frowned as he rapidly analyzed what had occurred. The attack passed through his armor before leaving a wound a few centimeters deep. His scale skin did not protect him. His thunder armor should have worked. And even if it failed, his skin, which was a slightly weaker version of his scale, should have blocked the attack. Dao of killing. She killed my thunder, rendering it useless, before doing the same and killing my defense. You will pay for leaving a mark on my body, said Ao Tianyi before transforming into an enormous purple dragon that covered the sky for kilometers in diameter, despite coiling itself. An ancient and noble aura emanated from his body before opening his mouth to gather a large sphere of purple thunder. Innate law, thought Hua Fenghuang with a severe look. She knew her opponent had gotten serious and could not afford to make any mistakes. Chaos Thunder Bomb. Ao Tianyi spewed out the purple sphere at an unimaginable speed. Hua Fenghuang acted swiftly by slashing her saber, killing the Chaos Thunder. Regrettably, she only reduced its size to a fourth of its original. Boom! The thunderball exploded, generating a power akin to destruction, a power that could return things to chaos. Another bloodline artifact appeared before Hua Fenghuang in the shape of a turtle shell with a snake design on its back. The shell generated a black and white shield that protected. After the explosion, a hole could be seen in the shield, and half of Hua Fenghuang's body was now gone. Nevertheless, a bright red flame appeared on her body, regenerating the missing parts. Ao Tianyi's dragon face looked intently at his opponent. He remembered how annoying it was to battle true phoenixes with immortal flames. As long as they had access to energy, both of their own or between heaven and earth, they could regenerate infinitely. He opened his mouth to fire another Chaos Thunderbomb, and Hua Fenghuang disappeared in a burst of flame. Through flame teleportation, she appeared on the dragon's back. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this move as trees instantly sprouted from his back. The branches immediately went to capture Hua Fenghuang, who tried to evade. Unfortunately, a tree branch caught her foot. She immediately felt she could not teleport, and the tree absorbed her vitality. Furthermore, it also seemed to be rapidly sealing her regeneration abilities. Hua Fenghuang did not panic. Instead, she generated an intense flame. According to 5 elements generating theory, wood fuels fire. So, she wanted to use the trees to fuel her fire and destroy them. Unfortunately, she quickly learned that they were not ordinary wood as her immortal flame only burned small parts, having little to no effect. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi was not surprised. His wood attribute was the yellow chi wood. The yellow chi tree was one of the first trees in existence, capable of holding and nourishing all things in existence. With his unique yellow chi wood innate law that had a special, he could do many things with the tree. Hua Fenghuang's mind worked rapidly, knowing she needed a powerful attack to escape this situation. So, she acted decisively. 3 paths of law. Water-fire polarity. An enormous blue and red ball appeared before Hua Fenghuang before fusing, not into the color purple, but a half-blue and red sphere. Then, the dichromatic globe headed straight for the yellow chi tree. The orb contained the power of ice and fire infinitely altering between each other, creating the ultimate grinding machine, a machine capable of grinding any world to dust. As such, the tree branches only lasted for a moment before Hua Fenghuang regained her freedom. However, her attack also did not stop as it headed for Ao Tianyi's scale. The dragon's purple scale shone brilliantly as it resisted the cutting power of the sphere. Hua Fenghuang acted swiftly as she swung her saber, killing Ao Tianyi's defensive capability. Crack! Many cracks appeared on his dragon's scale. However, Ao Tianyi was not injured. He turned his body into thunder elements to evade the water-fire polarity. Ao Tianyi appeared a few dozen of meters aside, staring at his opponent with his eagle-like eyes. What an annoyance, he thought. He had a few methods he could use, but it would be beneath him to use them so soon, and not even against a seated player. Nevertheless, he decided to no longer play around. Dark clouds suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, covering a few hundred kilometers. Then, purple thunder began to fall from the sky with speed hundreds of times that of light. An infinite number of lightning bolts fell from the clouds, trying to erase Hua Fenghuang from heaven and earth. She did her best to evade, but she could not do so for all the bolts. As a result, she had to rely on her phoenix's regeneration to barely survive. On the ground, Wang Wei and the other participants watched the battle unfold. This dragon's strength is not bad. The current attack had reached one leaf immortal venerable strength, and he could tell the latter was holding back. So, his genuine strength was probably around 2 to 3 leaf. She's also holding back and hiding, thought Wang Wei as he looked at Hua Fenghuang. Her bloodline might have evolved to the point of giving birth to innate laws. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as some idea popped into his mind. He sensed the innate law Ao Tianyi used and could sense an unknown and mysterious power. It was more of a will. Innate laws, primordial laws, and grand Tao source. The 3 paths of laws. Wang Wei remembered the information he knew from his ancestors. The grand Tao source is the origin of all laws or Taos in the chaos universe, and it is the highest form of power. As the name implies, the grand Tao source is the root or origin of all laws, concepts, or rules that make up the entire universe. By controlling it, great emperors have no restraint wherever they go, whether it is primordial chaos or any chaos worlds. And by the time they become paragons, the level of control over these concepts reaches unimaginable. A cultivator has to become the sole controller of whatever Tao he cultivates, granting powerful authority. For example, a peak paragon who controls 100% of fire Tao can stripe the power of a paragon with only 99% control. And if the 99% paragon wants to reach the peak of the paragon realm, they have 2 options. Firstly, fight the peak paragon and remove their imprint in the fire Tao, replacing their opponent. Of course, it would be best if they were lucky and no one had this position. The second option is to make their Tao unique, for example, Yin fire, flower fire, sun fire, etc. In this situation, the peak fire paragon could only reduce the 99% fire paragon strength and not completely remove their control. With a unique Tao, the 99% fire paragon would essentially create a new grand Tao source of Yin fire or flower fire. At the beginning of the chaos universe, there were only 3,800 grand Tao sources, consistent with the 3,800 primary Taos. But, with the rise of cultivators, an infinite number of new sources appeared, blooming the universe into prosperity. Nevertheless, the paragons who controlled primary Taos had a vital position in the entire universe. So many people fought for their spot. As the controller of the root of all laws, emperors should be the most powerful and noble beings in existence, thought Wang Wei. However, the universe placed restrictions on them for balance. The power of order flashed in his eyes as he entered a state of enlightenment. Innate life forms follow the heavenly Tao path. Heavenly Tao boosted their innate laws. This is the reason many of them were on par with great emperors. However, as soon as an innate life form enters primordial chaos, they lose that boost. The same goes for fiend gods. They follow the primordial Tao path, and their primordial laws are boosted by primordial chaos itself. If they leave, their laws are also weakened. Great emperors follow the grand Tao path, comprehending the source and not being affected by the environment. Another way for the universe to maintain balance is to grant fiend gods and innate demon gods stronger fleshly bodies, allowing them to compete with the grand Tao path. As Wang Wei entered this deep state of enlightenment, he could see how the chaos universe developed when after its birth. He could see how these 3 paths were distinct, mutually exclusive. However, as time passed, life in the universe began to merge and evolve. Innate demon gods and fiend gods proved the Tao and walked the grand Tao path, while emperors began to temper their bodies to be on par with these blessed races. Under normal circumstances, these three paths should be a pyramid. After walking in the heavenly Tao path, a cultivator should evolve into the primordial Tao path before eventually comprehending the Tao source. However, the heaven will created a shortcut that allowed cultivators to skip all the other paths. Its existence is a form of disorder. Yin-yang, balance, disorder and order. The heaven will's existence allowed for the rapid development of the universe's inhabitants without grave consequences. And the habitants' development benefits the universe, creating a positive change and development cycle. The Choas universe's strict order, rulers, and balance make one wonder if its creation was artificial or natural, thought Wang Wei as he ended his enlightenment. He felt his mind clear as he sublimated his spirit. Although his strength did not improve much, Wang Wei did not mind. Order and disorder laws had many benefits since they allowed him to understand the universe and its operation better. And every time he does so, it becomes easier for him to divine or calculate information, easier to see and comprehend laws. It becomes easier to achieve his goal of attaining absolute freedom. Wang Wei could also feel that understanding the chaos universe would benefit him greatly in the future. Wang Wei sensed something and looked opposite him when he saw Xiao Qiandi looking at him with one eye. Interesting. He covered his enlightenment to not alert anyone, but the opponent detected something, even though Chu Luo right next to him did not do so. The innate grand source physique, the ultimate physique of the grand Tao path. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at the fight. He could tell the outcome would soon be determined. Hua Fenghuang looked haggard and pale. She had regenerated too many times and reached her limit. If it was not for her willpower, dying or coming close to death so many times would have affected most cultivators. Nevertheless, she persevered as her plans finally succeeded. The law of luck flashed on her body, and Ao Tianyi made a mistake out of nowhere. His control of thunder laws caused a small backlash to his body and injured him. Hua Fenghuang acted swiftly as she used her slaughter law, directly linking to Ao Tianyi's heart. Swish! An enormous beating heart appeared before her. Without hesitation, she took a void-breaking talisman and disappeared from the trial. "My heart!" roared the dragon, his anger uncontrollable. He turned back to his human form with two horns, except he had a gaping hole in his chest. Without hesitation, he took a few pills from his space ring to swallow them. In an instant, the gaping hole disappeared, and his heart regenerated. However, the dragon was furious beyond describable words. His first instinct was to call his Tao protector to go after Hua Fenghuang, but he remembered his oath. So, he decided to go after her himself. However, he remembered his father's words on the importance of this task. Ao Tianyi's face then twisted in strange ways for the next few seconds. He wanted to get his revenge, but he also knew what to prioritize. Ultimately, he controlled himself to focus on his task. He looked at the seated players with red eyes. Then, he glanced at Lord Spirit. "Since she ran away, is this considered my victory?" "That's correct. Can I challenge people now?" "If you wish." "Second seat, I challenge you." Wang Wei smiled. "Little dragon, are you sure you want to make this mistake? Don't waste my time, and watch your tongue when speaking to me." "Hee. As you wish. Anyway, I also want a dragon heart." Domain's power. Wang Wei flew to the sky, looking oddly at Ao Tianyi. "What's with the look? I feel pity for what is about to happen to you. You could have lived your entire life without suffering as much as you will today." "You." "Enough nonsense," said the prideful dragon. He did not waste time and immediately transformed into his original shape. Meanwhile, Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain, assuming control of the surrounding. Then, he received a divine hint and used his mother's darkness power to isolate the sight of everyone watching this battle. He even installed many formations inside the domain to prevent other forms of spying. As such, the participants on the ground can only see a massive sphere of darkness covering thousands of kilometers in the sky. Many people with eye-secret techniques tried their best to see if they could see through the darkness. Unfortunately, even Xiao Qiandi could not see anything inside. Of course, he also did not try much. After his first attempt failed, he gave up using other methods. As for Ao Tianyi, he frowned after sensing he was in a domain. He immediately used the technique of law oscillation to make his innate laws vibrate and resonate with the surrounding, effectively rendering domains useless to him. Regrettably, Ao Tianyi soon discovered his method was useless. His technique did not even weaken the effect of the domain. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei. He had never seen this technique before. He wondered if it was unique to the upper dimension or if some other cultivation system that did not have domains also had it. Most people will use domain to combat domain or use brute force to break them. Maybe the primordial system had such a method, but it was lost to history, rapidly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi sensed it was his opportunity when the enemy was distracted to attack. So, he created numerous tree branches before coating them with his chaos thunder, creating a thunder aura around the branches. This attack was the perfect combination of his two innate laws. Unfortunately for him, with just one look, his attack stopped as if frozen in time. And to his horror, Ao Tianyi realized he also was immobile. Wang Wei then waved his hand, and the tree disappeared. There are so many ways I could end this battle, Wang Wei said. For example, death. As soon as he said this word, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Ao Tianyi, and he could feel his body begin to decay. His scale became as thin and fragile as a piece of wood. His majestic dragon body became as thin as a dry mummy, and his vitality diminished at an unfathomable speed. Ao Tianyi pushed his innate law to its maximum to stop the process, but it was useless. Horror and fear overwhelm his mind, thinking about how he will die in just a moment. And right before his demise, he heard his enemy say, "Life," and the process stopped before reverting to his formal appearance. Interesting, isn't it? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. But there is more time. Then, the powers of time began to affect Ao Tianyi. The dragon rapidly controlled his fear and acted swiftly. He revealed his third and finally innate law, fire. He fused chaos fire, yellow chi wood, and chaos thunder into a protective armor. He planned to use chaos thunder fire to burn or destroy time itself, while the yellow chi wood protected him from any residual power. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless. Wang Wei's time law overwhelmed his innate laws, and Ao Tianyi found his body rapidly aging backward. His kilometers-long body began to shrink until he was the size of his adolescent year, pre-adolescence, and early childhood. But to his horror, things did not stop there. Under that power, he eventually returned to the egg stage of his development while retaining his memories and consciousness. While inside that egg, all vulnerable and powerless, Ao Tianyi could feel he would cease to exist with a thought from his opponent. He would turn into a state as if he was never born. Wang Wei snapped his finger, reverting the dragon to his original state. However, Ao Tianyi could not move, simply out of fear. Wang Wei slowly flew before the dragon while talking. Domains are horrifying when the power gap between two people is overwhelming. Wang Wei stood in front of the dragon's eyebrow between his two deer horns. He slowly raised his hand to touch it, and Ao Tianyi jerked his head back. At least, he tried to. However, when he saw the cold stare Wang Wei gave him, the overwhelming fear once again flooded his mind, rendering him immobile. This was not a technique or the power of the domain, it was pure fear. Wang Wei calmly placed his hand on the dragon's forehead and pulled out a phantom version of Ao Tianyi. It was his soul. Under Wang Wei's control, the soul quickly shrunk until it was the size of his palm. "Let's see what is in your memory," he muttered as he reviewed the dragon's life. From his time as an egg to the present, Ao Tianyi has lived over 100 million years, and Wang Wei skimmed through them rapidly. He learned many things about the upper dimension in greater detail. However, there were many powerful seals in Ao Tianyi's memories, some of which he did not dare approach. Wang Wei frowned as he was not satisfied with the cultivation techniques he got from the latter's memories. He wanted some secret techniques that were truly powerful or unique. "Let's try something else," he thought before a small black and white wheel appeared next to the dragon's soul. The wheel rotated as it shone on the soul, and with each rotation, Ao Tianyi underwent reincarnation or samsara. Through repeated reincarnations, Wang Wei wanted to wash away the seals in the latter's memories. "My experiments failed," he thought after forcing Ao Tianyi to undergo hundreds of reincarnations in just a few seconds. He wanted to know if he could use this method to wash away karma. And his method succeeded. Unfortunately, an unknown power acted and stopped his actions. So, Wang Wei guessed Heavenly Tao would not allow a mortal to wash away karma for people through this method since such power is only allowed by great emperors. Another experiment he tried was to see if this technique could help others go through the orthodox path of the nine-extremity foundation. However, this part did not work even a little bit. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was satisfied since he broke some powerful seals inside. So, he learned what he could. Most of them were useless to him except for one particular one. It was a memory of Ao Tianyi and his father, Ao Jing. The latter explained in detail a secret technique of the primordial dragon clan to boost the bloodline process of tempering the body. This method should help me optimize the Fiend God 12 body revolution, thought Wang Wei as he listened attentively. Then, something odd happened. The older dragon suddenly looked directly at him. The memory of it suddenly became alive. "Young lad," said the dragon directly toward Wang Wei. "Interesting. Is this some form of mimetic power?" Wang Wei remained calm before answering. "Are you Ao Tianyi's father?" "That's right," replied Ao Jing. "You don't seem scared. If the lower dimension were not blocked, I would be." "You know a lot," replied Ao Jing. "I won't stay for long. All I have to say is don't kill my son. You can make him suffer, but don't kill him." "That's very unexpected." Wang Wei really did not expect these words to come out from Ao Tianyi's father. "My son's cultivation journey has been too smooth. It's about time he suffered some major setbacks." "No problem. But how far do you want me to go?" "You can break his Tao heart, but don't completely annihilate it." "No problem," said Wang Wei. "You're a good father." "I try my best," said Ao Jing. Raising a son alone was hard without his mother. But he tried his best. "All right, I'm leaving," said the older dragon before disappearing, and Wang Wei was kicked out from Ao Tianyi's Sea of Consciousness. "This should be a lesson to me. I should not so easily try to search the souls of these geniuses from the upper dimension," muttered Wang Wei before looking at Ao Tianyi's soul. "Now, what should I do with you?" "Let's begin by wiping your memories." Since he knew these upper-seated players wanted to observe the lower-dimension geniuses and learn about their capabilities, he could not allow Ao Tianyi to remember everything that occurred during the battle. So, he erased the latter's memories, including the trace he used samsara on his soul. He even placed a method on the latter's soul in case someone tried to use the power of time to see Ao Tianyi's past memories. He used counter-divination methods and counter-yin-yang calculations, then sealed and removed all traces that he had modified the latter's memories. Of course, he left the trace of searching through Ao Tianyi's soul since his father already knew. "Well, all these methods might be useless against some of these powerful cultivators," muttered Wang Wei as he realized a problem. Then, he shrugged as there was nothing he could do about that. It was now too late, and there was nothing he could do to fix this problem. After all, no matter how clever he was powerless before the might and method of a paragon. In that case, let's just leave it to luck. Wang Wei knew he was a lucky individual, so it was not a problem to rely on it. Furthermore, even if it did not work, the only consequence was his existence would be known to the 7 parasites sooner than later. So, he placed Ao Tianyi's soul back into his body. I should probably give them some information as a misdirection. It could help with the situation. After coming up with his plan, he decided to have a brief fight with Ao Tianyi, revealing some of his strength or hidden trump cards. Plus, I also need to torment this man, break his mind and Tao heart so his great father can fix him. Order. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Gordon under 4421 for the chapter. After dealing with Ao Tianyi's memories, Wang Wei began to fight the latter as if it was their first battle. After opening his eyes, the only thing the dragon remembered was he was in a domain, and his technique was useless against its power. So, he prepared to use brute force to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered what information to reveal. The information needed to be new and somewhat valuable, not garner more suspicions. "I'll reveal my order law." His order and disorder law were not mainly used for battle, but he could if he wanted to. Order. No transformation, only human shape. As soon as Wang Wei said these words, a mighty power descended on Ao Tianyi, canceling his dragon transformation. He tried very hard to resist, and for a brief moment, he did succeed. But it only lasted for a few seconds before Wang Wei overwhelmed him. Then, he returned to his human shape. Ao Tianyi was unhappy as he could only exert 70 to 80% of his strength in this form. "Little dragon, do you want to give up? Give me your heart and scale, and everything will be all right." Ao Tianyi suddenly felt an uncontrollable fire in his heart. He opened his mouth to fire a Choa's Thunder Firebomb. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei said, "Order, immunity to chaos fire and thunder." Boom! The attack hit on him, generating a powerful explosion. However, Wang Wei appeared to be completely intact. He looked at the tiny burn mark on his skin. Interesting. Because I have a chaos flame, I was immune to its attribute. However, I've only got 99% immunity to the thunder. He found some restraint to his order laws besides the ones he already knew. For example, all the orders he executed applied to him and his opponent in the domain, meaning he also could not use any form of transformation. The only way to negate this rule is to use disorder law, but that's also limited. Alright, let's try some other things. Order. No laws of any path can be used. Disorder. The exception is the person with the highest soul strength. Ao Tianyi's face changed as he sensed the power of order working on him. However, he relaxed when he discovered his innate laws were not affected. You truly overestimate yourself. How could a mortal affect innate laws that heaven and earth itself bless? I see, muttered Wang Wei, ignoring his words. Innate laws are unique, and if I want to affect them, a price of equal values is needed. Order. Law banning. Disorder. Highest soul power as exception. Price. Divine punishment thunder. Instantly, Ao Tianyi felt he lost control of his innate laws. The power of order sealed them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he could not use the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body. No, no, no. Impossible, roared Ao Tianyi as he tried everything possible to eliminate the restriction. Secret technique. Bloodline burning. A terrifying power came deep inside his body, drastically increasing his aura. Ao Tianyi's strength reached the beginning of Immortal Venerable 3-leaf in an instant. And with newfound power, he tried removing the restriction on him. Your blood is too valuable, so this cannot be allowed, said Wang Wei. Order. No secret techniques. Dang. Ao Tianyi's technique ceased to work, and his power dropped to 1 leaf. A look of despair appeared on his face. He had lost many battles before, especially before his bloodline became mature. However, this was the first time he felt so powerless when dealing with an opponent. It was like he was nothing but an ant whose fate and destiny was out of its control. He hated the feeling to the core. Order. Only the fleshly body can be used in this battle. Disorder. After one clash, the person with the strongest body will be the only one capable of using it. So, little dragon, are you ready? Asked Wang Wei with a smile that seemed devious and terrifying to Ao Tianyi. He bit the tip of his tongue to use the pain to overcome his trembling heart. He gathered all the strength of his fleshly body before rushing toward his opponent. He knew the latter was powerful from the information he had collected. However, he still had a chance. After all, as a chaos life form, he was born gifted with a strong body. Boom. Crack. Ao Tianyi's arm twisted behind him in an odd and terrifying manner. He did not scream or even wince in pain. However, he looked defeated, like someone whose worldview was shattered. And as he sensed the power in his body leave, the sense of despair he felt skyrocketed. You had no chance from the beginning, commented Wang Wei. Although the confrontation appeared fair, it was not. When Wang Wei prevented the use of transformation, Ao Tianyi could only use 80% of his power. The argument could be made that he was also at a loss since he could not use the ancient desolate transformation. However, his transformation boosted his strength, while the dragon form was Ao Tianyi's natural body. Labeling it as a transformation was a technical loophole. Wang Wei knew these techniques, rules, or restraints of order law were the advantage of this law. If used correctly, he can make the environment benefit him while weakening his opponent. Of course, once he meets an opponent on equal ground as him, the power of order would not be as absolute. But he had already thought of other ways to use it. For example, applying the order rules only to himself and not involved. For example, he would allow his domain to only work on him, use order to boost his attacks or spells, and do a bunch of other things. It could even be used as a defensive measure. Wang Wei looked Ao Tianyi directly in the eyes. How does it feel to be as helpless as a mortal? I could crush you as easily as an ant in your current state. Shut up, yelled Ao Tianyi. Don't worry. I'll make sure you will never forget this day. Don't. My father will not let you get away with this. Have you forgotten the oath you took? Ao Tiany's face became pale. He also remembered that his father could not descend into the lower dimension to save him. Do you remember what I said I would do you the first time we met? By now, Ao Tiany's face had lost all colors. Your scale, heart, muscle, blood, and flesh are precious. And I want them all, Wang Wei said calmly in a soft voice. Now I cannot kill you, so I will need some help to help you regenerate the body parts I'm going to take. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Ao Tiany looked at him with a blank look on his face, not capable of answering. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This genius state of mind was worse than he anticipated. Although he has been using intimidation and his soul power to elicit fear into him, he did not expect him to crumble so easily. Let me be more direct. I do not want to use my resources to heal you. So, hand over your space ring. Do not make me use drastic measures to get it myself. Ao Tiany then subconsciously handed his space ring, even deactivating the seal to allow Wang Wei to access the contents inside. Then, Wang Wei did as he said. He took the dragon's scale, muscles, heart, bones, blood, and a big piece of his flesh to cook later. During the process, Ao Tiany was alive and felt everything. Wang Wei wanted to use the pills inside the latter's space ring to help regenerate these body parts. However, he quickly discovered he had never seen any of these pills before and decided to keep them for himself to study. So, he used the ones he had instead. As for the reassure inside, he did not take them because he could sense some powerful marks on them. They most likely belonged to the primordial dragon race in the upper dimension. He did not want to complicate the situation by forcing the dragon race to abandon Ao Tiany as they tried to regain their precious treasure. Finally, Wang Wei looked at Ao Tiany with a look of horror and despair. The man looked like he had experienced indescribable horrors. Maybe I went too far, thought Wang Wei as he checked Ao Tiany's body. His Dao heart is not completely broken, so his father should be able to fix him. So he patted the latter's shoulder. Don't blame me. Blame your father. Although he saved your life, he also placed you in this situation. Wang Wei had no regret in putting Ao Jing under the bus. However, he doubted Ao Tiany could help him in his state. The information I revealed should be enough to show my status as an overlord but not too much to be suspicious. Hopefully. Then, he closed his domain along with the power of darkness, returning to the trial area. The participants could immediately see who the winner was after seeing Ao Tiany's dazed look. And when they saw the anguish in the latter's eyes, they wondered what terrible thing had happened to him. They gave Wang Wei odd looks, but he ignored them. All Wang Wei cared about was how much destiny he acquired after defeating Ao Tiany. The amount was quite large compared to when he defeated Heaven Chosen from the lower dimension. He did not know whether this was normal or a result of the recent changes in the lower dimension. Sword will clash. Wang Wei flew to his seat while ignoring the weird gaze of everybody else. However, as soon as he sat down, Tong Ruobing asked him, "You didn't really take his scale, blood, muscle and heart, did you?" She remembered the conversation on the first day. And based on what she knew about Wang Wei, it would not be below him to do so. "You sly wench, don't accuse me of doing such horrible things," replied Wang Wei with righteousness. "He's only like that because I placed on some powerful illusion." Tong Ruobing sneered. She watched the fight he had with Ji Song and how he essentially cooked the latter in a fit of rage. As such, he would never underestimate this man's cruelty. His behavior of hiding his fight is weird, she thought. Could it be he did not want others to know what he did to the dragon, or is there another reason he wants to hide? Tong Ruobing decided to wait and observe. Although she wanted to test her strength in comparison to these upper-seeded players and acquire some destiny and luck in the process, she also did not want to drag her faction into some conflict beyond their means. And since she had already detected the loophole in the Dao Oath, Tong Ruobing wanted to be more careful. Maybe this trial's inheritance was not worth all the effort. Anyways, during this trial, she has benefited greatly. Her soul mutated, allowing her to use the power of the origin talisman better. Immortal child Xueqi was fidgeting inside despite her calm exterior. She did not have the guts to fight any of these geniuses, even with the oath. Her parents were only two loose cultivators lucky enough to be blessed by a great emperor and achieve immortality. Although she appeared noble due to her birth, her background was the worst among all the people present. With her dad's death, her background was further reduced. Maybe I should finally join a sect. Her parents have always been proud of the idea of cultivating a mighty loose cultivator emperor. So, she never joined any factions despite always being hunted. Xueqi had her pride as a loose cultivator. However, after seeing the participants, she understood the benefit of a powerful faction. It was not just about resources but protection and guidance. If she were from a renowned emperor lineage, her mother would not always have to hide and run. No, there is no need for a faction. My father and mother are proud of being loose cultivators, and I will make them happy by proving the Tao is one, she thought with determination. However, she also realized she had little chance of winning this inheritance, unless something extraordinary happened in the last mysterious trial section. And without the inheritance, she had no chance of proving the Tao in her world community. The only option left for her was to go to a weaker world community and prove the Tao. But she did not want to do it. Maybe I can ask the final winner to owe them some karma. Light race great emperors had a higher threshold for the number of people they could wash away for. So she was precious. And if that did not work, she could promise the final winner with her position for immortal venerables and Tao ancestors, thus increasing their factions. It's decided. Let's do that. Jingwu Hua remained composed, her thoughts only known to her. Although she also wanted to take a bite of Ao Tianyi and get her hands on her bloodline, she did not dare. Her father was on the upper dimension, and she did not know how he was doing. She did not want to take any actions that could affect or place him in danger. So, she decided just to watch how things unfolded. Ao Tianyi took his seat with a dazed look. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the opposite side or Wang Wei. Then Lord Spirit spoke. Who is the next challenger? Are you going to challenge Zhang Yucheng? Asked Wang Wei through divine sense. How do you know? You're a swordsman. So, of course you would challenge him. I guess that makes sense. But what do you want? I want to warn you that you are not his opponent. If you want to challenge him, I recommend doing a pure swordsmanship test. Wang Wei estimated Ji Lanfang's strength at the peak of 1 leaf immortal venerable. And this was not his limit. The latter was only tier 8 like him, and by the time he reached a realm similar to Quasi-Emperor, his power should reach 3 leaf. But even then, he would not be Zhang Yucheng's opponent. The swordsman frowned for a moment, pondering. He took a big gulp from his gourd before saying, I want to challenge the Taoist priest. Young Master Ji, are you sure? Asked Zhang Yucheng. I know I may not be your opponent. So, let's do a battle in the way of the sword. That's fine by me, replied the young Taoist priest as he flew to the sky, and the drunk swordsman followed him. My myriad sword soul physique allows me to learn and use many different sword wills, Zhang Yucheng said as he took out a black and white sword. I've fought and defeated many swordsmen. I've learned from them until I surpassed them. Are you implying I will be the same? Zhang Yucheng only smiled in response. Ji Lanfang shook his head at his opponent's remark. He took out his own sword, which was completely dark with no designs. It appeared like a normal sword forged by a mortal blacksmith with mediocre abilities. My sword will is about speed. I believe speed is absolute, and absolute speed is the ultimate path of the sword. Zhang Yucheng shook his head as he did not like these pure swordsmen. Let's begin with something common. Gold sword will. Gold is the embodiment of sharpness in the 5 elements, hence a favorite Tao cultivated by many swordsmen. Zhang Yucheng swung his sword to create a moon-shaped slash. However, he did not use any energy, fleshly body, spiritual strength, or laws. The slash was the physical manifestation of his sword Tao understanding, the representation of his sword will. Ji Lanfang's eyes lit up after seeing the attack. Not bad. But not good enough. He swung his sword to generate his sword will. His slash easily destroyed his opponent before continuing to Zhang Yucheng. What a fast sword. Let's test something else. Earth sword will. The new slash he created easily blocked Ji Lanfang's attack. Swordsmen are considered the ultimate attackers. Yet, the basic sword moves contained parrying or defending. I do not understand why so many of you are so obsessed with attacks when defending is also a part of the sword. Good question. And the answer is simple. The sword is a weapon for killing, commented Ji Lanfang before attacking again, this time even faster. Endless void, a secret realm. A hooded individual suddenly appeared before coughing off blood in his hand. I thought I overestimated his ability, but I was still wrong. How can a man who reached such height be defined by common logic? He blamed himself for not being more careful. Although the hooded person knew the reason for his detection was probably because he was too confident in his hiding method and because he could not control his emotions, he should not have spent so much time staring at the young Fate Domination Emperor. This is a warning to me. I've prepared for so long, so I should control my emotions and not make such a mistake. The hooded shadow knew this was the opportunity he's been waiting for. The Empress was not with the young Fate Domination Emperor, and the lower dimension of this Choas world was not blocked, preventing outside interference. So, after swallowing a few pills, he headed to a house nearby. Inside a secret room, he activated a formation. A few seconds later, dozens of shadowy figures appeared, with no appearances. Avenger, what do you want? It's almost time to act, replied the hooded figure named Avenger. Already? It's only been 10,000 years. I don't care about that, said one of the figures. What about the things you promised us? I will give you another quarter. What about the remaining half? You can get it after you kill the target, replied Avenger. Then, he continued in a harsh voice. Do your best according to the contract. If not, you know the price you'll pay. Since you have delivered, we will also keep our end of the bargain. That's good. Remember the plan. Be swift and use all your strength. Do not give him time to brief, let alone think or talk. You're worrying too much. Avenger internally sneered. Only he knew how powerful this man would one day become. And with his intelligence, as long as he has less than a nanosecond to think, he will find a way out of any situation. If you want the remaining reward, do as I said. Whatever you say. Then, all the figures dispersed as if they had never existed. Hypocrisy. Ji Lanfang's attack sliced through the Earth Sword will as easy as a knife through butter. Nevertheless, the Earth Sword will was resilient and persistent like the Earth. So, it reformed after destruction to continue confronting Ji Lanfang's sword will. Then, through sheer persistence, it blocked the attack before the enemy's attack reached its creator. Not bad, commented Zhang Yuqing. How about this? 5 elements sword will. All things in the universe originate from the 5 elements. The 5 elements are the embodiment of balance. He created a sword slash that would alternate between 5 colors symbolizing the elements. Any things that travel faster than the speed of light has broken the balance of the universe, Ji Lanfang replied before casually swinging his sword. His sword will instantly broke the perfect balance in the 5 elements, destroying the sword will. Zhang Yuqing frowned before waving his sword to create a black and white protective film before him. Yin-yang sword will, said Ji Lanfang. Although I pursue speed, I also know the concept of solitary yang cannot exist without yin. At extreme speed, time can be perceived to be slow. Ji Lanfang stabbed his sword, creating a sword will that alternated between speed and slowness. When the stab touched the yin-yang protective shield, it also broke the balance of yin and yang before heading toward Zhang Yuqing. The young Taoist priest squinted his eyes before using a blood-red slash to cancel Ji Lanfang's sword will. Then, he became serious as he knew this battle would not be as easy as he thought. Try this slaughter sword will. Zhang Yuqing created a second blood-red slash. And when everyone laid eyes on it, they could see a vision of a young swordsman who spent his entire life on the battlefield. The young swordsman killed and killed to temper his swordsmanship. It did not matter whether it was humans, demons, gods, or devils. Everyone and everything felt at his sword, including his friends and family. The only thing the swordsman cared about was tempering his slaughter sword will. The number of lives in his hand was simply incalculable. At some point, he did not care to calculate. A fast sword could prevent slaughter and save lives, said Ji Lanfang. His attack then created a vision of another swordsman in blue. The swordsman appeared before the slaughterer swordsman and cut off his head before he began his mass killing. So, his attack once again defeated Zhang Yuqing's sword will. How annoying, thought the young priest before his sword exuded a weird fluctuation and stopped the opponent's attack. I met a swordsman who believed that the sword was not the best tool for cutting, said Zhang Yuqing with a composed face. He believed space was the ultimate cutting tool. Try his space-cutting sword will. As he swung his sword, he bent the space around in the form of a moon-shaped slash. This attack could cut off anything as it was literally separating the space of anything it touched into 2. The speed of my swords has transcended time and space, Ji Lanfang said casually. With a swing of his sword, he easily cut the space-cutting sword will. and his attack also did not stop on its track. But then, something unexpected occurred. A white slash came from Zhang Yuqing, and before Ji Lanfeng could react, he had a slash scar on his chest. He calmly looked at the wound on his chest. Although it appeared as if he had lost, he knew it was not the truth. His opponent used his power despite the agreement of their confrontation only with skill. "Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry. It was a mistake on my part," hurriedly said Zhang Yuqing with a sincere tone. "No, you did it on purpose," commented Ji Lanfeng calmly. "Excuse me. Sword will not lie. You could not accept your defeat, so you use your power," he continued. "I can sense the impurity in your sword will. This was not a mistake but a calculated move. Fellow Taoist, please do not slander my name. You will never be a real swordsman if you are so closed-minded," Ji Lanfeng commented while looking directly into Zhang Yuqing's eyes. Then, he calmly flew back to his seat and drank his alcohol. Meanwhile, all eyes were on Zhang Yuqing, with most people being judgmental. Nothing is worse than a cultivator who cannot keep his word in a friendly competition. TCHP. All these upper dimension geniuses have been a disappointment so far. One is prideful beyond reason, and the other is small-minded and cannot accept defeat. Everyone heard these words because of the previously quiet atmosphere. So, everyone looked toward the speaker. It was one of the participants whose results could only be described as subpar during the trial. And the person had a shocked look on his face after saying these things, and he became horrified when he felt all the gazes on him. He reached his breaking when he sensed the fury emanating from Zhang Yuqing's body. Without hesitation, he took a jade talisman and crushed it. He disappeared from the trial space. Zhang Yuqing tried extremely hard to control the veins popping on his forehead. While maintaining his pure Taoist demeanor, he flew back to his seat. It seems that Zhang Yuqing's reputation might not be good in the upper dimension, thought Wang Wei. He did not see any surprise from the others after Ji Lanfeng's accusations. Meanwhile, Monk Wuji shook his head in agreement. From Ao Tianyi's memories, Wang Wei knew there were some nasty rumors about Zhang Yuqing. However, the two barely interacted since the eternal ascension was vast beyond words could describe. "The winner of this battle is Ji Lanfeng," declared Lord Spirit with a calm tone. Zhang Yuqing, who quickly returned to his pure and gentle facade, cupped his hand and bowed to Lord Spirit. "This is how things should be." He then looked at Ji Lanfeng and also bowed. "Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for my mistake. It was a genuine mistake. I am also sorry you feel this way about me. I would never do such a thing." Ji Lanfeng took another sip of his drink. "The sword does not lie." He then closed his eyes to focus on healing his injury. Zhang Yuqing smiled, not minding the latter's response. What a hypocrite, thought Wang Wei. Although there was nothing wrong with the latter's facial expression, he could see the emotions emanating from his body using some of Su Ya's techniques. They were the rage, hatred, annoyance, and the desire to kill. Wang Wei turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing, who was staring at him. "What is it? Have you become enamored with me? Well, I can tell you don't have a single chance. Not only because I'm a faithful man but because my wife is more beautiful, talented, powerful, has a better personality, and is richer and sexier than you." Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes and stopped looking at him. She only stared because she thought he was responsible for the actions of the participants who previously spoke. She thought he placed some spiritual hints on him and wanted to see if she could gather some information based on his facial expression, reaction, and body language. "Who is the next challenger?" Lord Spirit asked. "I am," replied Shi Shangyan as she stood up. After discussing with the patriarch, she first decided to watch things fold out. However, she also wanted to test the strength of these lower dimension geniuses to determine her next step. "And who are you challenging?" "Young Lady Tong," replied Shi Shangyan. She wanted to test the level of the myriad Emperor World's Heaven Chosens and decide whether to prove the Tao there or go somewhere else. Based on her observation, Tong Ruobing was on the upper echelons in terms of strength but was not at the pinnacle. So, she was the best target to test the waters. Moreover, her actions can reduce the suspicions of the others and delay the time they learn of their clan's betrayals, and she can get some destiny after winning. "Tong Ruobing?" asked Lord Spirit. "I accept the challenge," she replied after a few seconds of pondering. She wanted to test the ground, and starting from fourth place was an excellent way to test the overall strength of these people. From how Wang Wei behaved during his fight with Ao Tianyi, I believe that these people might be here not only for the inheritance, and he also knows something about it. Maybe I can use this opportunity to gather more information. Tong Ruobing knew the importance of knowledge and information. Her interaction with Wu Ming proved their importance as one piece of information fundamentally altered her destiny. Wang Wei's single idea made her one of the most powerful heaven-chosen of the myriad emperor world, granting her a high chance at proving the Tao and achieving immortality. Lord Spirit, what about my previous request? Asked Tong Ruobing. It has been approved. You can fight inside the Trials Pagoda where there is a world with complete laws. Excellent, Tong Ruobing thought. With laws, she can use law resonance and display her full power. Mortal and immortal Qi. Tong Ruobing and Shi Shangyan entered the pagoda for their battles. A projection appeared in the middle of the participants for them to witness everything. These two found themselves floating above a large plain with mountains and forests in the distance. There were no houses or living habitats, only endless vivid green. They stared at each for a moment, gathering their auras and momentum. Then, Shi Shangyan went on the offensive. She waved her to manifest millions of enormous galaxies. Then, she dropped them on her opponent. That attack, thought Tong Ruobing. I did not sense any laws. It's pure energy. It should be star qi. Tong Ruobing pointed at the fallen galaxies and used a decomposition talisman. Her talisman resonated with the laws of this world before activating. It tried to decompose the attack and revert it to its original qi form. Unfortunately, she failed. So, Tong Ruobing Xueqi used another talisman with a frown. Swallowing talisman, a small rune appeared before Tong Ruobing. Then, it swallowed all the galaxies in a matter of seconds. However, she was not out of danger yet. As soon as she dealt with the galaxies, Tong Ruobing detected her surroundings had changed. On the left side were millions of black spheres, and the other had the same quantity of white spheres. Black and white hole, she thought. And she was correct. The left side had a powerful gravitational pull that wanted to swallow her. Meanwhile, the right side had an equally powerful gravitational push that wanted to squash her into puree fruit. As the person caught in the middle, the feeling of constantly being pushed and pulled by a powerful force was a nightmare. So, Tong Ruobing acted swiftly. Gravity-canceling talisman She used an instant talisman to cancel the gravitational power of both black and white holes. However, she also went on the offensive. Energy-suppressing talisman Tong Ruobing noticed the enemy only used pure Qi/energy attacks. And all her spells were abnormally powerful. As such, she concluded that there was a 70% chance she was a pure energy cultivator. It would make sense, given Shi Shangyan's identity as a celestial race. Of course, there is also the 20% chance she hid her law power as a trump card. However, if that was the case, Tong Ruobing determined this battle might be harder than anticipated based on how powerful her Qi spells were. As for the remaining 10%, it was possible that her Qi attacks were more powerful than even her laws, so she only used them for battle. Although this conclusion appeared logical, there were some truths behind it. Pure energy systems were weaker than law ones because they usually created third-class emperors. Laws and Daos were subsets of the Grand Dao source. As such, cultivators usually comprehend them before in preparation for understanding their Grand Dao source. However, pure Qi cultivators do not have this opportunity. After acquiring the Heaven Will, they skip directly to comprehend the Grand Dao source, creating many third-class emperors. In the Endless Void's history, only one individual became an eternal emperor from a pure energy cultivation system. A strange force field emanated from Tong Ruobing's talisman before surrounding Shi Shangyan, and the field could limit her control and power of her Qi. However, she only sneered in response. Shi Shangyan pointed two finders toward her opponent. Then, her Qi changed from the previous star attribute to a space. Space compression spell immediately. Tong Ruobing felt the space around begin to compress her into a biscuit. She could tell she could not run away or teleport from this attack. She immediately used a space-twisting talisman to take back control of the surrounding space. Unfortunately, she only temporarily delayed the spell's effect. Something is wrong. Her spells are too powerful. She focused on the battle without the time to properly analyze the situation being this anomaly, and using law resonance to create space-related talismans cannot reach its full potential of space laws, unless Tong Ruobing was willing to comprehend space as one of her secondary laws. And she has not done so. She has to use alternative methods to boost her talisman's powers. She waved her hand to manifest 9 more space-twisting talismans. Subsequently, She used a high-level technique for professions. Synchronization. Using many of the same talismans, Tong Ruobing confused them to boost their strength through great control. So, as the 9 talismans in the shape of yellow papers with runes floated before her, they vibrated, linked through a green line before fusing into one. Boom! Space cracks appeared around Tong Ruobing as she broke free from the spell. With deep eyes, she said, "You're a young emperor. You've finally figured it out. Your ability seems to amplify your chi-based spells by a large margin. Moreover, you can deploy your pseudo-domain without being detected." Shi Shangyan smiled without explaining. When she was young, the clan's patriarch trained her severely, tempering her Dao heart with extreme methods. Previously, she thought it was because she was the next heir of the clan. But now, Shi Shangyan realized the clan has been preparing for the possible defection for many years. And they might even have predicted the current change long ago. With how long the celestial race has existed in its background, she would not be surprised if they had some extraordinary method to predict the upcoming changes in the Eternal Ascension world. And she even guessed many people were also preparing. This woman is very talented. Using synchronization of talismans with space attributes is a feat few mortals could achieve back home. Synchronization was a high-level skill, but there were also levels of difficulty. For example, it was thousands of times harder to use synchronization on space attribute talisman than on a fire one. "I need to get serious." Secret technique. Qi sealing Shi Shangyan clapped her hands, and immediately afterward, Tong Ruobing's face changed. She discovered she had lost control of the origin essence inside her divine sea. She immediately activated the energy control talisman inside her divine sea to regain control of her energy. "It's useless," commented Shi Shangyan. "Unless you have better or equal energy control as me, you cannot break this technique." Tong Ruobing did not believe her as her mind functioned rapidly to find a countermeasure. Then, a mysterious will came from her body to block and protect her divine sea. "Duyi realm? I can do the same," thought Shi Shangyan. She activated her Duyi realm to boost her secret technique and counter Tong Ruobing's Duyi realm. The celestial race has an advantage over others when entering the Duyi realm. Most cultivation system has some form of energy gathering stage. So, as long as they can create a unique qi in that realm, they can enter the Duyi realm. Of course, Heavenly Dao placed restraints on them. The qi they created must meet a certain standard before achieving Duyi. Nevertheless, it is way easier for members of the celestial race to enter compared to ordinary cultivators or other powerful races. After weakening her opponent, Shi Shangyan went for the finishing move. Destruction Qi Beam. A dark purple beam flew out of her finger, traveling with incredible speed toward Tong Ruobing, who quickly reacted. Although she lost control of her origin essence, she still had spiritual power which she could use to control her law. Tong Ruobing then created millions of defensive talismans and synchronized them. Unlike powerful attributes like space, where she is limited by the number of talismans she can synchronize, she had little to no limit on ordinary talismans like defensive ones. Unfortunately, despite creating the ultimate shield, the beam passed through it before stopping 1 inch in front of her heart. Tong Ruobing sighed. "I lost." Shi Shangyan then cancelled her attack. "Your celestial race is truly blessed." Indeed. The celestial race is considered one of the most blessed races from Tier 1 to 10 in the cultivation journey. Their races can use many powerful qi to supplement their battle prowess. They can even control qi that is based on supreme outlaws like destruction qi or creation qi. And they do not have to pass the outlaw trial by controlling these qis. Many people believed if the celestial race could convert their mortal qi into immortal qi, they would truly be an unmatched race. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Shi Shangyan could not elevate her destruction qi into a higher form of immortal qi. She had to search for it in the source qi space like everyone else. Some mortal qi do not even have an immortal counterpart. As such, it will become useless after she proves the Dao. Additionally, if she did not prove the Dao and only cultivated destruction qi, no laws, and tried to prove the Dao with destruction grand Dao source, she would have to undergo a terrible heavenly tribulation with a 999% chance of death. A few of her clans tried to use this loophole to control supreme or outlaw Daos, and they all died under the tribulation. Sovereign Dao. Wang Wei watched the battle and was not surprised by the outcome. According to his calculations, Shi Shangyan had a maximum of 2-leaf strength, slightly weaker than Ao Tianyi's maximum output of 3-leaf if he went all out, hence the reason she is 4th. As for Tong Ruobing, she has the potential to reach the same level of strength with her talisman rune body, but only untapped potential. Currently, she has not even reached the one-leaf immortal venerable level. Maybe she could barely reach that realm's power through some harsh sacrifice. The celestial race is a blessed one, thought as he analyzed the strength Shi Shangyan displayed. He could also divine information about how they use Qi by watching her use the destruction Qi. They had many advantages from Tier 1 to Tier 10, especially in the Great Emperor realm. For example, if a celestial race only achieved first-class Emperor, they could create Heaven Immortal Qi to grant them Eternal Emperor's battle prowess in Tier 10. Shi Shangyan was the first to exit the pagoda, and with a calm demeanor, she took her seat. Despite her victory, she was not too happy as she could also sense Tong Ruobing's potential. With such strength and potential, she is not even the best heaven chosen from the myriad emperor world. She then gazed at Wang Wei. She knew that a Tao overlord was a sign of intelligence and strength. Although people know overlord for their intelligence and luck, their strengths are nothing to ignore. The very reason Heavenly Tao tested them was that their Taos were inherently too powerful. Let's see if I can gather more information before I make a decision. Tong Ruobing followed a few minutes after her. And as soon as she exited the pagoda, Mu Lei flew to her. "Young Lady Tong, are you all right? Do you need any help?" "No need since I was not injured," she replied with a brilliant smile. "But I do appreciate the offer. As long as you are okay." Tong Ruobing briefly chatted with Mu Lei before returning to her seat, waiting for the next competition. "I need to increase my strength. I cannot rush my bond with the Origin Talisman. However, I can enter the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. With a domain, my strength should reach another level." "Who is coming next?" asked Lord Spirit with a slightly raised voice, obviously elated by the battle prowess displayed so far. "I want to challenge," said Shi Ruolin. "And my opponent is you," she declared as she pointed. "I refused," replied Wang Wei. "Why?" she asked in a pampering manner as if she was wronged. "I've been in the spotlight too much. Challenge someone else." As he said that, his head shook to point to Chu Luo next to him, while his face showed he was not doing anything. "Fine, I challenge number 1 over there." "You are not my opponent," Chu Luo said calmly. He, an arrogant one. "Do you accept my challenge or not?" asked Shi Ruolin. "As you wish," said Chu Luo before flying to the sky. Wang Wei wanted to warn him not to reveal his 9-extremity foundation but stopped himself. Firstly, Chu Luo will most like not to listen to his warning, especially without any specific explanation. Secondly, if the latter revealed his foundation, it would benefit Wang Wei as the attention would no longer be on him. He did not want to reveal his 9-extremity foundation, so he's been careful since these people's arrival. The only problem is that Chu Luo and possibly Lord Spirit know of its existence after he used some of its power in his fight against Yi Tuizi. So, he could only hope those two would keep their mouths shut. After getting into position, the two began their battle. Chu Luo did not waste time as he went for a powerful attack. Sword of Fate, a gray sword appeared before him. Then, it rushed towards Shi Ruolin with absolute speed. The sword had the power to annihilate fate, similar to Wang Wei's Fate Annihilation Fist. "The 9-extremity foundation?" thought Shi Ruolin as she sensed the horror of this attack. She knew she could not survive under an attack compared to a Tao ancestor. So, she acted rapidly as a weird aura emanated from her body. Then, the attack's power drastically decreased. Shi Ruolin then punched the sword. Bang! They confronted for a few seconds before she repelled it. The upper-seated players squinted their eyes after seeing Chu Luo's attack. Knowledge about the 9-extremity foundation is more common in the Eternal Ascension world, so they knew about it. Many wanted to establish the best foundation for cultivation before proving the Tao. Unfortunately, reincarnation was troublesome, and it was not easy to understand existence. The best way to acquire this foundation is to go to the lower dimension. Unfortunately, the problem of resources often limits the success rate. Furthermore, given the world's current political situation, being too talented and powerful was not a good thing. On the contrary, it invited the wrong kind of attention. But these heaven-chosens had no time to lament the situation of the upper dimension. They came here not only to acquire the deceiving heaven longevity art but also to observe and take notes of extraordinary geniuses of the lower dimension. They had to determine possible candidates that could cause the upcoming changes in the entire Eternal Ascension world. And someone with such a powerful foundation instantly became at the top of their list of candidates. Wang Wei secretly smiled as he sensed the slight change in the upper-seeded player's demeanor after Chu Luo revealed his ability. Although he knew he would not entirely be ignored, he was satisfied as long as he was not the primary suspect. This brief gap was enough for the changes to finish and for him to do many things. Meanwhile, Chu Luo frowned in the air. He did not care about the changes on the ground. He felt his strength had drastically decreased. He went from 3-root Dao ancestor to 3-leaf immortal venerable. Such a large gap was remarkable. So, he looked at Shi Ruolin. My emperor bone does not just allow me to become an emperor. It's a physique that trains a powerful emperor. So it helps me with tempering my body, comprehending laws, and even tempering my Dao heart, she explained. And when I combine it with my Dao, some interesting ability appeared. A large image appeared behind Shi Ruolin. It was an enormous image of her sitting on a throne, looking at myriad things in existence with disdain. She had the aura of a sovereign who ruled above all myriad das. A vision ability, commented Chu Luo. Correct. It's called Sovereign's Minister. It can force all my opponents to a cultivation stage at least one realm below me. Chu Luo could immediately analyze how scary such a divine ability was. The only way for someone to defeat Shi Ruolin is to have the ability to skip the realm for battles. And given she also has the same capability, it's challenging to accomplish. In the lower stages of cultivation, it's still possible to defeat her. A monstrous genius could accomplish this feat, however, when strength reaches the immortal tier, where one leaf is the difference between heaven and earth, it's nigh impossible to defeat her. Chu Luo raised his hand to create a mirror. Heaven mirror. Through the mirror, he saw numerous information and secrets of heaven and earth, focusing on Shi Ruolin's ability. He then knew he could not avoid this technique or nulled it because Emperor Bone, as a physique, could acquire certain authority or power of a great emperor if the owner developed it to the extreme. And Shi Ruolin used her authority to make the technique applicable to all mortals, even those with immortal level strength. She also made it almost impossible to nullify. Chu Luo frowned slightly as the mirror continued providing him with information. Then, he created a jade seal in the shape of a dragon. Sovereign seal, muttered Shi Ruolin with squinted eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Luo fused the seal into his sea of consciousness, and instantly, his aura elevated to 4-leaf immortal, the same strength as Shi Ruolin. You're a worthy opponent, commented Shi Ruolin. The flaw of her technique is that it worked on the concept that she is a sovereign, and other people, as her minister, are below her. But if someone could acquire the aura/spirit of a sovereign and have sufficient strength, they can nullify some of the power of her ability and achieve the same cultivation realm as her. And not everyone can do that. Ever since I last fought Xiao Tiandi a few 100,000 years ago, I've never met someone who could nullify my ability. However, you are still destined to lose. I've never lost a battle in the same realm. Even to him. Shi Ruolin was not exaggerating. Even Xiao Tiandi did not defeat her in their battle. He only gave up after he felt it would be a hassle to continue fighting. Nevertheless, she has never lost. There is a first time for everything, Chu Luo replied calmly. Well, see, said Shi Ruolin as she went on the offensive. The flaw. 9 golden rings appeared behind Shi Ruolin, forming the shape of a circle. They floated behind her like they were wings. And as soon as they appeared, her aura increased, and the blood energy in her body suddenly increased, creating an area of intense yang energy that could be felt dozens of meters away. Shi Ruolin had activated a unique technique called the Sovereign Tyrant Body that people with Emperor Bone could only cultivate. She cultivated this technique by condensing blood energy in the shape of the rings behind her. There were 12 rings, and each subsequent one required more time, energy, and resources to condense. The Sovereign Tyrant Body was a unique technique that allowed its user to open the Gate of Power after condensing the 11th ring and the Gate of Flesh after condensing the last one. However, this technique had a significant flaw as it was an active body refining technique. When Shi Ruolin did not activate the rings, her body was relatively weaker. It was still powerful but not nearly as powerful as when she activated them. As such, she can get assassinated a lot easier before she activates the rings. Luckily, Shi Ruolin used some other techniques to somewhat compensate for the deficiency, which will also disappear after opening the Gate of Power. Shi Ruolin rushed toward Chu Luo to punch him. Bang! She flew back a few dozen meters. She lost in a direct confrontation, and she immediately knew the reason. Her ability forced her opponent to have the same stats as her. However, Chu Luo was better at controlling his strength. As such, with the exact stats, he could exert more power than her. Nevertheless, she did not stop attacking after one confrontation. No, she kept rushing at him with the objective of a fist-to-fist brawl. With each attack, she lost, and Chu Luo would go on the offensive to punch her in the stomach, ribs, face, and everywhere else. It was a one-sided beating. Shi Rulin planned to evolve amid battle and reach the same level of control as her opponent. She did the same tactic during her battle with Xiao Tiandi. Regrettably, she soon realized the two were in entirely different realms regarding force control. If she wanted to reach his level, she would need years, and even then she might fail. Let's change tactic. Shi Rulin decided to stop the fleshly body confrontation and used her other powers. She had lost in this confrontation. Nevertheless, excitement emanated from her eyes as she knew she had met a worthy opponent. A golden aura covered her body as the natural pressure she released suddenly increased. All the participants could tell she had gotten stronger, and people like Wang Wei, Chu Luo, Zhang Yuqing, Monk Wuji, and Xiao Tiandi could tell her strength had increased from the middle of four-leaf to the peak. Heart of invincibility, commented Chu Luo. Exactly. Chu Luo knew of this state of mind that could boost battle since he cultivated one in his first life. Cultivators can cultivate an invincible heart through constant fighting and defeating all opponents, increasing their power in battles. Invincible heart has levels. For example, all the people Chu Luo defeated were no match for him in the first place, so his invincible heart had little effect on the boost it granted. Meanwhile, Shi Rulin had to defeat many of her peers. People as talented, if not more than her. As such, her invincible heart gave her a significant boost. It's a shame you're going to lose your invincible heart after this battle, Chu Luo commented with a sneer. After his first failure to pass the outlaw trial, he lost his invincible heart. And as long as Shi Rulin lost this fight, the same will happen to her. We will see, replied Shi Rulin with a big grin. Then, golden flames appeared on her body before she punched. Sovereign flame. The golden flame engulfed half of the sky. However, Chu Luo remained calm. He waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. The cauldron's top then opened to release an ocean of black water that cancelled out the flame. Shi Rulin raised her hands to manifest two golden bolts of lightning swish. She threw them so hard that they traveled a few million faster than light. The bolts were powerful and contained a suppressive power even more mighty than a gravity trillion times of a planet similar to Earth. Regrettably, her opponent responded rapidly and with ease. Silver chains suddenly appeared, and they caught the bolts. Anti-lightning chains? No, but also anti-sovereign powers. Creation Dao is too versatile in battle. Despite this, she would not give up. She had cultivated her sovereign Dao to a high level where it could compete with outlaw Daos. She wanted to lord over all laws and concepts. She wanted everything between heaven and earth to bow to her, including Grand Dao itself. With an unwavering fighting intent, Shi Rulin rushed toward her opponent. When she was closed, she controlled her law to use one of her most potent spells. The court's corruption. Chu Luo's face changed as he wanted to react and move out of the way. It was too late. A sword with dragon designs on the hill manifested in Shi Rulin's hand, and she slashed him. Chu Luo crossed his arm to defend himself, but the attack's potency sent him crashing to the ground, destroying many buildings. He only took a few seconds to get back up, but he still had a scar across his arms and small parts of his chest. His white robe was tainted by blood. With a serious look, he watched Shi Rulin in the sky. Corruption. Her attack momentarily corrupted my laws, rendering them useless for a brief moment. Chu Luo was instantly unhappy. Not because he suffered injuries at the hands of a person much weaker than him, but because this technique was the ban of his creation Dao that was inherently flawed. As he sensed his body, he could feel some trace of corruption remaining inside his body. Then, a cauldron appeared before him before a few pills popped out from the inside. After ingesting them, his injured healed at speed visible to the naked eye. I know the flaw in your creation Dao, Shi Rulin said. You can only create items with attributes, but not the attributes themselves. This is why you did not create the black water to extinguish my sovereign flame. You had to create a cauldron that could make water. Ever since Shi Rulin knew her opponent controlled an outlaw Dao without the aura of a Dao overlord, she knew there would be some restrictions and was on the lookout for them. After seeing the method he used to deal with the flame, she had her suspicions. However, She confirmed her theory when he used those pills to heal his injuries. If Chu Luo was an overlord, he could just create a pill with healing properties instead of creating a cauldron that made healing pills. And if he could use his creation Tao at an even higher level, he should be able to create the concept of healing to help with his injuries. However, when he used the power of other purely conceptual laws, he also had to create a weapon with the attribute of the concept he wanted to utilize, for example, the sort of fate attack he used. That attack was not a choice, but Chu Luo could not directly create fate-related techniques. He can only create weapons with fate-related powers, thus limited in the scope of what he can accomplish with his creation Tao. So what? Replied Chu Luo, very annoyed. The flaw in his Tao was a sore spot in his heart. It reminded him of all his failures, how he disappointed his parents' efforts, and how he had to watch them sacrifice so much for him in vain. Supreme Outlaw Tao is Supreme Outall Tao. No matter the restriction, it is still better than anything you have or will ever have. And I will show its power to you. Ha ha ha, I would love to see how. Domain activation. Chu Luo was in the incarnation realm, and his domain C had evolved into a towering tree and gave birth to the fruit of laws. So, he had a powerful domain to boost his power. A domain? I have one too, said Xueqi with laughter as she activated hers. Then the sky suddenly split into two colors. One golden and the other a misty white and grayish color. A domain confrontation had started. The participants watched with great attention, except for Xiao Tiandi, who only watched with half his eyes closed. Wang Wei also paid great attention since there was some benefit to gather. Empyrean had the power of creation, at the very least life creation. And to reach that realm, great emperors did not require an understanding of creation Tao beforehand. However, knowledge on the subject drastically increased the success rate of becoming an Empyrean. So, he wanted to use this opportunity to learn something from Chu Luo and prepare his path to becoming an Empyrean. Duyi stages. The participants could see two spheres wrestling in the sky. One white-gray and the other golden. Their clashes sent powerful shockwaves throughout the entire small world where the trial took place, forcing everyone to generate shields to protect themselves. On each side of a sphere, Chu Luo and Xueqi looked at each other. The clash of their domains was to determine who had absolute control over the environment and whose domain would give the most significant boosts. At first, the two spheres appeared equal, but after a few minutes of confrontation, the white area began to overwhelm the others. Xueqi gritted her teeth as she mobilized her spiritual strength, qi, and law to help sustain her domain. Unfortunately, since Chu Luo outclassed her in the law department, his domain was the victor. As such, he took over 3/4 of the sky and left the rest for Xueqi to barely defend herself. Creation domain. Myriad Tao blade work. Chu Luo waved his hand, and millions of swords appeared in his domain. They were many swords with different attributes. Flame sword, thunder sword, sword of death, sword of time, sword of karma, etc. He created each sword with a different attribute before dropping them on his opponent. Xueqi's face changed as she reacted. Dragon protection. Countless dragons appeared in her domain, covering her. Unfortunately, the swords destroyed anything that stood in their way. Some dragons were burned, some aged and died, and some underwent samsara. They died in diverse ways, but they all still died. So, Xueqi acted to increase her power. Myriad race protection. She summoned not only dragons but races like phoenixes, rocks, and other demonic races. Peush! A sword pierced her shoulder before igniting into a red flame. She could even sense the flame was using her karmic sin as fuel. Xueqi hurriedly used the technique, Sovereign's Pride. As a sovereign, she would never apologize for her actions. No matter how atrocious, her pride transcended karma. As a sovereign, karma did not affect her. Xueqi created this technique to deal with karma-based attacks. The flame extinguished, and she mobilized her blood energy to heal the damage. At the same time, she also focused on the swords that seemed infinite. World's protection. As a ruler above the mundane and extraordinary, all sentient beings worshipped and strived to protect her. As such, it is their duty to protect her. A glass bead the size of a football field appeared in Xueqi's domain. It was an entire world at least the size of a few billion galaxies. The glass bead blocked 90% of the upcoming swords while Xueqi punched the others with her fleshly body. Then, she went on the offensive. Boom! Sovereign's fury. With one punch, a terrifying pressure emanated from her. Then the golden side of domain suddenly turned darker as clouds manifested before dropping lightning bolts on Chu Luo. It was as if the heavens itself was angry and wanted to punish. A sovereign's fury eclipses the heaven, thought Chu Luo before sneering. He waved his hand to create a round shield with a black tortoise engraving. The shield then released a force field that protected its creator and the domain. Chu Luo then created another sword, a space-time sword. The sword pierced the marble, creating cracks before exploding. Although it appeared as if it was just an ordinary marble destroyed, the participants could see an entire world in shambles. The sword generated a powerful wave of space-time energy that tore apart the entire world inside the marble. Then, the sword headed toward Xueqi, who tried to evade. In her domain, Xueqi is a god and can bend reality at will. So, she should be able to teleport anywhere her domain touched. Unfortunately, she could not outrun space and time. At least not the one Chu Luo controls. Subsequently, Xueqi dodged the sword, which cut off her right hand. What's more, the cut-off arm instantly aged before disappearing. She then felt a will preventing her healing capabilities. 7th stage Duyi realm? Luckily, it appears his application of it is lacking. The Duyi realm is somewhat rare in the lower dimension but not so much in the upper dimension as there is more knowledge and even classification. There are 9 stages, each increasing strength and the 10% probability of casting the Dao will. Moreover, the higher the stage, the more powerful Dao will a great emperor can cast. The stages can be increased through repeated training or by making more than one cultivation stage unique. Xueqi only had a 5th stage Duyi realm. Nevertheless, she had more knowledge and control of it than Chu Luo. So, he removed the latter's power before focusing on the spatial temporal energy remaining on her body that was trying to age the rest of her body. Xueqi gritted her teeth to create a few more world marbles to prevent her opponent from taking advantage of her weakness. Her face turned pale in the process, but she gritted her teeth. Then, she mobilized one aspect of her sovereign Dao, control. She used the law of control to control the energy in her body and remove it. She wanted to control and use it for her own use. Unfortunately, this power had Chu Luo's imprint, and she could not control it unless she overpowered him. The rings behind Xueqi shone as her blood energy activated, instantly growing another arm. Meanwhile, Chu Luo watched as his swords destroyed world after world. Let's end this, he thought. What is a sovereign without its people, its citizen to rule over? Chu Luo said as he created an ordinary sword. As soon as the sword appeared, everyone could feel it was the embodiment of the people's wish, of their desire to reject the power of any ruler. Then the sword, which embodied rejection of monarchy and rebellion, flew toward Xueqi, making her face change. She knew she would lose if that attack hit, as it was the antithesis of her Dao. So, she activated the court corruption spell to affect Chu Luo's laws. And for a moment, it worked. His domain shook, and it appeared it would shrink. However, Chu Luo reacted in time by creating a pen full of righteous qi. He used the power of righteousness to counter Xueqi's corruption. The people's sword easily pierced through all of Xueqi's techniques before stopping an inch before her throat. She looked at me with gritted teeth without saying anything. Then the sword moved slightly, drawing blood from her neck. Fine, I lose. Crack. Xueqi heard a sword indicating her invincible heart was shattered. Her mighty and invincible aura rapidly declined. She looked directly into Chu Luo's eyes and muttered, "So, this is my path forward. Find a way to be both a sovereign of the people and an independent sovereign not bound by heaven and earth." Xueqi entered a brief state of enlightenment, and her aura sublimated. Upon completion, she sensed her path of achieving 5-leaf immortal venerable was not far. Wang Wei watched the battle with great concentration. He watched every move Chu Luo made, storing the latter's understanding and control of creation Dao for later in his cultivation journey. He knew he would not have to worry much about his breakthrough in the Empyrean realm after this battle. Wang Wei also paid attention to Xueqi. Her Emperor Bone's ability reminded him of Di Tian's pseudo-domain. The main difference was Di Tian could bring people on the same realm as him. The weakness is that realm was not the same as the strength. Most heaven-chosen could fight above their realms. So reducing their realms could indeed drastically increase them. However, Xueqi's ability will bring them the same strength, meaning stats like qi, fleshly body, spiritual strength, etc. The only thing she could not reduce was a person's control or understanding of laws. She can control the level of destruction their technique or laws could make for leaf, but not the subtle or ingenious applications. This is why she lost this battle. Another difference between these two techniques was that Di Tian's domain could be avoided, nullified, or countered. However, Shi Rulan's ability seemed to involve order power backed by the power of a great emperor. So, unless a mortal has the strength of a great emperor, they cannot nullify her ability. The only way to defeat Shi Rulan is to beat her in the same realm. I could probably use my order-disorder law to recreate their ability, thought Wang Wei. Of course, he knew his method would, at best, be on the same level as Di Tian's. He could never reach Shi Rulan's level unless he had reached the 10th extremity foundation. But at that point, he has the strength of a great emperor. Why would he need to use this technique? No, it can be useful. If the technique could work on a great emperor, I could lower their cultivation realm to the same as me and easily defeat them. If he had the 10 extremity foundation and load a third-class emperor's realm to the quasi-emperor realm, he would easily slaughter the latter. Wang Wei mentally shook his head as he realized such a technique was too impractical given all the requirements to be useful. The two physiques history. Chu Luo's fighting style seems to be using his opponent's opposite Dao to crush them, observed Wang Wei during the battle. With how diverse creation Dao was, he understood why this fighting method was used. However, it would not work for him since he fused his opposite, freedom, into his fate Dao. And even if he did, this tactic would not work on him since his Dao tree turned silver. At best, Chu Luo could be equal if he used freedom Dao against him. Chu Luo is the victor, announced Lord Spirit with evident joy in his tone. While people wondered why the happiness, only Lord Spirit knew the exact reason. According to the agreement his master made, as long as Shi Rulan and Xiao Tiandi lost a battle, they could expel all the upper-seeded players back to the upper dimension, not allowing them to participate in the final part of this trial. Now, one of the two was defeated. Wang Wei, don't let me down, thought Lord Spirit. Who wants to go next? Me. Everyone looked up to see Shi Rulan was the one who answered. Lady Shi, you want to challenge again? Yes, and this time, I'm challenging Wang Wei. I refuse, said Wang Wei immediately. Why? Are you looking down on me? No, it's because your ability is too disgusting. Shi Rulan's lips twitched. This was not the first time someone had said that about her ability. Fine, you don't have to fight me. But show me how you would deal with my ability. What method you would use to have the same cultivation realm as me. Shi Rulan felt that Wang Wei should have a method similar to Chu Luo that would allow him to keep the same strength as her, and she wanted to know. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered for a moment before agreeing. The image of a purple star appeared above Wang Wei, illuminating the surrounding. The star was noble, mighty, and released the aura of a born ruler. The East Purple Star, also known as the Sovereign Star, muttered Shi Rulan. She could tell the latter used his fate Dao to change his fate to that of a sovereign. With this method, she would not be able to suppress him to a realm below her. That should work, Shi Rulan said before looking at Ji Lanfang and the other lower-seated players. Then, she flew back to her seat. Although she wanted to ask them the same question, she did not. These people's strengths were too weak compared to hers. Ji Lanfang was the only one with one leaf strength, while the rest only had the potential to reach that level. Even if they had a method, they would still be suppressed because of the vast difference. And Shi Rulan was correct in that they thought of a way in case they needed to fight her. Ji Lanfang thought of using all the King Dao swordmanships he knew to create the aura of a sovereign. Tong Ruobing would use an aura-changing talisman to acquire the bearing of a ruler. Shi Qian could connect to the karma of mortals in her homeworld, forcing them to give her the position of a sovereign. Meanwhile, Jinhu Hua was technically a ruler. The three-legged crows were the royal family of the Golden Crow race, so she had the aura of a sovereign. Now that everything is settled, who is the next? Lord Spirit did not finish his words as a terrible sound echoed in the lobby, forcing everyone to hold their ears. Everyone then looked in Xiao Tiandi's direction to see a talisman floating before him, which was the noise source. You know the deal, said a female voice from the talisman. The sound won't stop until you move. The terrible sound ended, but that's because Xiao Tiandi was now the only person who could hear it. His mouth twitched in aggravation. This was not the first time his master had done something similar to motivate him. And he knew the talisman would not stop no matter what method he tried. And Xiao Tiandi could not destroy it even if he could somehow use the power of a great emperor. Damn it, all right, he said as he stood up, his eyes still a little closed. He looked around at the others before his eyes stopped on Wang Wei. I guess it's you. Let's get this over with. Wang Wei frowned. Young Master Wang Wei, please not reject, said Lord Spirit. Wang Wei gave him a look and realized there was something more. Then, his senses told him to fight the latter as it would benefit him. Fine, he responded before flying into the sky as Xiao Tiandi followed him. They looked at each for a few seconds. For some odd and unexplainable reason, I don't like you, suddenly commented Xiao Tiandi. Many people don't like me. It could be because I'm more handsome than them, more powerful, savvier, and has a hotter wife. Pick one, and it will be enough. Xiao Tiandi was speechless. His appearance was not that bad, and he just looked off because he did not care for his appearance. As for being more powerful, no one in the younger generation has defeated him, including Zhang Yuqing and Man Wuji. When it comes to Dao Companion, he had his beautiful master. Although they were not together, he firmly believed it was only a matter of time. The only thing he could give the latter was savvy since he is an overlord, but as a person born with the innate Dao source physique, he did not think he would lose in the savvy department. No, it's not these reasons. I just don't like you for some reason. Well, honestly, I feel the same, replied Wang Wei, who knew the reason for their dislikes. The innate Dao source physique and innate paragon soul are often called destined enemies. Long ago, Xiao Tiandi's physique was considered the best for cultivation. However, that was until innate paragon souls appeared, which was both an acquired and innate physique. Some people can be born with an innate paragon soul, or a paragon could use countless paragon-level resources similar to world essence to nourish an unborn child in the womb. However, few people do these since these resources are precious even to paragons, and using them on an unborn child is a waste. Another reason is the high level of success. More often than not, the child will be unable to properly absorb these resources and fail to elevate their newborn soul to that level. And there is also a chance of overpowering the child's soul, causing irreparable damage. Nevertheless, the first person to ever have an innate paragon soul got through acquired means, and his name was Paragon Red Dust. Red Dust was conceived in a time of the Eternal Ascension world when a man with the title of Truth Seeker reigned supreme. He was a boundless paragon with unmatched power. Truth Seeker Paragon lived in a relatively earlier era of the Eternal Ascension world, making him quite ancient, taking into account modern times. And his time, there were few paragons, let alone boundless. Nevertheless, he was still the most powerful of his peers, suppressing an entire era. As a result, the only thing Truth Seeker wanted was an opponent on par with him. And he feared this day would never come, until a pregnant woman approached him with a deal. The woman told him if he gave him the necessary resources, he could cultivate a child with an acquired talent on par with Truth Seeker's innate Dao source physique. Intrigued, the paragon agreed. Hence, Red Dust was born, the first person with an innate paragon soul. Truth Seeker taught the child everything he knew and also gave him the resources he needed to reach the same realm as him. This was not the first time he had done such a thing since he always wanted someone who could give him a challenge. Unfortunately, things proceeded beyond his calculations. Truth Seeker was a prideful and arrogant man. He wanted someone who could give him a worthy challenge, but he could also defeat whenever he pleased. Unfortunately, Red Dust was his equal in every way possible. Even when he tried his best, he could not defeat the latter, a fact that shattered his pride. On the other hand, Red Dust was also not happy with the outcome of their battle. His dream or goal since childhood was to surpass his adoptive father. Yet, no matter what he tried, the result was a stalemate. Then, these two boundless paragons began to compete in other things like alchemy, talisman, array, etc. With their physique's terrifying comprehension, they could excel at everything they tried. Regrettably, the result was always a stalemate. At this point in their life, their competition had changed their relationship. They grew to hate/despise each other. So they decided at one last attempt to reincarnate with their physique, ensure they were born in the same generation, and compete for the heaven will. After these two decided on the competition, they disappeared to this day. No one knew who was the final winner. Heavenly Dao recognized the innate paragon soul as a physique that could balance out the innate Dao source physique and just grant it to specific individuals. However, Truth Seeker and Red Dust paragons were inherited by the future owner of their physique. So, as long as the two showed up in the same generation, they would often compete, trying to surpass the other. Of course, Wang Wei was not influenced by this will. He had a disdain for Xiao Tiandi for another reason. one he had not discovered yet but felt was related to his overall demeanor. Hopefully, he could find the reason during their battle. Grand Mist Wheel. All right, let's get this over with, said Xiao Qiandi. Don't expect me to go easy on you. That's my line, replied Wang Wei before rushing to his opponent. He immediately appeared in front of Xiao Qiandi and punched him. Boom. So fast, was the last thought of Xiao Qiandi before flying away. Ribs cracked and heart squished. Midway through his fly, a white flame appeared on his body, healing his injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Wei went on the offensive. He used his fate escape technique to fly at an unimaginable speed. He also used the tips he received from the Rainbow Emperor. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to boost his strength further. He used the Sheep Zodiac, which granted him dominance of the elements. And with this dominance, he used lightning, wind, light, and space-time to boost his strength further. So, with a speed that appeared as if he had teleported, he appeared before Xiao Qiandi. Bang! He exploded the latter's head with one punch. How is he so fast that I can't even react? Thought Xiao Qiandi as his body reformed. I need to do something, or I will spend this fight in mystery. Bang! His entire upper body exploded in a pool of blood. However, Xiao Qiandi regenerated like a phoenix with a bright white flame. This time, things were different. His aura drastically changed. It went up from the 6-leaf Immortal Venerable to 9-leaf, making Wang Wei frown. A secret technique? Thought Wang Wei as he analyzed his opponent. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiandi raised his hand to shoot a yellow beam, forcing Wang Wei to dodge. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough, and his right hand was gone as if it had never existed. The power of Grand Mist. It's been a while since I last saw it, he said calmly. During the Heaven-Chosen selection trial at the Academy, Lin Fan used Grand Mist in his battle against Su Ya. Grand Mist is considered one of the first powers or energy that existed at the beginning of the universe. It is a manifestation of chaos. So, it can return anything it touched back to chaos. Grand Mist is divided into Yin and Yang. The Yin side is referred to as Final Grand Mist and has the power of erasure. It returns things to their original state. Meanwhile, Yang Grand Mist is called Cosmos Grand Mist and is used to mold chaos into all matter. It molds chaos into all things in existence. Cultivators must condense a Grand Mist wheel in their sea of consciousness to enter the Empyrean realm. Through this wheel, they can control Cosmos Grand Mist to create life and other things. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind as he looked at his missing arm. Then, a purple flame appeared on the missing arm, burning off the power of Grand Mist with the chaos flame in his heart. Xiao Qiandi did not give his opponent time to breathe. He turned his final Grand Mist into a sword that resembled a lightsaber. Then he rushed toward Wang Wei to slash him. Oddly though, the opponent easily dodged his attack. With his 9-leaf Immortal Venerable strength, he should be able to overwhelm the latter with his sheer speed, just like he suffered previously. Swish! 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 Xiao Qiandi swung his sword more than 1,000,000 times in less than a second. But not one of his attacks touched his opponent. So he condensed the Grand Mist sword into a bomb, spreading its attack in a wide area. However, Wang Wei moved quickly out of the attack's range. Xiao Qiandi paused as he looked at Wang Wei. You're using the Battle Maniac Paragon's ultimate evasion technique. So, you've noticed. I've read about it in books. I thought it was a legend. It is said after creating this method, he has never lost a battle in his life. Well, it's true, Wang Wei replied. The ultimate evasion technique allowed him to synchronize his body to his opponent's aura, energy signature, spiritual strength, and laws. After the synchronization, his body will naturally evade all the opponent's attacks. No matter the attack, his body would move on its own to evade. It was as if it was allergic to everything about his opponent and would naturally avoid it. After creating and mastering this technique, Battle Maniac never lost a battle. It did not mean he was invincible, but he never suffered defeat. Of course, it was not only because of this technique. The flaw of this method is to use overwhelming speed to counter it. However, as a peak paragon, Battle Maniac was on the top echelon regarding speed in all the paragon in the universe. So, he never met someone who could overwhelm him with speed. Additionally, this technique had higher levels. For example, Wang Wei also synchronized with Xiao Tiandi's fate and karma to aid him in his evasion. For the level of this technique, he needed to have some fate or karmic connection with Xiao Qiandi, and he did. Xiao Tiandis' master was Su Junyao. The woman Wang Wei had a love-fate connection besides Wu Hong. Wang Wei had to sigh at how wonderful fate could be. Is it a coincidence that he met him now? Most likely no. Domain expansion. Grand Mist erasure. Xiao Tiandi controlled the entire area and filled it with grand mist, not giving any room for Wang Wei to dodge. As such, he surrounded himself with a purple flame, protecting himself. At the same time, he finally figured out the secret technique the latter used. He borrowed the power of an alternate version of himself, a variant of himself that failed in accomplishing the 9-extremity foundation and ended up with 9-leaf immortal venerable strength. What a wonderful secret technique. It's a shame I cannot use it. Based on his analysis, divination, and calculator, Heavenly Tao only allowed cultivators to access parallel timelines in the upper dimension. Although only paragons should be able to travel or access parallel timelines, Xiao Tiandis' secret technique granted the ability to borrow strength from his parallel self, with the only limitation that he could not acquire the power of Tao Ancestor. So, 9-leaf was the limit he could achieve. Xiao Tiandi observed his opponent with a frown, rapidly calculating the best attack mode. Secret technique, rock infinite speed. 2 large energy wings appeared behind him, while the phantom of a bird or fish manifested behind him. It was the image of a rock. Rocks are known as one of the fastest creatures in the universe. With this technique, Xiao Tiandis' speed approached the infinity domain, a realm of speed that at least one root Tao ancestor can reach. As a comparison, a 2-root Tao ancestor has a base speed of 20 times infinity. With this speed, Wang Wei's mind could perceive Xiao Tiandis' movement. After all, he is connected to his other clones to existence, and technically has the reflex of a 2-root Tao ancestor. However, his main body, with only 6-leaf, cannot move in time to evade. Bang! Xiao Tiandi flew back with half of his body destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei remained intact. At the last minute, he used the Pig Zodiac ability to absorb the attack and redirected it before his opponent could even react. Xiao Tiandi frowned as he felt something was wrong. He should not be able to absorb an attack approaching 1-root Tao ancestor. Is he secretly a 9-extremity foundation? He thought of how Wang Wei previously hid his battle with Ao Tianyi, making him a little suspicious. So, he used another technique to manifest a third eye on his forehead. He stored the power in his acupoints? That would make sense. I also sensed Devour Law. While Xiao Tiandi analyzed the situation, his body rapidly regenerated, making Wang Wei frown as he also detected something. I thought his main Tao was Lesser Chaos. But now, I know his main Tao is Dream. He converted his injury into a dream. So, it was as if they never occurred. Wang Wei always knew there were 2 different Chaos Tao, but he never knew the exact classification until he received Ao Tianyi's memories. Lesser Chaos Tao referred to the Tao Lin Fan cultivated before he became an outlaw. Lesser Chaos Tao directly cultivates Chaos Law, which involves things like Grand Mist, sublaws like destruction, creation, absolute beginning and absolute end, origin, and others. Meanwhile, Great Chaos Tao is when cultivated decided to cultivate all 3,800 primary Taos to a high level before fusing them. This Tao is on the path of becoming nigh omnipotent. It's the Tao of mastering all concepts, laws and rules. It's the Tao of becoming the embodiment of all things in existence. Of course, both Taos are outlaws, but people with the absolute chaos physique and other exceptional physiques can cultivate Lesser Chaos Tao without a problem. Meanwhile, Great Chaos Tao is an outlaw to everyone. Wang Wei snapped his finger. Order. No secret technique. Immediately, Xiao Tiandi lost all his strength, returning to his original power. Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and held him by his throat, even sealing all his strength. I know why I didn't like him, and I could use it to my advantage. The only issue is whether it was worth the risk. Disdain. Thanks to Janish and many others who donated gifts, they sponsored this chapter. Wang Wei scanned Xiao Tiandis' body with his divine sense and almost smacked his lips. He could feel a terrifying power preventing anyone from accessing Xiao Tiandis' physique. The power protected his blood and even his hair and teeth. Ignoring the latter's attempt to get rid of his seal, Wang Wei looked at Lord Spirit, who happily announced he was the winner. Finally, Wang Wei released Xiao Tiandi from his grip. As the winner of this battle, he won a great deal of destiny. Even more than he anticipated. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel that a vision was about to appear due to his innate paragon soul defeating the innate Tao source physique. He quickly calculated that it was one of the reasons he acquired so much destiny from Xiao Tiandi. Nevertheless, this was unimportant since he did not want the vision to appear as it could reveal his soul. So, he quickly denied its appearance. He could sense some odd gaze from Lord Spirit, but he did not look back or explain anything. Instead, he looked directly into Xiao Tiandi's eyes and said, "I know why I dislike you. You reek of laziness and depression. Despite having supposedly the greatest talent for cultivation, your willpower is so weak that it's pitiful." "You know nothing about me," roared Xiao Tiandi. "So don't act as if you do. I don't need to know anything about you to know you seem to have given up." "Shut up," he roared again, this time even louder as his voice echoed throughout the entire miniature world. "Do you know what I've been through? Do you know how much I suffer, how much pressure I'm under?" Xiao Tiandi replied with clenched hands. "Before I started cultivating, life was beautiful. I was born with the most remarkable talent under heaven and earth, making everyone in my family proud and looking forward to my future. I was lucky to meet my master who cared for and protected me. She was the only one who saw the real me, not the Xiao Tiandi with the innate Tao source physique. However, everything changed when I began my cultivation journey and learned about the world. My talent was not a gift. It was a curse. Every time I made progress, every time I made an achievement, every time my reputation soared, I could feel it. The gaze of the 2 suns and 7 moons. And it was not a friendly gaze. They saw me as nothing but a nuisance, a problem that had to be dealt with eventually. They saw me as an eventual threat to their reign. So, in response, you made yourself smaller to not get their attention? You wasted your potential by wailing in self-pity, cursing at unfair the world was? Asked Wang with a sneer and great disdain. He finally understood why Xiao Tiandi did not even attempt the 9-extremity foundation or even try cultivating an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei guessed this was the excuse he used to not even enter the Duyi realm since he could not sense its power on the latter. "I had no choice," quickly replied Xiao Tiandi. His voice raised to the point of roaring again. "This was the only way to survive and protect me, my family, and my master. I had to look unthreatened to them. I had to waste my potential." Wang Wei looked down at the other upper-seated players. He could sense fear, frustration, and unwillingness in Shi Rulin and Shi Shangyan. Even Ao Tianyi, who managed to regain some bearing, felt some emotions similar to this. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing gloated despite his face looking peaceful and normal, and Monk Wuji lowered his head, showing shame and regret. "I finally understand why the upper and lower dimension is separated," Wang Wei said calmly. "In the endless void, there can only be 3,000 great emperors in each generation. Ans quintillion upon quintillion of races competes for these spots. And usually, only the best of the best gets to sit on the throne. Only the best have a chance at achieving eternity and escaping the shackles of death. Meanwhile, heaven wills is probably so common on the upper dimension that you treat it as an ordinary resource. With this mindset, without the pressure to be the absolute best, without the threat of death, the emperors you cultivate are ordinary, weak underachievers, complacent and weak-willed. Unfortunately, that zeitgeist has been passed down to you, the younger generation." "What are you trying to say?" asked Xiao Tiandi with gritted teeth. "I bet there is a revolution against the so-called 2 suns and 7 moons you mentioned, and the main lead of it are the emperors from the lower dimension, am I right?" Xiao Tiandi did not answer, so Wang Wei sneered before continuing. "These people know their struggle is futile, but they never give up. Even if they knew there was no hope, no future, and even if they knew they would suffer terrible consequences for their actions, they did not give up on trying to break the current situation." "But you gave up. No, even worse, you didn't even try." The sneer on Wang Wei's face was simply disgusting to look at this point. And he had his reason to despise Xiao Tiandi so much. The moment he learned about these 7 parasites, and even the other 2 who might have surpassed the Paragon realm, he did not give up. Instead, he began to plan out how he would deal with the situation and find a way to break the game. His current words and actions were part of his plan. He wanted to instill the idea of rebellion into these people, hoping they could make some changes when they returned. As such, when he ascended, he would have allies and did not have to start from scratch. Even if these geniuses did not publicly revolt, his plan would succeed as long as they secretly supported the rebellion. And his target was also the lower dimension geniuses as they were potential allies after they proved the Tao and ascended to the eternal ascension world. The only issue was his words would bring more attention to himself from these parasites. However, after calculating the pros and cons of the current situation, Wang Wei decided the risks were worth it. "You don't understand," yelled Xueqi, his voice full of despair. "I had to protect my master." "Did she ask you to protect her, or was that one of your many excuses?" Su Jinyao was the most beautiful woman in the Eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei did not believe for a second that one of the parasites did desire her beauty for herself. But from what he knew from Ao Tianyi's memory, she was perfectly fine and still had no partners. As such, he knew she must have her ways of protecting herself. "You ignorant fool. You have no idea the power they have. You cannot fathom the difference in power between Tier 12 and 11. Paragons reign supreme. They are almighty." Wang Wei internally sighed as he could sense the other upper-seeded players agreed with this sentiment. He could tell these kids were brainwashed to believe such a thing. Meanwhile, with a quick check of the lower-seeded players, he could sense they were all sneering. Some openly while most were secret. To these people who had to fight their entire life to sit on the throne, they would never let anyone stay in their way to power. And many of them would rather die than bend their heads to give in to any authoritarian figures. They will respect powerhouses but never cower in fear before them. "That may be true," replied Wang Wei. "But there are many ways to fight a war. Is the enemy too powerful? Okay, I'll hide and cultivate until I reach the same height as them. The solution is not working? Alright, I'll leave to search for allies that could deal with my enemy. Even if this meant I could be inviting a wolf into the nest. Anything is better than just giving up and accepting my fate." "You don't understand. You don't understand," Xueqi repeated non-stop. Wang Wei looked at him intensely, sensing the agitated mood he emitted. "Whatever. I'm done wasting my breath with a weak-willed individual like yourself." Wang Wei shook his head before sighing. "The heavens is truly blind to give someone like you such a powerful physique," he said before flying back to his seat. Many people nodded in agreement with him. They could see despite how strong Xueqi was, he was a person with a terrible state of mind and a weak Dao heart. His current state was barely enough to bear the heaven will, and a tiny change could lead to him becoming a pseudo-emperor. Softly coughed Lord Spirit, trying to look as if he did not just hear things that would be considered blasphemy in the upper dimension. "The combat aspect of the trial is officially finished. We will regroup a few days from now for the final competition." This Lord Spirit did not even care about points for the combat aspect of this trial. So, what are the criteria he is using to choose the final inheritor? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He then gazed at Zhang Yuqing, who was secretly fuming and trying his best to hide his intense killing desire. Without saying anything more, he flew to his mansion before leaving a secret message to someone through divine sense. "Come see me. I have something important to give you." Chapter 596 Buddhism vs. Taoism, 1. After Wang Wei returned to his mansion, he immediately heard Ancestor Wuqing's voice. "So, you must have reasons for taking such a risk?" "In preparing for the future. Without removing these so-called 2 suns and 7 moons, I can never reach the top of the cultivation world. And even the ancestors cannot properly revive. So, I will need all the help I can to deal with them. Although I know I might not need to remind you, given your personality, I still will. Always be cautious. After you ascend, I and the other will no longer be able to protect you. The sect will probably not be able to provide you any help and might even be a hindrance. So, always be slow and steady." "I will," replied Wang Wei, and Wang Wuqing no longer spoke. The old ancestor felt his young descendant grew too fast, and it was only a matter of time before his old bones became useless. Although he always knew this was inevitable, recent events indicate this process might be faster than anticipated. Meanwhile, Wang Wei observed Feng Heng's mansion for a few hours, trying to detect any signs of trouble. Luckily, until Monk Wuji showed up, nothing changed. Monk Wuji deactivated his invisible talisman before cupping and bowing his hands. "Benefactor, what do you need from me?" "Monk, can you tell me exactly Zhang Yuqing's strength? The last time you were vague." Monk Wuji frowned for a moment before answering. "He is only the peak of 7 leaf. However, he can use a secret technique to generate a mysterious power from his 2 physiques, boosting his power to 8 leaf." "Is that so?" Wang Wei briefly pondered before taking out a booklet and handing it to him. "See if this can help you rise in strength." Monk Wuji took the book labeled 7 Chakras and scanned through it. And the more he read, the brighter his eyes were. This technique is similar to the concept of 5 inner wheels. However, it is more detailed, purer, and more powerful. Monk Wuji had access to all the Buddhist scriptures, so he remembered the school of thought based on the 5 inner wheels. Although they were not the most popular or influential in the Buddhist sect, they were generally decent. 5 inner wheel? I remember Buddhism only had 5 chakras back on earth before it was changed, while Hinduism, the creator of this system, had 7 chakras. I'm guessing this world also discovered some version of chakra, though Wang Wei. This technique should allow you to reach 8 leaf. So hurry because I don't think you have much time. You make a great point, benefactor, replied Monk Wuji before rushing out. And to Wang Wei's dismay, the monk entered one of the rooms inside his mansion instead of returning home. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, Monk Wuji took out a formation plate from his space ring, allowing him to lay out a powerful array around the room instantly. Subsequently, he entered the time treasure he had to facilitate faster cultivation. As soon as he entered the treasure, he did not waste time opening his chakra. Unlike Wang Wei, who had to use the good fortune flame to open the chakra, Monk Wuji used the purest of Buddha power. And since the energy he used perfectly matched the concept of chakra, he benefited even more than Wang Wei did. After a few hundred years inside the time treasure, Monk Wuji opened his eyes. His pupil had entirely turned golden, and he radiated an aura of purity, benevolence, and nobility. His body shone with golden lights for a few minutes before he returned to normal. Peak 8-leaf strength. The increase was even greater than I anticipated, Monk Wuji muttered before looking at the artificial sky inside the treasure. Zhang Yuqing, you wait for me. The monk left his treasure before exiting the room and meeting Wang Wei again. It seems you succeeded. Thank you for everything, benefactor. No need. I'm just paying my karma. Be that as it may, you have helped me greatly and made a great contribution to Buddhism. Monk Wuji was not lying. The 7 chakra method will advance the 5 inner wheels faction by miles, possibly elevating them to one of the great factions of Buddhism. Wang Wei calmly accepted the latter's thanks. Although he did not invent the chakra method, he translated it to fit the laws of the eternal ascension world, which should give him some credit. Furthermore, he did not mind taking credit for someone else's work if it could help him pay some of his karma. Thus, he chatted briefly with the monk before overseeing him leave his mansion. Wang Wei was alone since Li Jun entered seclusion to use the talisman the battle maniac emperor left for him. And since he had to observe the situation in case of any changes, he decided to cultivate a little. He first checked his acupoints. He had already created or opened all his artificial acupoints. The next step in refining his body was to condense the 1964th black holes. Regrettably, he could not do that now as he could sense a fleshly body tribulation was approaching. From the 3rd stage of the true power realm, body refiners have to undergo tribulations often, and it was Wang Wei's turn. And from what he learned from his ancestor, there will be a drastic increase in pain after he reaches the 4th stage. According to the ancient desolate paragon, the pain is so intense that most cultivators give up trying to open the gate of power. Additionally, since he decided to walk both the chi refiner and body tempering path, the pain he will suffer will be at least 100 times more than pure body refiners who focus on only opening the gate. The pain is the way Grand Tao used to balance how powerful body refiners were. Of course, Wang Wei did not mind the pain since his pain talent had already made him a masochist. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. It's begun? Thought Wang Wei as he opened his eyes. At that exact time, all the participants received a notice from Lord Spirit to stay inside their mansion and not interfere with the affairs of the upper dimension. Ancestor, how are the preparations? Everything went as you wished. We hired many immortal tier loose cultivators, and they should have no problem dealing with Zhang Yuqing's people. Wang Wei nodded his head. Although he promised Monk Wuji he would have his sect help him, he also did not want to directly use the powerhouses of the sect. He wanted plausible deniability, and by hiring other people to fight instead of his sect, he had a reasonable cause to do so. Of course, Wang Wei knew deniability might be pointless based on Zhang Yuqing's character. He could imagine that Supreme Unity was not the kind of person that cared for loopholes. Nevertheless, he wanted to be careful, just in case. His motto has always been to be highly cautious when dealing with these old monsters. Outside Feng Heng's mansion, two people floated in the sky, staring intensely at one another. Bald monk, you should know you are not my opponent. Stop this futile resistance. I am not the same me as I was yesterday. Zhang Yuqing shook his head. Why do you monks try so desperately to resist your fate? My master is now the heavens. Taoism's destiny is to reign supreme, so why not bow and accept the mandate of heaven? All things that rise must fall, replied Monk Wuji, his voice soft, soothing and full of wisdom. Taoism had its era, Buddhism followed, and it should have been someone else's turn. This was the way to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. But your greed forced another era of Taoism. You have corrupted the way of heaven and earth and thus must pay the price. Blasphemy. Is it? You, Taoist priests, always preach about being inactive, following the flow of nature, and letting things proceed on their course. Yet you do not practice what you preach. Don't be so sanctimonious. It's disgusting. It's not like you Buddhists are innocent. The entire lower dimensions suffered such catastrophe because of the backlash for forcibly prolonging your reign. Their blood is your hands. That is the truth. But we have learned from our mistakes. We strove to do better. Current Buddhism can say without hesitation we have paid our karma. We have made peace with our past. Can you do the same? Enough with your sharp tongue, groaned Zhang Yuqing, his eyes red, gleaming with a demonic atmosphere. He raised his hand to manifest a purple sword. His black, silky long hair turned half white, and a red tattoo of a small sword appeared on his forehead. It's a shame we had to resort with using force. Monk Wuzi's body then changed. He turned into a 7 meters tall golden Buddha. This form had no shirt on, displaying his slightly large belly. He only had shorts to cover his lower body and a golden scarf that floated around his neck. Brilliant golden light shone on him, along with chants of scriptures. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 597 Buddhism versus Taoism. 2. Zhang Yuqing frowned as he immediately noticed something. He had fought many times before Monk Wuji again, and their last confrontation was only a couple of decades ago. Back then, his altruistic golden Buddha body was only 5 meters. He knew the altruistic golden Buddha body was a great body refining technique with 12 layers. With each layer, a monk would grow 1 meter. Despite how powerful the technique was, only a few people could cultivate it because it required a deep understanding of Buddhism, a lot of incense and merit. Wuji was the most talented younger generation of Buddhism, and he only cultivated it to the 5th level after millions of years. But now, after just a few decades, he went 2 levels. This could only mean 2 things. There was a catastrophe, and he saved billions of lives. Or, he was enlightened and created something that would greatly benefit Buddhism. Zhang Yuqing knew it was most likely the second option since he would know if Monk Wuji saved so many people. Regardless, he knew this battle would not be as simple as he thought. Due to a lack of knowledge or information, Zhang Yuqing knew that something out of his expectations might occur with each passing minute. Furthermore, his master warned him of the possibility of the Tao opening sex air in the lower dimension intervening in his battle. After analyzing the situation, he decided to end this battle as quickly as possible. Wuji has no limits. Infinite swords, a black and white diagram covered the entire sky. And from that diagram, swords began to fall, with no indication of stopping. Each sword had the power to eradicate thousands of tiny universes, and there was an infinite amount of them. Monk Wuji immediately knew his opponent was going for the kill after seeing this attack. Out of the 5 elements and 3 realms, Buddha is a supreme being that has transcended the 5 elements of all matters. It is also detached from the mundane realms, the realm of the dead, and the realm of the spirit. After using this technique, all the swords passed through Monk Wuzi's body as if he was non-existent. With this technique, he entered a state of intangibility similar to Wang Wei's nothingness Tao. Monk Wuji could see the shock on his opponent's face, and he knew the reason. In their last confrontation, he could not achieve this level of intangibility. Wuji involved the concept of everything being born from nothing, so his technique should be useless to a high-level spell like the one Zhang Yuqing used. However, the current him was not him of yesterday. Without giving the latter a chance to brief, Monk Wuji went on the offensive. Buddha's light, call of samsara. Monk Wuji first took a prayer stance with his palms touching before putting one hand forward. A bright and pure golden light emanated from his hand, illuminating the dark night. The light was so bright that, for a moment, it appeared as if the sun had resurfaced, signaling the end of the darkness known as the night. The golden light did not affect the diagram above them, nor did it affect the falling swords. The light directly attacked Zhang Yuqing. Do it. You know you want to. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. That's right. Life is hard, so why struggle? End this misery and relieve your burden by entering samsara. That's right. This is the best place. You can forget your problems, pain, and suffering. You can be free. Zhang Yuqing groaned as he felt a massive headache. He could not concentrate with millions of whispers tempting him to give up on his life and enter samsara. He could feel his will to live rapidly diminish, and each voice's reasons to do so became more convincing. Zhang Yuqing could feel his spirit falling into an eternal abyss full of despair and negative emotions. "No!" he screamed, waking up from the terror. The voices continued, but he took advantage of this brief clarity to act. He manifested a twofold shield inside his sea of consciousness to defend his soul. The first shield contained yin-yang power, with a heavy focus on the yin side since it was related to the soul. Wuji came before yin and yang and can evolve into yin-yang. So, his Wuji Tao body was a yin-yang body with even more abilities. For the second layer of the shield, Zhang Yuqing condensed all the defensive and soul-related sword wills he knew. With these two levels of protection, he reduced the voices to the point where he could ignore them. But Monk Wuji would not let things proceed smoothly. Soul-sundering bell. A bronze bell appeared above Monk Wuji, ringing so loud that it echoed in the soul. Zhang Yuqing's noise bled as the vibration from the soul directly injured his soul. However, the Taoist priest gritted his teeth before also going on the offensive. He swung his sword, using a superb technique. Wuji sword, the unmanifest sword. Golden blood spewed from Monk Wuji's body as a diagonal scar appeared on his chest. He could not sense, see, or detect the slash in any shape or form. In Taoism, Wuji symbolizes the unmanifest, the unknown, the undetectable, and the non-existent. Meanwhile, Taji, the successor of Wuji, symbolizes the manifest or the physical. Monk Wuji has often suffered against that sword since he could not detect it with his eyes, his reaction, his danger sense, his divine sense, or even secret techniques. At least before that was the case. Buddha's benevolence. Buddha once cut off a piece of his body to feed a starving animal. His benevolence grants him power. Monk Wuji's aura suddenly increased, and when a second slash appeared on his body, forming the X shape, his aura further strengthened. With his technique, he can boost his power with every injury. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. Then, the monk's golden body rushed toward Zhang Yuqing to fight him head-on. Wuji wanted to limit his opponent's use of the sword while he took the time to execute the ability he developed after opening his crown chakra. Inside the mansion, Wang Wei witnessed the battle through a formation. I should not underestimate these heaven-chosens from the upper dimension. Their use of Duyi realm is phenomenal. He could sense that every attack Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing used was boosted by their Duyi realm. It magnified their chi/energy, spiritual strength, physical force, and even laws. The subtle and ingenious way they use this power is something Wang Wei just recently learned from the battle maniac Paragon. One of the main reasons that eternal emperors are so powerful is their Tao will's boost. It is not just a method to eliminate other emperors' imprints, but a method that augmented their overall power. The Tao will is why it is hard for insurgents to reach the pseudo and eternal emperor level of power. And the reasons that it is statistically impossible to become an insurgent on par with everlasting Empyreans. Monk Wuji is not bad. I thought his main law was nirvana, but it appeared his main Tao is soul. As for Zhang Yuqing's Wuji, Wang Wei observed carefully, fully immersed in the Taoist priest's use of Wuji law. Wuji, meaning without limits, without boundaries, boundless. A state of non-distinction, nothingness before the Tao, or the manifestation of everything came into being. The laws of Wuji contained properties of nothingness. Its very definition of beings without limits, distinction, or boundaries can also apply to nothingness. Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of wisdom and containing the universe's fundamental truth. After this enlightenment, his body had subtle and unnoticeable changes. He raised his hand to manifest a mysterious power. He removed an immortal ore from his space ring to test that new power. The ore vanished as if it had changed from a state of existence to non-existence in a matter of nanoseconds. Is this the power of the void? For many years, he pondered how to enter the next stage of his Tabo Dao of nothingness. After many failures, he decided to wait until he proved the Dao to try again. But now, after comprehension of the correlation between Wuji and nothingness, he accessed the power of void beforehand. Of course, Wang Wei knew the transformation was not complete. He was still in the intangibility stage but now contained some powers of the void stage. Wang Wei took a moment to calculate something. I can reach the void stage in the Great Emperor realm, the emptiness stage, after becoming a paragon. But what about the true nothingness stage? His eyes lit up after figuring out some things. Although he knew his prediction might not be correct since he had yet to reach these realms and only knew some vague knowledge about them. Yet, he believed he had a high chance of being correct, so he looked forward to the future. Maybe there is a connection between perfection and nothingness, he muttered after suddenly having an idea. Is nothingness one of the few things that are considered perfect? Wang Wei shook his head as he felt he might be reaching. Then, he concentrated on the battle. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 598. Buddhism vs. Taoism, 3. I wonder whether the Duyi realm will evolve into Tao will after I reach the 10th extremity? Or at least, a pseudo-version of it, thought Wang Wei as he looked at Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing's clash of the Duyi realm. They were on the 9th stage, which is normal for most people who attempt to complete the 9 extremity foundation. For example, he was currently in the 8th stage since he was in the Saint realm. From the body-tempering realm to the primordial spirit, he ensured that each of the realms was unique, allowing him to reach the 6th stage. As for the void-shattering realm, he entered the 7th stage after his first incarnation entered the same realm. This is because he now had 2 law altar/law trees, and his incarnations were connected through his existence. However, back then, he could only use the Duyi 7th stage after fusing or borrowing the power of his incarnations. Wang Wei's main body truly entered the 7th stage after his law tree turned silver. The uniqueness of his saint realm was the fact that he had 9 domains and that his domain exceeded the limit of 1,269 trillion kilometers. This was after hearing his ancestors preach regarding the future of the Duyi realm after achieving the 10 extremities foundation. Wang Wei did not know what would happen. He had no information regarding this level of foundation as no one probably ever reached this level. At least, not in the eternal ascension world. Once he succeeded, he was still undetermined about what would happen. There was a chance that nothing occurred since the 10th extremity was nothing but a foundation and since nothing in the realms became unique. But there is also the possibility of an unknown transformation after a mortal truly breaks the boundary between mortal and immortal, acquiring the power of a great emperor. I guess we will wait and see. For a moment, he ignored Monk Wuzi's desperate attacks as his gaze pierced through the void, and he saw an even more destructive battle. More than 10 Dao ancestors and an immortal venerable faced each other. The mercenaries are holding up better than expected, thought Wang Wei after noticing that the people the sect hired could keep up with the people working with Zhang Yuqing. Wang Wei had prepared for the unexpected and gave these people some talismans to help them in an emergency. He tasked them with keeping the enemy at bay for as long as needed. However, these mercenaries' display of power was better than he anticipated, given they were loose cultivators. After checking the situation, he focused on the current battle. Monk Wuji had a few more scars on his body, but they were minor compared to the first 2. He closed his eyes as he used palm attacks, directly clashing against Zhang Yuqing's chaos-grade magic artifact sword. Monk Wuji opened his eyes, which were profound as if he was a man who saw through the veil of existence. Higher consciousness. Monk Wuzi's eyes became clearer as he could now see the world differently. He was not limited by sight, sense, soul, spirit, or mind. He elevated his internal and external senses to a higher essence, allowing him to see things he could previously not see. For example, the unknown, the unmanifest, or the non-existent. He raised his palm in one direction, generating a powerful shockwave that made the void tremble. Although it appeared Monk Wuji attacked empty air, he and Zhang Yuqing knew he targeted the Wuji sword. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Impossible, said Zhang Yuqing, unable to comprehend what had occurred. In their previous battle, the monk was forced to tank all his attacks once he used the Wuji sword. But now, he could detect and possibly evade his attack. Monk Wuji was not in the habit of giving his opponent the time to think or brief. Although he was benevolent at heart, Buddha also had a wrathful side. Essence Spirit Attack. Bang! Monk Wuji's palm landed on Zhang Yuqing's chest, caving it inward. The Taoist priest flew a dozen meters away, coughing blood. Adding to that, he had a massive headache. The palm affected his body, essence, and the injury was transferred to his soul, spirit. Luckily, he used a body refining technique that used the constant revolution of yin and yang to temper the flesh. Nevertheless, his soul was more fragile than his body, making injuries even harder to deal with. Zhang Yuqing used his Duyi realm to try his best to remove his opponent's effect so he could heal. Unfortunately, they were in the same stage and had similar levels of control and application. As such, the process would take time, something he did not have. Swish! 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 He swung his sword non-stop, but Monk Wuji easily dodged. Damn it! Thought Zhang Yuqing in frustration. The Wuji sword will was one of his most potent attacks as it gathered the best from his two physiques. And now that it was not working, he became frustrated, especially since there were many tactics he could not use because of the restraint in the lower dimension. Regardless, he decided not to easily give up as he had one last trump card. Secret technique. Physique-burning Zhang Yuqing did not hesitate to sacrifice his two physiques for a drastic increase in power. Usually, this would result in severe destruction of the foundation and potentially losing one or both physiques. However, he did not care since he had a master that could instantly heal such a minor injury. With this secret technique, Zhang Yuqing's strength increased from the peak of 7 leaf to the middle of 9 leaf. Wuji to Taiji. Stillness to motion. Wuji represented the state of the universe before its birth, a state of stillness that embodied the concept of non-existent. Then from nothingness was born something. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to myriad things in existence. These words perfectly encapsulated the process of Wuji transforming into Taiji, a process in which nothingness, stillness, created something, motion. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net after using this technique, Zhang Yuqing's surroundings moved in slow motion, as if time was slowed down, whether it was the air, the spiritual qi, the clouds, or Monk Wuji. However, the technique did not use the power of time per se. It used the very concept of motion and stillness to accomplish a similar feat, and maybe one even more impressive. Zhang Yuqing looked at Wuji, slowly moving some of his fingers and mouth. His red eyes gleamed with sneering as he marveled at his godlike power. He flew before the monk, looking directly into his eyes. He smirked before moving his sword, heading directly for the heart, a vital organ. Unfortunately, before he succeeded, a powerful sonic wave came from Monk Wuji's mouth, pushing him away. Then, the sound echoed with so much vigor that it shook and disturbed the power of stillness, affecting him and the surrounding. That was closed. If I did not open my throat chakra and developed a new ability, I might not have made it, thought Monk Wuji with relief. Although he was not afraid of death as he would just reincarnate, it did not mean he wanted to die. Reincarnations met more Buddhist monks since their philosophies revolved around achieving enlightenment through trial and error in each life. Each monk must fully use any life, even if they reincarnated into an animal or plant. How can you become so powerful? You don't need to know. Zhang Yuqing gritted his teeth, thinking about an explanation for the current situation. He did not believe the latter was using some powerful artifact since they were not back home. He did not sense any secret techniques. As for other people helping Wuji, he never considered this aspect. When it came to Wang Wei, Zhang Yusheng was impressed that the latter could reach 6-leaf strength in the lower dimension as it indicated his talent. However, without knowledge of the 9-extremity foundation, he believed the latter would remain at that level until the heaven will battle. He never fathomed the latter could help his enemy reach such a level. In Zhang Yuqing's preparation, he only had to be on the lookout for possible sneak attacks or disturbances from Wang Wei. After all, the strength difference between 6 and 7 leaves was vast, meaning the latter could only be an aid to Monk Wuji and a nuisance to him. He never imagined, in his wildest dream, he would lose without any help or interference. Let's end this rivalry, Monk Wuji said with a sigh. Then, an enormous golden Buddha image appeared behind him. The Buddha's face seemed painful, full of regret and sorrow. Palm of sorrow. The Buddha's enormous palm descended on Zhang Yuqing. And in the process, countless red glow flew from different corners of the void, turning into a red aura around the palm. From the aura, Zhang Yuqing could sense an intense amount of regret, pain, sorrow, and hatred directed at him. He analyzed this technique and gathered the negative emotions of all the Buddhist monks killed by the absolute beginning emperor. I cannot survive this attack, thought Zhang Yuqing as he watched the descended palms, unable to move an inch. Master, save me. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The Two Sons. Without hesitation, confusion, sadness, or even any emotions, for that matter, Monk Wuji dropped that palm. He did not know the final outcome, whether Zhang Yuqing would be saved, as it was common in their early confrontations once he had the advantage. Boom! With slight surprise, Monk Wuji watched as Zhang Yuqing's body exploded into billions of pieces, his soul and Tao disappearing. He looked at the falling blood with a daze, waiting for something to occur. But nothing did. For a moment, he wondered if he was wrong. Maybe he could not sense anything. After all, the difference between himself and Zhang Yuqing's master was so vast that it was normal if he could not detect or even understand if he took action. However, Monk Wuji quickly denied this possibility. The other times Zhang Yuqing was saved, he sensed something. He knew it was because supreme unity was not being discreet. Nevertheless, he was aware. So it's really over, he muttered, feeling somewhat lost. Although he despised Zhang Yuqing's hypocrisy and ideologies, the latter was also his rival for the past couple of million years. Wuji did not know how to feel about losing him in such a sad manner. He sighed to himself before looking down, checking on Feng Heng's manner. Then, he flew to his mansion without saying another word. He wanted to heal his injuries. All the participants watched this battle in shock. However, only Wang Wei and the upper-seated players knew the true struggle behind these two people. And when they saw Zhang Yuqing was not saved, they were momentarily shocked before concluding that this outcome made sense. And that realization brought even more terror to them. But then, they remembered Wang Wei's speech and felt ashamed of their thought. They gritted their teeth, thinking deeply about the future. Eternal Ascension World. 2 suns and 9 moons lorded over all myriad beings in this infinitely large world, and they symbolized absolute power. These stellar bodies should have been only symbols, but one of the suns housed a magnificent palace made entirely out of supreme chaos treasures, primordial, and paragon materials. Sitting cross-legged on valuable meditation cushions at the center of the room was an older man with long white hair and a well-trimmed beard. He had a purple robe laced with golden threads, black shoes, and a beautiful jade token hanging on his waist. The interesting thing about this cultivator was all his clothes shone brilliantly with the light of treasures, indicating that each piece was valuable enough for countless paragons to fight over. Supreme Unity opened his eyes, and there was no vast or mighty aura. He resembled an ordinary person. However, his eyes were off-putting to anyone who saw him because they lacked any emotions. It was like he was a piece of machine with only logic. Zhang Yuqing is dead? It doesn't matter. He has already served his purpose. Supreme Unity only accepted him as a disciple because he had 2 physiques. He wanted to create a special method to divide his existence into 2 separate but connected parts. The main part would be his previous self, and the second part would remain fused with heavenly Tao. Upon success, he would no longer be limited or influenced by heavenly Tao. Supreme Unity wanted to gather information and draw inspiration from individuals with 2 heavenly physiques. After getting the information he wanted, Zhang Yuqing was useless as a pawn. Heavenly Tao is drawing a lot of strength from all the paragons that have existed since the Eternal Ascension World's creation to reduce my control. If only Maitreya did not stop me, none of this would have happened. Of course, Supreme Unity knew the primary source of his trouble was the method he used to take a half step into transcendence was fundamentally flawed. However, there was nothing he could now but take complete control of Heavenly Tao and swallow it. Once he succeeds, he will be free, have no restrictions, and can further pursue detachment. The situation is not looking good for me once Maitreya can receive faith from the lower dimension. She might be free before me. Supreme Unity frowned before closing his eyes to focus on regaining his lost power. Separating his existence was more complex than he imagined, and he also needed to stabilize things first, or his strength would be drastically reduced. As such, His best plan is to succeed before Mithraea or hope the other rulers can eradicate the people in limbo. There was a small town at the center of the eternal ascension world, full of mortals. These people lived happy and fulfilled lives, always with joyous smiles on their faces. Despite knowing the existence of cultivators, no one in this village pursued power or immortality. The villagers were content. Not far from the village was a run-down temple with only one monk. It was a young woman dressed in plain female monk attire. She tied her hair in a bun, making her extraordinary beauty appear dull and unordinary. The monk was known for her benevolence, and the villagers enjoyed offering prayers to her temple or communicating with her. They always offered her to save money and build a bigger and better temple, but she refused, stating she was comfortable with how it was. Little did these villagers know that this woman, living in such dirt-poor and dilapidated temple, was the supreme leader of Buddhism, one of the two sons, Mithraea Buddha. After sensing Zhang Yuqing, Mithraea opened her eyes for meditation, and the power of infinite time flashed deep in them. Her gaze penetrated space and dimensions to look at her disciple in the lower dimension. So, he finally discarded the useless pawn, she commented before shaking her head in disappointment. You're really gone, Supreme Unity. The Supreme Unity she knew was an ambitious and power-hungry cultivator, but he still had some bottom line. But even that was gone, and Mithraea does not know whether this resulted from fusing with heavenly Tao or his true personality manifesting after acquiring power. After sighing to herself, Mithraea's gazed to a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes. Should I help him? All my calculations indicate he is the one I'm waiting for. But the future is not set in stone. Maybe I need to help him get through this upcoming catastrophe to become the person I need. She frowned as her eyes perused the infinite possibilities of the future. However, she could not find the answer she wanted. Let's wait and see. Then, she shifted her gaze to the Tao opening sect, her eyes ignoring all the emperor formation to gaze at Wu Hong, who was in retreat. Perfect foundation? If I had such a thing, it would make taking half steps so much easier. She shook her head before looking at someone else. This time, it was someone in the eternal ascension world. It was a woman that looked exactly like Wu Hong, except for a more supreme, strict, and noble aura. Wu Hong definitely did not create that clone. So, a future version of herself? But how come I cannot completely see through it? Is that a sign she found the path ahead and surpassed me? If that were the case, Mithraea would be happy, as this would mean she had hope for her path forward. However, things appeared too complicated for the moment. Your fated lover finally appeared, but with a clone. What an interesting love story. I cannot wait to see how it unfolds. Mithraea remembered conversations with Wu Hong about that unique love fate line. Wu Hong tried to remove it, but the connection was too powerful, and it was one of her fate nexus, so the river of fate would not allow her to get rid of it so easily. Of course, as a powerful paragon, there were many ways to deal with fate nexus besides becoming a fateless. They could postpone the event indefinitely or control how it occurs. For example, Wu Hong could create a clone to meet her destined partner and have them fall in love before dispersing it. With this method, her fate of falling in love was accomplished, thus removing the fate nexus. And these two methods were just the most used. In the end, Mithraea convinced her to wait and see, since maybe the person destined to be with her was worth it. Love fate lines were rare amongst immortal tier cultivators, and it is usually a sign that two people, among the entire chaos universe, were perfectly compatible. Do you want me to remove the blockade and allow you to enter primordial chaos? It might help you heal much faster. No, replied Wu Hong. Are you still mad at me? How dare I, respected son? I told you I had my reasons. Which are? I cannot say for now. And when you can say, we can talk properly. Mithraea sighed. She had her reasons for not only allowing these paragons to usurp power but also preventing the rise of others. Her detachment method was also flawed, and she required the eternal ascension world to remain stable and unchanged to avoid affecting her. Once someone broke through the paragon realm, the changes in the world would be detrimental to her. So, she needed time to stabilize herself. Regardless, her bottom line was not to touch the people in limbo. Now, things have gotten better, she does not have this much worry, but she also has to keep looking out for supreme unity. Mithraea smiled wryly before continuing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked in her direction before also closing her eyes. She was not unreasonable and understood her friend had a reason for doing what she did. However, She also wanted an explanation before they could resume their relationship. I have 3 gift bonus chapters waiting to write. But you guys have to give me a few days before I begin releasing them. The 7 Moons. So that's what happened? Said Su Junyao, her beautiful voice coming from the other side of the formation. She was not surprised by Zhang Yuqing's fate, as many people predicted this possible outcome. Master, I'm sorry. You don't have to blame yourself. Return home immediately, and I'll deal with the rulers. What about the inheritance? Forget about it for now. Maybe I can take it from the final winner. If you give me a second chance, I'm willing to try harder. You don't have much time. The isolation of the lower dimension is almost done. What does that mean? It means the rulers will be cut off from interfering. To be precise, no one can interfere. Well, maybe not everyone. Su Junyao was not sure where the 2 sons could intervene. On top of everything else, some changes have begun here. It is unclear whether it is positive or negative, but we must deal with it. I see, muttered Xiao Tiandi. Su Junyao ended the communication while pondering that this event might be a suitable catalyst for change. She did not want her disciple to remain in such a depressed state. Hopefully, this Wang Wei's words have positively influenced him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiandi hesitated for a moment before taking out a token. He looked in the direction of Wang Wei's mansion, his eyes full of confusion. With a sigh, he activated it and disappeared from the lower dimension. And 2 people did the same as him. Eternal Ascension World. Ao Jing observed his son, Ao Tianyi. He could see how much of terrible shape he was. I thought that Brat said he would not go too far. He thought before shaking his head. He raised his hand to instantly create a world as large as the entire lower dimension, as large as the 3,000 world communities that contain trillions of worlds between lower to heaven will worlds. Ao Jing created the individuals, the history, culture, different races and power levels. He made everything needed for a complete world to function. He then glanced at his son before snapping his finger, forcing him to reincarnate in that world. I have created infinite scenarios for you to temper your mind. Hopefully you can stand after breaking. Ao Jing designed this world to start over once Ao Jing reached a certain level, allowing him to experience different aspects of life. Regrettably, Heavenly Tao does not allow the 9 extremity foundation that is cultivated in such a manner. Otherwise, this level of foundation would be more common. After settling his son, Ao Jing went to report to the patriarch. In another section of the upper dimension, Shi Ruolin appeared in an enormous and opulent palace decorated with gold, purple, and priceless jewels. And the moment she appeared, a man dressed in court eunuch uniforms teleported before her, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. This is the information my father wants, she said calmly, her previous cheerful and approachable demeanor replaced by a cold and authoritarian presence. The inheritance? The mission failed, replied Shi Ruolin before walking away, ignoring the eunuch. She walked to a room with a golden throne and sat on it, a deep pondering look on her face. A secret that few people knows is she is the secret child of one of the rulers, the Earth Emperor. Her relationship with her father was great, despite not being publicly acknowledged, as he always supported and cared for her, and she idolized him. However, Shi Ruolin has always felt that some things were wrong but was always scared to address them. For example, why did she never attempt the 9 Extremity Foundation? She once asked her father for permission, and he refused, explaining that it was dangerous and had a high failure rate. Danger was never a good excuse for cultivators not to do something. As for the failure, she could still benefit even if she failed. Another odd behavior was when she began cultivating an outlaw Dao. Her father warned her of the danger, to the point of scaring her to change her Dao. A third anomaly was the oldest of her siblings, the great Chu divine court princes. She knew a few of them were Empyreans, but not one became paragons. And the current crown prince has been in this realm for far too long. Then there is Brother Lu. He was the only one who became an everlasting Empyrean, but he suddenly died. If it were before, Shi Ruolin would never care about these anomalies. But after witnessing Xiao Tiandi's inner turmoil and Wang Wei's rebuttal, she had no choice but to confront these burning thoughts she had forced in the back of her mind. Unfortunately, she did not like the conclusions she made. What do I do? Great Chu divine court, in a palace thousands of times even more magnificent than Shi Ruolin, on a throne room. A young man with long black hair and a long goatee sat on a throne, wearing a yellow emperor outfit with dragon designs. The Earth Emperor calmly read the information his daughter sent. Without much change in his expression, he put away the talisman, entering a pondering state. With the upcoming era, the karma position of Heavenly Emperor might finally appear. I can finally put my plan into motion. Earth Emperor originally planned for one of his 33,000 children to inherit that position. He had even more confidence in Xueqi, but after the recent changes, he theorized the position would appear in the lower dimension. Suddenly, he sensed something. Is there a meeting? The Earth Emperor thought before closing his eyes, sending his mind into a dimension with 8 seats. Many people believe that 7 Mons reign over the world, but only they know there is an 8th and hidden moon. Did everyone get the information? Asked 7 Cauldron Taoist, a middle-aged woman dressed in a Taoist robe with pill symbols. I haven't received it, replied 5 Feather Phoenix, the matriarch of the Phoenix race. So, someone else distributed the information from Xiao Tiendi and Xueqi. All 7 reviewed the information with a calm attitude. Undead Phoenix, what about your side? Everyone looked at a young man with a pale complexion, dead eyes, and a black phoenix mark on his forehead. I've got more information. I've reduced the leader of the new era to 3 people. Undead Phoenix waved his hand to manifest 3 people. Chu Luo, Di Tian, and Wang Wei. They have successfully established a 9-extremity foundation, said Undead Phoenix before explaining all the information he gathered. If Wang Wei were here, he would be shocked as many things he thought he hid well were revealed in this meeting. He severely underestimated the capability of a paragon. Chu Luo can be eliminated since he is not from the Myriad Emperor world. Di Tian is the second to be eliminated since his main goal seemed to revive his loved one. The most likely creator of the new era is this Wang Wei. He is intelligent and cunning. And similar to Qiyuan, he is an innovator and a visionary, a person who advocates for the advancement of civilization. Yes, he seems like the perfect person to lead the new era of the Myriad Emperor world, commented 7 Cauldron as she looked at the changes in the Tao opening sex domains. She saw an entire civilization based on puppets and mortals as the core. So do we get rid of him? Asked Blood Dragon. It's not that simple. He is connected to Lord Mithraea and Empress Wu, added Undead Phoenix. The Empress? She hasn't shown up in so long, staying to herself. Why is she making moves now? I don't know. Everyone frowned. 7 Cauldrons looked at a monk who had not said anything since the meeting. Monk Twin Flower, what does your leader say? Twin Flower was the Maithuna sect's leader, a Buddhism branch that focused on dual cultivation. Buddhism ideology focused on the body remaining pure, but the Maithuna faction followed the opposite philosophies, believing the pleasure of the flesh is another pathway to enlightenment. Of course, their factions do not engage in mindless overindulgence. Each monk will choose one partner to cultivate for their entire life. The monk did not respond as he knew the situation was complicated. His leader no longer wanted to act the same way and prevent others from becoming paragons. However, she was also restrained by supreme unity, the same way she restrained him. Meanwhile, all the others here have kept their stand the same. You can do what you want, he responded since the Lord told him he did not have to worry about Wang Wei. In that case, let's remove all 3 of them, said 7 Cauldron. You should be careful, said Time Eater. Di Tian is the Emperor creator. A few of the people he created are part of the Limbo group. We should be careful in case they decide to interfere. That's a good idea. Disaster, you have not said a word since the meeting, asked 5 Feather Phoenix, looking at an older man dressed in plain black. Your actions are pointless. Catastrophe is approaching us, and nothing you can do will stop what's coming. Everyone frowned. They knew Disaster Paragon was the kind of person who valued his life above everything else. He did not participate in the ultimate taboo because he foresaw his doom. He joined their group because it was the way to save his life. And now that he said these words, he must have detected something and even already planned how to survive. And given he was the hidden moon and was unknown to the world, it might be easier to do. Don't mind him. Although these people have great destinies, it does not change the fact they are weak. So as long as we act fast and swift, they cannot escape their fate, said Time Eater. True, so the best plan is to send a projection and annihilate all of them before they can react, said 7 Cauldron. To be safe, let's all send a projection, said Earth Emperor. Agree. Agree. Since everyone agrees, Let's discuss how to deal with Gu Xian and the traitors, especially the Celestial clan, continued Seven Cauldron. Gu Xian is a rat. With his Dao in the lawless zone, searching for him is simply not feasible and not worth the effort, commented Undead Phoenix. He is not that important, anyways, added Five Feather Phoenix. And the same can be said about the Celestial clan. With the recent changes, the Source Chi space has become even more dangerous. Even for us. So, is it worth it to chase after them? It is, said Time Eater. You know their background. If we don't nip them in the bud, it's only a matter of time before they give birth to a Paragon or Tier 12 insurgent. But how do we search for them? We send people to look. And each of us will alternate personally looking for them, said Time Eaters. That could work. I'll take the first shift, said Seven Cauldron. Then, the group conversed a little more, discussing how they would execute all their plans. Bang! Suddenly, they all sensed something and frowned. They closed their eyes, and their mind immediately left the eternal ascension world, traveling the infinite distance that is primordial chaos. A few minutes later, all seven opened their eyes with a serious look unlike anything they had ever been, all because of the news they had received. The All-Seeing Temple, a place in primordial chaos known for predicting events that would affect the entire chaos universe. They even predicted the appearance of the ultimate taboo. The Paragons just received news the temple had just received a divination that would once again affect the entire universe. Although the prophecy would take some time to process fully, everyone knew a storm was coming. The Paragons then looked at disaster, wondering whether the changes in their world were the prelude to something even more significant. The changes may also begin in the eternal ascension world. The Paragons suddenly thought of something, and they instinctively wanted to eliminate the three anomalies immediately. Boom! The world shook a little, and their faces changed. The lower dimension was blocked entirely, preventing them from accessing it. Primordial chaos, prehistoric chaos world. Hong Jun opened his eyes from meditation. He looked in the direction of the all-seeing temple. So, the news finally got out.